sound strange since I don't have any microphone nearby. Now that I've put the microphone nearby, hopefully people can hear me, but we'll find out soon enough. Just burning bandwidth now. Going to conduct a phone call. Oh no, it's a Skype call. There we are. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, just clicked on a something and it disappeared. Okay, that's fine. And gonna conduct a phone call now. There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're streaming live. I'll be counting on you to burn bandwidth. You can tell people about what's going on with whatever they installed in the little fire hydrant outside and how that prevents your searches. I'd be curious, of course, myself to know what it is you're searching for. And the funny thing about this is that I'm certain it's not porn that they're blocking searches for. They couldn't give a shit about that, but go on. Yeah. So, so to go on, let us
right.
know what's going on, whatever you feel comfortable with. And in the meantime,
I'm going to... All right, there we go. I just had to close the sound for the YouTube. I'm doing everything off of one computer tonight out of convenience because I'm tired of turning my neck back and forth every time, you know. Okay. I can only deal with that for so much. But let me start by addressing the public. Do support Douglas Dietrich, folks. He is, again, the only man who has done anything about these cultists of the kings of Edom.
Thank you.
Both of his books, the demystification of World War II.
With the main title being the Roswell Deception.
Yeah, the Roswell Deception and the demystification of World War II. You got to forgive me. My brain is a bit addled tonight.
No worries. I'm right there with you. Go.
In which he unveils the fact that you did not win World War II. So, in case you were already oversaturated by media in which there's this World War II porn everywhere in theaters every other year, it's all bullshit. And Douglas Dietrich explains why. Co-authored, of course, by Peter Moon. And also, he explains that vampires are not these dudes
romantic
who walk around with long nails and have these fangs and go like, I am Dracula. I've come to suck your blood. Come with me, mademoiselle. Yes, the romanticism shit of he basically blows open the bullshit that Hollywood has indoctrinated people with in the book Vampirology. And this is a very well-written research paper.
Nice.
And again, you can donate at his PayPal at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Do not wait. Donate today. Because, honest to God, your lives do depend on it. And we are at that hour where we are literally on the brink of the, how would I say it, the incursion of the anti-gods into this realm. And he is the only thing standing between you and an eternity of disintegration.
There we are. Well, that's beautiful. Very poetic, and also gets a good message across. And lest people think that this is fear porn, do understand that your military occult complex has been working to bring about the end of the world for quite some time, since World War II, which they lost, and have got you so fooled into thinking that they won that both left and right of the political spectrum, the one thing that people have in common is a hero worship of the military, which of course is kind of like a hero worship of the drunken, abusive father who comes home and rapes you every night. Literally a father figure who does that incestuously. That needs to be emphasized. That's essentially at the level at which the military operates. And I would know, having spent my entire life in the military occult complex, at every level, something which they deny and do their best to character assassinate, concerning all the myth that they cook up. And of course, I've deconstructed that any number of times, but will happily do so again, or obligatorily do so.
What's
That,
even
yeah, go on.
What's even funnier is that, my father watches all these old movies, like the war movies and whatnot, and I find it freaking hilarious. A shout out to Marcus Grix. What's up, dude? Well, basically, what's funny about it is in those old war movies, they all speak with a New York or California accent, and I'm like, when I was in the service, I heard nothing but that sort of southern drawl where half the times I couldn't understand what the hell anyone was talking about.
It's very funny. It's true too. I mean,
And
the military is dominated by the Southern culture, and that's because of several factors. But yeah, at any rate, do go on and tell us whatever you feel comfortable talking about concerning your internet situation.
well, yeah,
Amanda Ute says, I
my
am
int-
finishing up a quick bid charging phone and will be there soon. Okay, and I'll just tell her, just tell me when, hon. Okay, and so aside from that, you take over the bandwidth for now.
all right. Well, I have ceased all alcohol consumption. Um, I have started to believe that the Buddhist hierarchy of the divinity in the afterlife is all wrong. So I've reached a point where I would put the closest thing to divinity would be the angels, of course, and the second thing would be the asuras. And then I would place like plants underneath that and animals underneath that. Of course, somewhere in between there is astral stuff. And then underneath plants and animals, excluding humans, I'd place the anti-gods. And then humans would be the furthest.
Oh.
Basically, if I'm starting to believe more and more that if I'm incarnated as a human, this is basically a sentence to oblivion.
Well, that's certainly indicative of frustration, and it's not unexpected,
I'm
considering.
venting.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is, I've grown a little sick of the how do I say it?
Oh.
Basically, there's
Ooh,
a
let me. How did this?
I'm
Hold on for just a second. I had muted the videos, and then somehow when I turned on the video to check what was going on. By the way, I noticed 14 thumbs down immediately already, and 8 thumbs up. So everybody, just keep going with the upvotes. The 14 downvotes are obviously an aggregate. They have bots that come in and do that on behalf of the cultists of the agents of chaos, the cultists of the kings of Edom, the Herodians, the Herodian insurgency. Erod, of course, being, if you would mispronounce it, Herod in the Anglo vulgarization, but Herod, of course, being the king who would have killed your god if you are a Christian, had he but captured him at the time that he was killing all other firstborn sons. But back to Jameson Reese, this is, of course, the pattern for the night, and they usually are very aggressive when they think it's going to be something decisive. In terms of a presentation, I have no idea why they thought that tonight. I had absolutely nothing planned, and I'm barely here. And
Well,
of
probably
all
because I
of
was
the,
going to
yeah,
critique the 9/11 trauma culture.
yeah, and by all means, well, do whatever you
it,
want. I mean, I'm
yeah,
just,
it warrants a critique
mm,
in that, I will say that I've listened to like the first 30 minutes of what you and Penny Bradley were talking about, and it's very interesting how Leslie Groves was able to co-opt that holiday.
mhm.
It's very, very interesting. I believe. All right, this is going to. I'm just going to shoot with a speculation, but here it is. I think that the one of the core reasons why the Bush dynasty planned 9/11 and did that with the Saudi Arabians was to give white men a holiday so that they can have white grievance about something, because everyone else in America had suffered at their hands. So now, the white male didn't. The white male was looking like a big old bully on the block.
Uh-huh.
So he needed to create an enemy to kick him in the ass, so they could say, "Oh, look at us! We're so." Basically, he decided to do what the Jewish people did and co-opt suffering.
That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I mean, it certainly worked out that way to a degree. I think you're giving him too much credit for planning it, but I mean,
Well,
the
the
conspiracy
person,
is quite real.
well,
The conspiracy to
well, the
take
one
down, yeah.
person
But
the one person I would credit for planning it would be Michael Kino.
yes, well, he definitely, I'm convinced
His
had a
mind,
part in it. Yeah,
his mind would operate in that manner.
yeah, yeah. His mind would, and his influence was such that it's not impossible. It's not inconceivable. So he would be, or rather, he and his, well, mostly him.
His
Honestly,
cohorts.
yeah, his cohorts. But yeah, I've never really met anybody as intelligent as him, really. So they really couldn't carry it out. God damn it! I just lost everything. So I just lost the whole fucking multiple screens that I had up. So keep burning bandwidth. I'm totally fucked. We'll see if I can get everything back on. And
So you don't even have the capacity to do screen share,
uh,
meaning your screens are completely black.
oh no, it's my fault. I just was it just twirled the, how would I say it, the cursor around the a bit too aggressively, and then the cursor hit that little X up in the corner and shut all the multiple screens that were open down. That's all. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, so aside from that, it just takes time to get them all back up, and then, I hit the wrong button. I don't really care because I don't want to be here. But since I am here tonight, I do want everyone to know how much I appreciate them. I'm going to do my best to acknowledge many of the people who have contributed. And it's just one of those things where I blew my wad yesterday. And when I blew my wad yesterday, it's this is what happens when I have an interview prior to a transmission the next day. Then there's nothing left of me the next day. So it may seem like it's only 2 hours, but understand the stress I have to deal with when I deal with another host or hostess, and they do what they do, and they're fine. They got to do what they got to do, and but it's one of those things that once I'm done with it, then I tend to party or just forget everything, and then by the time the next day rolls around, I'm exhausted by that. So understand I'm not here. I shouldn't be here, and but other than that, love you all, and we'll do our best by you tonight. And in the interim, thank you everybody for the upvotes. They're heading towards. We've got 13 now. We're heading towards balancing out the 14 bots that put in their downvotes. And we'll see, of course, if those fade throughout the night, because oftentimes, because this is a bot attack, there's some kind of filter that is active, and it may be involved with YouTube. It may be, as has been speculated, the Dietrich elect, depending on Jure, to use the non-gendered pronoun caprice and whim, intervening. I don't overdwell on it, but later on, oftentimes, many of the downvotes tend to fade, even reverse, or simply the upvotes continue and the downvotes tend to disappear simply because they're artificially projected or something. I have no idea what's going on, but anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, you can see it and you can just look down. I don't try to overdwell on it, but it's actually something that is pointed out by many people.
It's amusing.
Yeah,
it's a sort of grim amusement that the only thing it does is really it doesn't do anything.
Well, it exposes the importance of the transmission to the enemy. And so then we had that. By the way, I had to press a button so that it would show. But Sarah Thomas was laughing, and she said, "Bah ha ha ha! Douglas blew his load with Penny yesterday." Yes, that does come out very pornographically, doesn't it? Without my even thinking about it. And anyhow, Sarah, mwah, love you too.
You know, my dirty mind cannot unsee that now.
Yes, that's
Thank you,
right.
Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that's a haunting image. It's an image that will haunt us for quite some time now. Marcus Griggs, shout out unto he. I have many other people to shout out to tonight, and God bless them all. Hopefully I can get to the presence of mind where I can get to them. Okay, so let me get my screens back up and then try to work with the hyperlinks and then try to bring Amanda Ute on. And at some point, maybe things will stabilize, or I'll get enough blood and oxygen in my brain to actually function. But in the meantime, we have Jameson Reese, who's a little better off than I am. Well, not really, but yeah, and he'll try his best to burn bandwidth and entertain and inform or something. At least he'll burn bandwidth.
Excoriate the
human race, basically.
Species.
Ow! Now I've just kicked over my... believe it or not, I just kicked my computer. See, everybody, I do this on my bed, believe it or not, and I've always mentioned that. And so this is the first time I've ever kicked the computer with my toe, which is this little, how would I say it? So if people understand this, the computer is separate from the screen. The screen's on what Laura Lee Solomon once said was a rather ingenious flotation device, which is the original containment boxes and the styrofoam within them to maintain the shape of the box that my, whatever it was, computer came in. The original Alien, what were they? That's the...
Alienware?
Yeah. What was it? Say that again?
Alienware.
Alienware. The original Alienware, one of the pathologies that, what's her name had? Lorian Ann Fenton had, which she admitted to Laura Lee Solomon. One of her pathologies was that whenever she was working with somebody, she would blow all of their income on stupid computers. I mean, the most expensive computer she could buy, so long as it was other people's money. And so that's what she told Laura Lee Solomon. And with Lorian Ann Fenton, of course, she bought me this gamers computer, a computer for professional gamers. I mean, people who play for money. And that was
I love those computers.
There we are.
Oh my God. When you talk computers, you might as well be computers. Honestly, are more arousing to me than sex with human beings. I'll be perfectly honest with you. At this point, I'm literally, I've reached the point where I can call myself the high priestess, because I've been working on the attunements or the atus of the the tarot, which of course the 22 tarot cards connect the are pretty much the they connect the points on the Sephiroth, just like the tunnels of Set connect the Klipot. So my idea is trying to work with both and trying to merge them. And what I will create then will be my own tree, the JMO tree. Because why the hell not? I mean, because I don't know what will happen if I do that. And I'm one of those people who needs to tinker with things and find out what happens.
There we are. So you're not alone in being gamer addicted. to the point where games are apparently more engaging than human company. Obviously, there are many men like that for whatever reason,
Yeah.
and
I believe that it's a natural, I believe it's in a collective unconscious natural instinct to cut down the numbers of the human race to avoid extinction. So this causes us to, via the collective unconscious, influencing the personal unconscious, causes us to behave in manners that are not conducive to reproduction.
Uh, sure. I'll accept whatever theories are thrown out there today. I've got no argument with it. Honestly, just keep going. Honestly, I'll try and get the screens back up. I'm getting them up a bit at a time. Trying to remember what screens I normally bring up, and then take it from there. So we're both
What I
kind of.
do know is
Yeah.
that the device I'm working on now is a Asus Vivo book, and
Mhm.
it's the S15. It costed me like a little over 1,500 or something like that, around that range. Well worth the money. Well worth the money. I mean, and I updated the memory cards. I ordered like memory cards just to add memory to it. So I'm literally running off of right now 13.3 bytes of RAM. But on a good operation, I'm at 16 megabytes of RAM, which most of the time, most people aren't going to need that much RAM anyway, unless you're doing something like cryptocurrency, whatnot. And then you just
There we are. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, that was just trying to get my screens back up, and that happens. Well, in terms of cryptocurrency, you can go on telling people about all the data bits needed for the mining or something. I think that's the direction you were
yeah,
going in.
yeah. The mining, which in and of itself is a eco leads to more ecological disaster. And I'm honestly believing that the mastermind who created cryptocurrency isn't the Japanese guy who they claim created it,
Oh God,
which
no, no, it never
it's
was. That was just a. That was
I
just a
believe it was created by
alter.
Michael Kino, of course,
Yeah,
because he
yeah,
would
it
come
was.
up with something like that, and
Yeah.
it would make perfect sense to come up with something like that because it allows people to rip each other off for
Yes.
billions and millions of dollars,
Uh,
which they are actually doing with
yeah, yeah.
cryptocurrency.
What definitely what I can tell you is the Japanese name was completely just a cover. That was just a cover. That was just totally fabricated.
It was an
Uh,
avatar.
yeah, just an avatar. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. And as for Michael Aquino, hard to tell. That would be something along his lines to a degree, but it would indicate a kind of fiscal awareness, which I'm not quite sure he had because he never needed to develop that. That would be an atrophied sense in him, because he
Hmm.
was. You're talking about a man who just spent all his life living, parasitizing and leeching off of taxpayer largesse. Somebody who just had money given to him, he would just open his wallet up, and the money would fly in, because of the nature of his job. Oh, this is national security, and then he gets a budget to play with. People who are involved at that level of criminality, they don't need to think about entrepreneurial kind of dysfunction, which is what the crypto is. It's a form of entrepreneurial dysfunction. Uh,
Yes, but it's also, but the reason why I the reason why I bring him up is because there's also a degree of social engineering
Involved,
behind it.
yeah, no, definitely, definitely.
And it's meant to encourage the entrepreneurial thing, but I realize that behind it is a sort of pathological. It's meant to create a environment of pathology in what we would call virtual markets. That's the entire point, is to sort of take the money pathology that we have in society and move it into the digital realm,
Yeah, it's an
corrupt the
anti-money.
digital realm.
Yeah. An
So
anti-economy, an anti-economy.
exactly, and that's the reason why it's in that degree. I have no doubt that he might have coined, he had something to do with the idea. Someone else might have done the specifics as to the, architecture of the entire bitcoins and all that other stuff. But I have no doubt that he would have socially seen. I mean, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but
He would have socially seen the damage this could do.
exactly,
The
exactly,
chaos it
which
would
which
cause.
which it
He may
is
have had a
doing.
part in helping to launch it. In other words, it would take somebody in an intelligence organization to do that. So, point's well taken. It would take somebody with intelligence organizational resources, an intelligence network, to help to establish something that no sane government on earth would allow. So, yeah, there you
I
go.
mean, basically, what I'm saying is cryptocurrency is also an extension of your deep state. That is your deep state.
Or an
Cryptocurrency.
anti-state. It's an anti-state. It's a
Yeah.
state that is contrary to the state that our world attempts to function with. That is
It's
actually
just
something
gone
I can
rogue.
go into in a bit. Yeah. So go on. Yeah, with everything you're saying, and at some point I might take a break and try to root around a little bit for some notes on what you're talking about. That was one of Michael Aquino's plans, and some of the people he was cooperating with to create a counter a counter economy, a counter United Nations that
Yeah.
was the opposite of what the non-aligned nations movement was, or not affiliated with that, and but kind of
And we
go on.
see this kind of avenue going on in the sort of occult community where people are like trying to push towards doing everything with cryptocurrency and doing everything anarchy and why anarchy? Anarchy is the worst thing in the world because
Yes, thank you.
it devolves into mob rules, and mobs do whatever the fuck they want, and it's just violence and chaos. I don't think people appreciate the level of gratuitous and senseless violence that goes on when you have a failed state or a state that is in anarchy.
Right. Well, they'll
They,
appreciate it if you give them an example. Somalia. Give them the example of Somalia and piracy as the profession. The major engine of the Somali economy is piracy. Then that's an example of a failed state. Your cryptocurrency economy, were that to become the norm, that is what we would have as the norm. So go on. Yes.
yeah, and that's precisely the most horrifying thing about the sort of desire for the Republicans and these conservative folks to break down the governmental tyranny, as they call it, because the government is protecting your turd asses from us niggers running around and impregnating your women. I mean, seriously. I mean, how stupid could they be? I've just reached a point where, like, you remember the cynicism you used to have?
Yes. Yes.
I've literally become a shadow of you, man. It's just, and it's not. I'm not going to say that's a negative or positive thing. I'm going to say that I can see. I I see a reason to sort of distance myself and laugh at it all.
Well, let's put it this way. It's not the cynicism I used to have. It's simply I don't express it as much.
Oh,
There's
yes,
no
yes,
need
yes.
for me to express it as much because you do it for me. In that sense, you become kind of like the bad cop to my good cop in
Well, there
terms
you
of
go.
the
There you go. The
presentation
Satan,
mode.
the Satan Moloch of the Thamael, the two
Yes,
heads.
yes, yeah. There we are. Thank you. Yeah, and so in terms of the how would I say this? Just so people understand this, it's like Brendan Zogit said. Brendan remembers quite distinctly when many times I would emphasize to people listening to myself on Revolution Radio that every moment that they looked out the window and did not see a cityscape in flames and mass rape and cannibalism being committed in front of their eyes, beyond that pane of glass, every day that they did not witness that was a good day, and probably, quite possibly, the last, because you have no idea how the entire consistency of civilization as you know it is paper thin. There is nothing protecting it other than this veneer of governance, which everybody bitches about nonstop. And without that governance, without that, what rule of law that we have, it disappears. The people who are most actively seeking to destroy that governance today are the Republicans. And this is the incredible irony, is that they are the primary anarchists in our world today, is these people who are quote unquote conservative. And then you have the libertarians. And at that point, we're going all the way towards the anarchy that the cultists of chaos covet. And just so people understand this, like when I'm talking to my gang brother Beaver, who has seen, of course, the environment of hypercapitalism in terms of everything he's dealt with all his life, from Hong Kong to shall we say, the just the criminal lifestyle, just having to deal with the criminal activities that the rest of his family deems beneath their dignity, and so they leave to him and his affiliations, when in reality they all benefit therefrom. You have this, and he was laughing at just the insanity of some of the, he had relations in his family who were entrepreneurs, who were the kind of cheap motherfuckers who would do crazy shit like just buy trays of sushi at like Costco, of course, which is like, hardly what you would consider exemplary of a Japanese kind of cuisine distributor.
That stuff is like gutter sushi.
Yeah. And it's, a bunch of people who are not even Japanese, putting together, slopping together something. And then he would do it specifically to just basically leave it in the car to spoil, bring it back, say he got sick from the spoilage, and then get his money back with some kind of payoff. I forgot what it was, some kind of payoff he would get so that he wouldn't sue them. I mean, this is the kind of shit this idiot would do. And he wound up teaching business ethics at some university someplace. He was brought in to teach people business ethics. I mean, once you've seen that level of the world is wrong, then Jameson Reese would have a hard time competing with that in terms of the level of cynicism that entails. That's so beyond that, what Beaver has learned to certainly value is the fact that we have rule of law, and that the system is functioning at all, as dysfunctional as it is. The fact that it even stands.
Yes. That's something I find it a miracle, honestly speaking.
It is a religious miracle that we're still here in terms of a society. And so our dear Sammy Romero says, sound is clear, Doug and Jameson. Sound is loud and clear, Doug and Jameson. And I do want to give him a heart here. And Sammy Romero, of course, just because he is the first person I recognize and he has contributed the higher amount of money at the kind of like the ceiling level of 200 United States dollars. I will dedicate tonight's show to Sammy Romero, his brother. Of course, I intend to guest his brother sometime soon. Have to find time to contact him, and it may be Tuesday. Going to try and aim for Tuesday, and then reach out to his brother, and hopefully we can get enough of a communication going on Tuesday where I can arrange for his guesting on this program, because his brother Isaac Romero, a twin brother, has quite a bit to talk about. I know.
Sweet.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure he's got some really interesting things.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
To go into.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no doubt, because the one thing I love about our listenership is that we have no shortage of people with interesting stories.
Yeah.
You're literally, if you're listening to Douglas Dietrich, you're literally a cut above the rest. You're definitely something of a rare breed.
And you know what? I normally would just kind of protest against developing a sense of elitism, but honestly, really, you should be proud of yourself if you are listening to me. It's true. It's just like, honestly, with the kind of crap that's floating around out there, if you've managed to find me, you've managed to wade through the sewers of shit that comprise the alternative media we have today, which is just a right-wing cesspit of raving lunatics. That brings us back, of course, to the chaos and the anarchy that these people are trying to promote. And when it comes to what was it that the other thing that comes to mind, I guess that will be enough for the moment. We're gonna allow Jameson to speak a little bit more. I think I've got the hyperlinks up everywhere. Let me take a look and just make sure that that's been done. And so, okay, so we do have the hyperlinks up on my various Facebook. I think. Let me reset this page again. See if that took. And it's very hard to sometimes. There we are. Okay, good. And then go on. Yeah.
So what I'm going to say is that, I would argue that the high point of alternative media was what was the cesspit that was Art Bell and who's that other asshole fucking aliens butt raped me, Whitley Strieber, and the rest of those fucking douchebags.
Yes.
That was the high point. Now the narratives are just so dumbed down that they're just absurd.
Well, they were absurd then. I mean,
they were absurd then, but now they have like, a hierarchy. Like I keep seeing these fucking commercials, and these commercials make me laugh my ass off. Like on YouTube, with like Alan Greer, and he's showing like this little discombobulated whatever the fuck it is.
Some claymation figure, no doubt. Is it supposed to be an alien?
He's like, and this is an alien, and we were having contact with ET. He has that lisp. And he tries to cover it up, and he tries to cover up the fact that he's like a flaming queer.
By the way, I'm also looking at it simultaneously now through the live feed and see if I can move my fucking cursor here. I'm running my finger across the touchpad and it doesn't seem to be responding. It's responding now, of course, but all right, let's take a look now. So Sarah Thomas was saying, listen to you live yesterday. You were fantastic as always. Oh, God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. She gave 3 pink hearts. They're pulsating like jello. And then she's saying, you're so welcome, JMO, about helping you, and you gave her a heart in return. Gracie Aguilar says hi. So, hello, Gracie Aguilar. Love you dearly, honey. Shane Bridges has an icon that is just simply repulsive, but that's his intent. And his idea is to project what is obviously a anti-Semitic, a Judeo-phobic caricature for whatever reason. And
maybe that's just how he really looks.
No, nobody looks like that.
Well, I'm going to check out like the channel just to see. I'm just out of morbid curiosity, because sometimes the stuff is actually quite entertaining.
Yes. Yes, well, Jameson is attending to that, and Sarah Thomas took him seriously and said, "Shane, Global Enlightenment Radio on YouTube." He actually said, "Thanks, Sarah," with a hands prayered. So, okay, he seems to be interacting in a civil enough manner. That's what counts. And so she said, "No problem. It'll eventually get uploaded to Penny's channel." Yeah, it usually takes her a little while. Then nobody says, "Why? Yeah, thanks for that, Doug." Whatever that was for. And then Shane says, "I like both of them. I was introduced to Douglas through her shows." Okay. And then nobody says, "I think the old man just needs some more sunshine to be honest." Man speaks the truth. I can't wait to hear Douglas talk to George Romero. It's going to be a fantastic interview. George Romero. Where do I remember that name from? I know Isaac Romero and Sammy Romero And then there was, these are the twin brothers. Then there was that Danny Romero, who was the guy involved with American Freedom Radio. Is George Romero the guy who did the zombie flicks? Anybody can remind?
I do not know, but it does sound familiar now that you bring it up.
Yeah, I think that's the zombie flick guy. So I think he's just being funny. Anyhow, Moed Mechanic says it's an ER-based society, as in emergency room, I presume. And of course, Moed Mechanics can be rather obtuse as well. He's somewhat similar to John Warrington in that sense. And then Nobody says, wow, we all just got a compliment there. That's nice. Thanks, bud. I guess we were talking about the, oh, if you listen to us, you're a cut above, etc. Then Moe Mechanic says, you can't make this stuff up. And then everybody give each other a high five pat on the back. Says Nobody, hey, hey. I was the one that made Sky News Australia. Don't make fun of me. That's very funny. But by the way, what he's referring to is the Murdoch machine and their propaganda stranglehold over the oxygen of Australia. If you ever see the what do you call it, the that, what was that stupid flick, that Total Recall, the one with Schwarzenegger.
Total Recall.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one with the guy exploding in space.
Yeah. Well, it was on Mars. It was on the surface of Mars, and everybody decompressed it. And
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the guy. Yeah, his profile. Yeah, this that's how the guy looks. That's him.
Nobody looks like that. Anyhow, that's anyhow.
Yeah,
So,
it looks like it's a real person. He's got like a dragon energy above my house. So he's got like a video. So I mean, it's from like a year ago. So it's a real person.
what? Let me
10
see.
subscribers.
Let me go over there. How do I ask? How do you do that? How do you access
All
the
right.
show?
You just go into the YouTube search and open a new tab. Open YouTube search and type in Shane Bridges' channel
Okay. And
for the
let's take a look
search.
at that. Shane Bridges. Most of the time, there's so many people with the same names that this sort of thing it doesn't work. And is that Bridges with a D in it? Like.
Yes.
Okay. Shane Bridges. And
Channel.
Oh, okay, Shane Bridges channel, because the first thing I get is this big green S. Okay, Shane Bridges channel, and now I'm looking at the different Shane. Oh my God! Okay, I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. That's his real face. Holy shit! Oh my God! Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. When it was so small. It looked. Holy shit!
Forgive us, Shane. It's just that we're so used to people trolling
Yes,
that
I'm
it's
so
that we partake in this kind of thing.
Oh
You
my
know, it's
God,
it's
I'm so
just more or
sorry.
less
My
because
apologies.
we've gotten so many people who,
I'm
well,
so embarrassed. Yes. Oh, Shane Bridges. Yes, that's a natural looking face. That's a handsome face. It's a nice 60s or 70s kind of naturalist face. And he looks fine. It was when it was so small, it looked like one of those caricatures that the trolls keep throwing at myself and
oh yeah, the ethnic
George.
the ethnic caricatures.
Yes, the ethnic caricatures of Jews that the trolls keep throwing at both George Knight and myself. I am so sorry.
I don't
I
know
will
why
put
they.
that in writing. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'll subscribe to his channel in apology. I'm subscribing. Okay, I've subscribed to Shane Bridges' channel in apology. Oh my God, I hang my head in shame. I'm crying in embarrassment. God, I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh, that's awful. Okay, so wonderful looking human being. Wonderful. There we are. Okay. Hopefully he
Okay,
forgives me.
so there was another thing I was thinking about. Now, this is going to be one of my more cruder statements, and some people might find it a little draconian. But if I was in charge of the medical scene, what we would do is this. If you have COVID-19 and you're admitted to a hospital, you will only get treatment if you agree to get the vaccine. You deny getting the vaccine, we're not going to treat you. You can die on your own. This way, the people who have gotten it will not be able to transmit it. if they get it again, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not going to argue with that. It's you know my stance on it. There should be a national vaccine mandate. Is what I truly feel. The In terms of the excuses that people are coming up with, they don't make any sense. And honestly, not at this point. There's too many people who have received the vaccine, and the in terms of the contraindicative reactions, the people who have reacted poorly to it or developed medical problems, they've been so few and far between statistically that unless one has a solid medical excuse, or maybe a kind of, in some cases, I'm really ambivalent about any potential religious excuses at this point. But in terms of the medical excuses, obviously you'd have to excuse someone who has a medical issue. Apparently, Brendan Zoget has that, or he is so, how would I say it? He's so psychologically convinced he has that medical kind of reaction to vaccinations that somebody at that level could psychosomatically die from getting it. Then yeah, you could think of an excuse, so long as it doesn't go over the demographic mean, where it just would be counterproductive. So I would think of psychological and maybe psychological and what would you call it? Medical excuses, because the religious excuses are too easily exploited. So if
Yeah,
somebody can
yeah,
get
that's gonna exploit the hell out of.
yeah. So the in terms of the a professional counselor, however, it would be harder to find one of those to risk their profession in terms of vouching for somebody unless it was real, or at least they were convinced it was real. So yeah, so that's how I would stand on that, and people know that. So aside from that, at the moment, I'm still not here, but let me try and see if I can bring on Amanda Yu. We'll be bringing on some people at the top of the hour, and I'll ask her now if shall I call? Okay, and aside from that, we'll see if she responds. Let me get back into call here. And with that, I'm going to take another look at what responses we might be getting. And hopefully I get some forgiveness from Shane, even though I don't deserve it. We will move on from there, or do our best to move on. And aside from all of that, let me take a short break, do my best to refresh myself a bit, and during that time, you're stuck with JMO.
Yes,
He'll do
yes.
his best.
So,
And you can tell people, don't forget, you've got them censoring or suppressing your searches now, which is
oh yeah, yeah,
interesting.
yeah, they are. Yeah, they were censoring a search I was doing for Cornelius P. Rhodes, and I'm like, why the fuck would they censor that? It's like 7 o'clock
Oh,
every day to the
I'm
hour.
sorry.
They're
I
just
had
cutting
gone
my
mute and I had
internet.
taken the earbuds off because I was just going to refresh myself. So you were doing a search on Dr. Cornelius P. Rhodes, who I had brought up
Yeah,
yesterday in the interview with Penny Bradley, and they suppressed that search. I wonder how common that is. So I do ask everyone. I believe everything. We've got the screenshot. So Jameson Reese needs to emphasize the fact that he's got the screenshot evidence that he literally could not search for this man.
yeah,
So
that was done today. I was finally able to get pages on it, but it's like if I type up a topic that seems, they don't even care what it is. They'll just do it at that same time. I could be playing Magic the Gathering Arena, which really ticks me off more than anything because I'm like a fucking turbo nerd and a eternal virgin. So for that region,
well, you're not alone. So go
yeah,
on.
I'm not alone. But for that reason, like it's like they just love to shut it off at 7. Somewhere around 7:30, they just like always do that. And it's like at this point, uh, it's starting to become a pattern, where it's starting to become annoying.
Hmm. Yeah, well, that's the intent, right? I mean, this is all these people have to do. For people who don't believe this, understand that in communist China, you have an entire class of people, like it's like a state class, and these people literally their life is to work the internet, And we are talking about a excess population of over 1 billion people at this moment that will experience demographic implosion, population collapse within a generation, within this generation. But in the meantime, they have all these excess males because they've got a 75% male population resultant their draconian one-child policies. And so all of these men with nothing to do are in the position of Jameson Reese. And so they are basically, they're drafted or mobilized into patrolling the internet. Many of them. They're part of the great electronic firewall in the sense of the proactive element. The hunters and the seekers on the internet to make certain nobody is conducting illegal searches for subjects the Communist Chinese Party, the CCP, doesn't want people pursuing. It's a terror. And so these people out other people on the internet, they troll people on the internet, they harass them and terrorize them into submission. So if they have that there, believe me, we have that here. We don't need the excess population. We have managed to somehow create, through the dysfunctionality of a sick society in America, the sickest society that ever lived, the prison rape anti-culture, we've managed to create an entire class of people who are on the internet 24/7. They call them neckbeards, and they think of this, most people think of this as kind of, some kind of organic fallout, some kind of like drop off from the normal population. Okay, there is no normal population at this point in America.
Yeah.
So we have instead, this is like the equivalent of the Communist Chinese class that I spoke of that does this for a living. These people also do this for a living, and I've explained to people how they were mobilized by Michael Aquino and many other people in the intelligence networks of the United States, the deep state of the United States, many, many years ago. I mean, literally generations ago, but it was certainly with the advent of the internet and the release of the internet that these people came of age and became a dominant class that's completely unacknowledged in the United States. We once had a man who was writing a series of books that were just endless bestsellers, and this guy was like making so Amanda Ute says, give me a few moments. She says, I had an emergency baby kitten rescue. Okay, so that sounds about the norm for
I just kicked the crap out of a turd called Nobody.
Yeah.
In chat.
Yes.
He's just like literally trolling. He was like, it's your fault for playing Magic the Gathering Arena. I'm like, dude, you do not try to shame my nerddom. That's what happens when you go against the JMOs.
Oh my god. Yes, and so in terms of
Richard K. This is like Richard K. Cole's nephew. or maybe Derek Talley.
Yeah, there we are. Oh my god, don't get me started. That's anyhow, I'll be back in a few moments and we'll be bringing other people on to the call. 3 other people to be precise. And so that should work out well enough. And all right. Okay, so hold the stage. Go back to where you were talking about Cornelius P. Rhodes, your search, what you've concluded about.
Oh yeah,
and I'll go mute.
What they've also been doing has I think that they have people physically patrolling me, because I'll see like the same people on the ferry boat at different times, because I'm never consistently out the house at the same time a day. It's literally random. Like, I might decide to go to Manhattan at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I might decide to go to Manhattan at 4 one day, or 2 one day. And I will see the same people boarding the boat with me. And I'm like, what are the freaking odds? The odds have to be astronomical unless you have a detail following you. And this would make sense, because the last person I was friends with claimed that he was someone who the Secret Service, he was beholden to the Secret Service, because apparently there was someone who wanted to off, I think, Jimmy Carter. And so he was assigned to literally psychologically write this guy off as being psychiatrically unfit during the duration of Jimmy Carter's visit in New York. So that alone in and of itself did not spark in my mind any suspicion at the time. But now I realize that my former friend was an intelligent asset. And for that very reason, this might just be an extension of that same thing. Of course, you know that this kind of stuff with the targeted harassment falls under what I would call community policing. Community policing, of course, is when you take seemingly disconnected people who shouldn't know each other, and you have them all sort of stalk one individual and coordinate how they're going to act on a given day in a given scenario. Because everyone's on their cell phone these days, it's relatively easy to do, I would assume. You know, they would just have to be in some kind of private server or some kind of app that utilizes such, and they can just like send messages to each other. And these people might not know each other, but they're probably employed by the same people. And this would be the same extension of the people who do nothing but cyber troll. These would be people who literally troll people in real life. Of course, you know, I've learned how to make them uncomfortable, but they've also have learned how to piss me off. Because if there's one thing I don't like, I don't care whether you could be the most attractive woman on the planet. You do not enter my personal space without my permission. Anyone who just walks up to me too close reaches a point where they have breached my perimeter of safety. That needs to be at that point met. That needs to be looked at as a threat, even if it is just intimidation, even if there is no physical contact. Invading someone's personal space or their what do we call it? Their field, their sort of bioelectric field, whatever you want to call it. That's a form of terrorism, harassment, and in the occult community, that's also what people do to sort of psychically vampirize people. And this sort of psychic vampirism is a very real thing. Magicians and sorcerers do this stuff all the time. Interesting. Mord Mechanic is saying the Netherlands had a $1 trillion a year DARPA gang stalking program, also in Belgium and Germany. Yeah, so this stuff is not a joke. I hazard to say that, you know, I don't think they're sophisticated enough to choose the targets by any motive. Rather, I suspect that all of this is being randomly done. So you just happen to get the bad luck of the draw, and that's what they'll do. You know, it seems to be, it's totally absurd. When you say intention directed, what do you mean by that? Give me an example, because I don't believe that anyone can read anyone's mind on a technological level. CIA is, yeah, I mean, honestly, I know they have, most of their technology is centered around controlling people. I don't think they give a crap what you're thinking. I don't think they're able to read your minds or anything. Although I entertain the idea when oh my gosh, what was it? There was a old episode. This was before I knew of Douglas Dietrich, where they were talking about there was This was some asshole who I don't listen to anymore, but they were talking about like cozy rev mirrors, which doing my research, I found out the entire thing was just a fabricated piece of shit, you know. But I was entertaining the idea that they were using, cell phones to sort of be able to scan people's brains and shit. But I don't think we don't have that technology. The amount of the cost of that kind of technology would be astronomical. People in your space, you feel their intention when they look at you. Well, yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. But the thing is, when I want people to stay away from me, they seem to come towards me. And for some reason, when I'm open to people coming towards me, when I'm open to speaking to people, they seem to go away from me. So, what does that say? That, I would say, would be a form of psychological torture. And that seems to be their strategy in gang stalking. Yeah, this happens all the time. All of the time with strangers.
Oh, fuck.
All the time. It's a continuous pattern of me getting the opposite of what I want, basically. When I want to attract people like women of the opposite sex, everyone just is repelled from me. And when I want nothing to do with anyone because I'm just pissed off and in my shitty mood, everyone just swarms on me like a freaking bee. Bees on honey. It's just ridiculous. So when you say intention, that doesn't make any sense. That it's completely opposite.
Okay, let's see who else we can add. Just got back, and hopefully people can hear us. And we're going to add a few people here simultaneously.
Should we add Peter Moon?
I'll bring him on. Yeah, just for to maintain some modicum of delusion that I have some control over my environment. I'm going to take charge of bringing the people on simultaneously. I can see Amanda Yu, and hopefully we'll be bringing on Penny Bradley and Peter Moon simultaneously, and that way we can take care of a number of things at once and kind of hopefully normalize the situation. Well, it's never normal, but stabilize the situation enough to where we'll have some communications going on that will provide myself opportunity to try and get the blood rushing to my head, the head between my shoulders this time, so that I can actually function to a degree.
Sir,
modicum.
you need energy drinks.
Energy drinks, yes, that's the secret. I see what they do to you, put you in the hospital.
Dude, I like the C4 because you get this sort of tingly feeling, and it's like, it's kind of uncomfortable, but it's like comfortable,
Great.
uncomfortable. If that
The
makes
guy's
any sense.
the guy's tripping off a niacin flush. Yeah, that's wonderful. So we've got two honeys with us. We've got so we can consider this a double date. We have Amanda Ute and Penny Bradley with us. We've actually been in this situation before. So let's introduce both these wonderful young ladies, and hopefully Peter Moon will be joining us within a matter of minutes as well. Let me check the messages, and we'll start with just checking the audio here. So I just want to make sure everybody's audio works. Amanda Ute was very concerned about the quality of the call because she's been having many problems lately, as has my medical cosmetologist, with any telephonic communications. In fact, I was told when I tried to call her that her number was no longer in service, that it was disconnected or no longer in service, that kind of recording, and that's been part of a pattern with her. So if you'll just explain to us in brief what that general pattern has been for you, Amanda, and then after that we'll introduce Penny Bradley to the audience as well.
Sure. Hello, I hope you can hear me.
We can, yes.
Awesome.
Hi, Amanda.
Hey, how are you?
Hanging in there. You?
Good. Same. I guess my phone is just general things, although I haven't had it be like this in a long time, where people trying to call my number are getting messages that it is out of service or unavailable. My phone, I never shut it down. I never turned it off either temporarily or anything other than the sort. So usually it's my battery that won't charge either, or quality of the phone call. I will have horrific drop-offs, or just the volume. People won't be able to hear me, or I won't be able to hear them. It's like you're going, even though I'm not moving, I'm in the same spot. It's kind of just been same old for that, I suppose. But I'm glad it's working now.
Thank God. And I'm glad you're safe. I was very concerned about that. I'm going to bring on Penny and let's test her audio. And I want to thank you, Penny, for joining us. She'll be with us for a matter of minutes. And then hopefully we can take care of some stuff and bring Peter Moon on.
Hello, Penny.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. So, honey, give us a little...
My mic works fine.
Yeah. Let us know what's going on with your interview tomorrow. I believe you have an interview you have to get up early for tomorrow, comparatively speaking, or the middle of your biological night, perhaps. And tell us a bit about that.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. So she's checking her schedule now because she forgot all about it too.
I'm checking my schedule because I don't want to fuck up the name of his channel.
No worries. And do tell people, we had some people, I didn't know whether it was sarcastic or not. They were saying you did not have our interview up on your channel. So you might tell people when you might have that up.
No, the interview's up. I was listening to it.
Oh,
it's on the Facebook at least.
I don't have it on my YouTube yet. And those who follow my YouTube know that it sometimes takes me 3 or 4 days to get it uploaded.
Right. There we are. So let people, I'm not quite sure.
That is my standard operating procedure because I have found that when it plays over the radio, my intro music is usually warped.
That's awful.
And so I delete everything before my introduction and put in the original video for the intro so that I have a clean copy on my channel. Mm-hmm. And it also means that anything we talk about that accidentally gets recorded before the show starts is also kept private. I have been interviewed by people who told me I was not being recorded, and so I said some rather I thought I was being funny, but it went out over the air. And I was like, oh my God, my introduction to the entire Australian continent included a sex joke that I did not know was being recorded. So
it's Australia. Nobody fucking cares, honey. And
well, you know, I have a lot of friends in Australia. So yeah.
I mean, we're talking about people who produce condom commercials where they show people fucking, okay?
Yeah, I know. But at the same time, it was not how I wanted to be perceived. I generally try to go for this professional atmosphere. I generally don't succeed, but at least I try. And so, yeah, I learned the hard way right off the bat, my first 2 years of being public, all the things that can go wrong. And I try very hard to not do that to my guests. I have been treated poorly, so I treat my guests as well as I can, given health conditions that day. There have been a couple of them that I've asked what I thought were honest, sincere questions, and they've blown up at me. And I've had a couple that would start in with stuff that I was just absolutely fucking mortified that they said that on my show.
Understood. What I want to do is I want to bring Peter Moon on. I understand that he's here. So I just need to test his audio, and then
Okay.
what I want to do is
I will step away for just a moment.
well, do come back.
I will.
And let
I
us know
will.
as soon
You
as you
will
return.
tell when my mic is turned back on that I'm back.
Okay. So, but put a little note in the text box as well, and just let me know as soon as you're back, because that way we can take care of some things, and then we'll be on our way. With that, Peter, thank you for joining us. Let's test your audio, your vocal. If you could say something to introduce yourself, and let's see if he comes on. Okay, he said he was here listening to Penny. I had called him and brought him on the call. Maybe we need to do that again. And in the meantime, we will talk to Amanda Ute and ask her if she's... you said you were rescuing a little kitten. Perhaps you could tell us about this adventure. And,
Sure. Well, it's not one, it's actually 5.
wow.
There is an abandoned house up the way, and it has been collecting feral cats for quite a while. And the neighbors over there who have been so wonderful, they've been feeding these cats and trying to get live trap and animal rescues over there. And funds are just so tight right now for everybody. So if you can donate, help. Animals really, really need it. So do the elderly. So just do what you can locally. But these little guys, apparently they got dumped off, and there is no mother. And so, I went over there and collected the babies that were definitely too young to survive on their own. So wow. I have a little 5 balls of stuff right now that I'm watching and caretaking. Right.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. And so you're an angel, honey, as always. And so hopefully, also I want to talk to you privately, and maybe that'll happen on Tuesday. Let's see what's going on with our... Okay, so Peter Moon's Skype was turned off, and so I'll give him another call now.
I'm here.
Okay, there we are. And so thank you for joining us tonight, and I'm certainly going to let Peter lead and just kind of talk a little bit about whether or not he had an opportunity to review much of Penny Bradley's interview with myself about 9/11, because our man Jameson Reese barely had time to listen to that before we came on tonight, and it's one of those things that I'm glad that Daryl Neely put that up there on his Facebook timeline and made it accessible before Penny Bradley could get it on her YouTube channel. And I want to give a shout out to Daryl Neely's mother, Doris. Mwah, love you dearly, honey. And again, tonight's episode is dedicated. It's dedicated to the Romero brothers, who both made donations. Isaac Romero donated 100 United States dollars. Mr. Sammy Romero donated 200 United States dollars. Many other people donated, and I am in the black once again, but certainly I do want to emphasize that we're going to try and just maintain a fiscal buffer with encouraging people to contribute, and we'll probably kind of emphasize that at the beginning of our transmissions monthly at least, but throughout the month we will encourage it, simply because it's something that definitely is just healthy for my life. It's just we don't want me always like struggling to pay rent, even though things should be much more stabilized now that I have bills being collected directly from my bank account. It took a very long time to organize for that with the many different not too many, but just what few responsibilities I had. So with that, we're going to bring on Peter Moon, and of course other things concerning my private life I'll be happy to bring up later. I've never really maintained a private life, and it's actually impossible to do so when you have the level of gang stalking that I'm afflicted with. And of course, they do everything they can to dox me or to illegally print out documents. And there's nothing that is done for it by the FBI. But unfortunately, whatever documents are presented are completely out of context, or they're presented in a context that's completely falsified. So whatever narrative you might get from them is going to be incoherent at best. Fortunately, most people don't even understand what these people are doing because the very nature of their presentation is so maniacal. However, yeah.
I'll give some context on that.
Thank you.
But first, I want to thank everybody for contributing to Douglas, because it's very important. I'm going to go into more, and thank you, and I'm going to go into some of the more of the relevance of that in a moment, but which I did address, but I'm going to go a little deeper into it tonight as I broadcast to my my list at the Time Travel Education Center, and I will also address a bit of that as well, because I've got a little bit of an update on that. But the first thing I want to address something on 9/11, but first I want to ask you a question. I got about 3 requests, boom, 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 for doing stuff. So we'll see how those pan out. But one of them is from a Moorish group, through a friend of mine, a Moorish friend of mine, who's been very interesting guy. Very interesting guy. Anyway, but this is the thing. He had a question or a comment. He read The Music of Time, book that I did with Preston about Preston's experience in the music industry. And it goes into the association between Preston Nichols and some of the Star Wars crowd, meaning George Lucas and Mark Hamill.
Right.
But what he said to me that he had read or heard, and he wanted me to ask you this question, that he had heard that before Star Wars was Star Wars, it originated as a Japanese, I think you call it anime.
Yes. Yeah. Go on.
Is that true? Do you know? I said I would ask you.
Oh, right. So in terms of what I can contextualize there, it's true in the sense that George Lucas himself said that he was very inspired by Japanese media. It wasn't necessarily a single anime, but rather he amalgamated many Japanese themes that created that helped lead to the creation of Star Wars. But in all fairness, of course, he was basically forging a kind of unified myth that is very similar to what people encounter when they research John Campbell. And John Campbell speaks to the, I believe I have the guy's name correctly. If I
Joseph Campbell.
Joseph Campbell, thank you. Joseph Campbell basically was talking about the myths of different cultures and the kind of universal hero. And it was in that spirit that the majority, or a good deal of what Mr. George Lucas was inspired by was Japanese film. And the one in particular stands out was Akira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress. So if anybody witnesses The Hidden Fortress, and that was directed by Akira Kurosawa, that was directly attributed by George Lucas in the early days when he had released Star Wars and was much more engaged in actually communicating with the public before he kind of like retreated and then did only kind of like these more highly controlled releases, for lack of a better word. Then he was just much more open to what he was doing. And at that time, he mentioned The Hidden Fortress by Akira Kurosawa in particular. There were several other things he brought up, but honestly, when it came to it, it was just he had indulged in a lot of Japanese anime and cinema, and he had just been inspired by it all to kind of create what he did. So there are some things I know I'm forgetting, but if I remember the details, I'll bring them up in the future.
But it wasn't a Japanese anime, which is essentially
it's a animated feature, right? The industry which really did rip off the Japanese anime, we're talking about when I was young and I was growing up, there were two things that really stood out. Well, three, four, Japanese anime that were circulating in America at the time that were pioneering. Actually, half a dozen. Americans may not remember them today, but the reason this is important was because Disney took one and ripped it off so completely that it's truly offensive, and that was Kimba. So Kimba was the white lion, and he was the basis for the Lion King animated feature of the Disney industry. And so if you ever watch The Lion King and the main character's name is Simba, then it's based on Kimba, the White Lion King of the Japanese anime. And so the Japanese animated feature, Kimba, you can look up and see if you can access any of the old episodes. The other episodes that were around at the time that were definitive in their influence, probably on George Lucas, when you think about it, would be Astro Boy, and also it would be Speed Racer. For those,
you more than answered the question.
Yeah,
it's we don't need to
Understood.
go off and spend any more time on George Lucas.
Understood. Yes, it's like he's not really deserving of our time, to tell you the truth. He's such an awful individual in so many other ways. Well,
in all, well, yes, but one of the things that he even explains it himself, he got compromised by success. He doesn't use those words, but success, sort of ruined his independence. So he tries to put out this independent stuff, which it's kind of, he's off in the avant-garde.
I didn't even know he was trying anymore.
Oh yeah. He'll make stuff that nobody will ever see.
That's funny.
Like an artist, and he did Howard the Duck.
Did he really? Oh my fucking! That was horrible. Oh god, that was horrible.
But see, it's Howard the Duck. It's basically crap.
Yeah.
But it's like an independent thing. It's like he wanted to be an independent filmmaker, and that's what he is. But he created this whole industry, and his horrible health situation, and it's just like, success. And I say this, in fairness to him, success ruins people. It ruins people. It ruins people all the time, for different reasons. They can't handle it. It's kind of like the lottery ruins people.
Yes.
Johnny Depp went broke, Elton John went broke, Nicolas Cage went broke, being very rich. There is a contempt for the rulership of, this is like, you're indulging in too much Jupiter, too much Venus, and you're not paying attention to Saturn. Saturn is the, restriction, responsibility, all this sort of stuff. So it's like, and as I say, I'm ruled by Saturn as a Capricorn. I look at getting tremendous success means if I were to get tremendous, or even I guess what you would call juiced up financial success, it creates more problems, because then you have to manage the asset. You become an asset manager, whether it's the real estate, the stock market, or whatnot. So, everything has its problems. But to get more to the heart of well, first I'm going to address 9/11, and I don't want to stay too long on 9/11. Because it's become an institutionalized, what could I call it?
Kind of like a trope, a theme, it's exploited as essentially a...
and it's not a positive thing.
Yeah.
It's not positive. I mean, the bombing of the trade towers is not positive. The conspiracy involved in it is not positive, and you never peel it back. I never personally investigated 9/11 because it's, first off, there's everybody else and their mother doing it.
Yeah.
And why do I want to indulge in that? If I could do a better job, what am I going to gain from that? What am I going to gain? Because all the people, and one of the most expository things was in the Congress, C-SPAN, when they were investigating World Trade Center number 7, and all of the irregularities with that, and Giuliani's involvement with that, having his headquarters in that. They wouldn't touch it. In other words, they won't touch something with a 10-foot pole, just like they won't touch Jeffrey Epstein. If the media doesn't want to touch something, where the issues on COVID, issues on elections, they'll just stonewall it. And this is a form of denial. It's the first step of denial, is to stonewall something. Okay, we're not going to examine this independently. We're not going to look at this. We're going to start, penalizing the people who say things. We'll find crimes on them or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to vindicate Giuliani by any stretch of the imagination, but instead they start, trying to criminalize him rather than just taking up the issues that he's presenting in his court case. They don't debate the issues. They don't put the issues. They start saying he's guilty of slander. He's guilty of this. And I think he's guilty of a lot of things, but you don't take the issue. So not 9, and the other thing I want to say about 9/11 is, and this is getting right into the heart of what I want to talk about tonight. Somebody said, and I don't remember her name. I just don't remember her name. I've seen her. She's posted message to me before. And she said, made a comment to me that said, basically, you do much more for Douglas Dietrich than he does for you. And and I thought, I said something, polite, but the point is, and this is the point, it's not about, us being nice to each other or doing something for each other. In this endeavor I'm working on with Douglas Dietrich, it is not to, I intend to help him, but I'm not doing this to make Douglas feel better. I do want him to feel better. There's many things I do to try to make him feel better, including what I'm saying here tonight. Yes. But this is work. I'm not looking, what is Douglas supposed to do for me? We're trying to reveal truth and not only expose and reveal truth, expose the decadency, the inversion of reality that people are forced to accept and acquiesce to by reason of what goes on in our world. And I'm talking about the authorities in our world, which includes the government and the good old United States Army. Yes. Now, I was a young boy. I wanted to be in the Army because that was what, seemed like the neat thing to do. As I got a little older, I became more interested in sports and wanted to be a professional athlete, which was more in alignment with my horoscope. Right. But so in other words, and then I wanted to be a writer, which took a long time to accomplish. But anyway, you go through stages. But the U.S. Army, and there's so many ways you can encapsulate the U.S. Army. But I have here, and I don't know if you know this, it was reported on September 11th. The New York Times did an investigation, and it says that the headline says, Times investigation, in U.S. drone strike, evidence suggests no ISIS bomb. Now, the United States Army bragged that it made a drone strike on the home of Zamari Ahmadi, a suspected Islamic State facilitator in Kabul on August 30th. This was a hero attack. But it turns out that this man was a loyal employee of the U.S. He worked for the U.S.
Right.
And this, and they're claiming a victory. This is so abysmally disgusting. This is what the U.S. Army does. And what is worse, the fact that they killed him and did this, or the fact that they lied about it? You can understand that they made a mistake. That's bad. Then maybe they didn't make a mistake. Maybe they had a reason for killing him.
Right.
But they not only completely dishonor themselves by doing it, they lie about it and try to make a propaganda coup out of it.
Yes.
And then they get caught at it. And nobody cares.
Yes.
This is at least the impression.
Yes.
Maybe there will be an investigation.
Yes.
So this is just abysmal.
Right.
This is what the U.S. Army produces. And is everything they do bad? This is enough.
Yes.
This is enough. So he worked for a USA group, and extensive interviews have said, he was a friend of the United States. So what more can I say? 9/11, it's like we're living under a tremendous scam, a tremendous sleight of hand illusion in this world. Of course, Buddhists or Hindus would be quick to say that's Maya, the world of illusion. Yes, it is. And it persists, and it goes on and on and on. And you have, I don't even remember what I was doing last night, but I had the baseball game on, the New York Yankees and the New York Mets, and it was all about 9/11. It was on 9/11. They were honoring 9/11. And I finally had to turn the sound down because I could not stand all the patronizing of 9/11 that was going on. It just got too much. A little bit is okay, even a decent amount, but it just went on and on and on and on and on. And it's like, what are they doing? And why aren't they addressed? I mean, the people who died in 9/11, the correct way to honor them is to go in and find out what the hell really happened and pay honor and homage to that. And this is why we need to pay homage and honor to Douglas Dietrich. And not necessarily just about 9/11, which he was addressing with Penny Bradley, which I was listening to, and it was very good because, Douglas is going into the deeper roots of that. It's well worth listening to, although I have not finished it. It's repeating some of the themes I'm already familiar with, but from a different angle, from a different context, including Charles Lindbergh and writing the story of what Charles Lindbergh wanted to expose about the U.S. government and how it related, and H.P. Lovecraft was going to be the author. This is a very curious circumstances of history. You look at history and you look at famous people and you connect the dots. That's interesting because they're famous people, but you've just heard of them. Well, everybody's heard of Harry Houdini and Charles Lindbergh, and less people have heard of H.P. Lovecraft, but still he's incredibly well known. And you'll see that the three of them were all together to expose the chicanery of religion and the government, and which included secret societies, and they were going to share esoteric information. It is so, and we wouldn't know any of this if it wasn't for Douglas Dietrich, and the strange, unusual position he had in the Defense Department. Now, you're not going to see anybody else in the Defense Department coming forth. Daniel Ellsberg was the exposer of the previous generation or two generations ago when he published the Pentagon Papers. Boy, he made the newswires, to say the least. And he was heavily intimidated, and I believe he was prosecuted. I don't remember. Yes. But Daniel Ellsberg, who exposed the chicanery of the Vietnam War. But the thing is and he was ultimately vindicated.
Yes.
But the thing is, in that time period, he was like almost a needle in a haystack, even though he was, front page news. There was so much news going on then in the 1960s and the early 1970s. There was there was no shortage of stories and revolutionary angles and usurping of authority. And so we have a time here. It's like society is based on lies and control systems. And as far as I know, it's always been this way. Back in the days of the Greek Empire, they had the mystery schools. The mystery schools, for the most part, as far as I understand them, the Eleusinian mysteries, acted out the archetypal roles of the mysteries in drama. It was almost like a carnival coming to town, but they did it seasonally. And there would be a priest. And if you read standard history, they'll say, we don't know too much about this. You can find other sources that will tell you about it. But they were revealing the mysteries of life as they understood them. As the mysteries of life become lost or obscured, then you have politics taking over. You have the Trojan War and stories like that include archetypal stuff, but they're not really, they're too painful to be true. So anyway, we have a Defense Department full of people and a history of the Defense Department full of people. And what in the hell are these people doing? They're hiding behind their jobs, behind their 9-to-5 jobs or whenever they go to work. And they punch their clock and do their job. And what is their job? They're basically hiding the truth. It's their job to hide the truth. It's their job to keep things secure. And you can understand that from one rational point of view if you're trying to protect the integrity of the United States government. But what if the United States government either has no integrity or has such a compromised integrity for such a long period of time that it cannot be trusted by its own citizens? And you see this in the sentiment of the Founding Fathers, a tyrannical authority. And we're living in times of tyranny right now. You see it. And as bad as the tyranny is, it leaves a lot to be desired. If I was teaching a tyrant school, I'd say you guys aren't very effective tyrants.
Yes.
They are tyrants,
but
they're not effective.
Right.
And I'd say, Joe, you need to get out some guns. You need to, make some public examples, like they did in the Inquisition. If you want to be a good tyrant. But I don't think they have the power to do that. I think it would recoil. I don't think there's any lack of desire on their part to do that. But, and it's very clear from the last election that the Democrats, all they cared about was having power. That's all they cared about, having power. And now they have it. And, they might lose it. They don't care. These politicians don't care about anybody except maintaining their own power position, maintaining their own job. And it's all about that. It's like balancing on a tight wire or riding a bicycle or driving a car that's getting a little loopy. You want to stay on the road. That's what they're doing. And whatever they have to do to keep it on the road, they will do. So we have a bigger situation then all the things we've been talking about here with 9/11, and Douglas was talking in his interview about Penny about the construction of the Pentagon and how that was, ground was broken on 9/11, and it was formed with a, pointing south, the head point of the pentagram pointing south, which is an inverted pentagram, which is satanic. The non-inverted or upwards pentagram is literally a magical formula for the name Yod-He Shin Vav-He, which became transliterated into Yeshua and was adapted to Christ.
Yes.
Joshua, which is Yahshua, is the same name. It's just transliterated differently. So the character of Christ in the Bible fits into Pentagrammaton, not the other way around. He didn't create Pentagrammaton, which is a formula of the 5 points of the pentagram, which are fire, water, air, and earth, and the 5th point being spirit. And this is the spirit is a letter in the Hebrew, shin. Shin. Now, shin in standard Hebrew means tooth. And it also has an esoteric meaning to the rabbis. It means change or spirit. And of course, because spirit can change those 4 elements, the earth, air, water, fire. Shin is an intriguing etymological invention, because shin it means tooth in Hebrew, and the reason it means tooth is because it comes from the wild boar, which is the totem of the Hebrews. And the boar has a crescent-shaped tooth, and it was called Shin because of Shinar, the capital of ancient Babylon. This is where we get the word shine. Shinar, you say, oh, it's shaped like the crescent moon. Shin. It's a feminine symbol. Shin, the moon, the reflection, the light of the moon. So that's why it means tooth. But it also, in Japanese and Chinese, and I learned this at the Dallas Holy House, it means heart. Shin means heart.
Yes.
And there's a martial arts discipline called Shin Yi. And Shin Yi means heart and mind. So when you're doing your martial art, your Tai Chi, your Qigong, or whatever martial art you're doing, the Shin Yi is its own discipline, but it's putting your mind and heart together. And heart is coherency. I've talked in the past about a program called Heart Math, which is designed to build coherency in your heart. And when you build coherency in your heart, you are building coherency in your mind. You are creating integration. I noticed this. I didn't study chakras in Scientology. I don't even think I knew about them. I would later read about them and learn about them. It was very easy to understand or accept. But what I noticed in Scientology, as I became more evolved and began to complete, you talked to me, Douglas, about somebody who was becoming terminal in their life. Their life was terminating because they reached a point where they were hitting an older age and they're beginning to, cut off from life.
Right.
And degenerate themselves. So I was having the opposite. I'm saying, wow, I noticed there was a heart point cutoff. And you don't, if you can't integrate what's in your environment, you become heartless, unless you can integrate the feelings and the heart into it. This would include, on the most surface, in fact, the least contemptible aspect of heartlessness is to just be sort of passive or not really care about somebody else's misery, or somebody who's, cut themselves, and you don't do anything to help them. You just kind of, okay, somebody else will take care of it. That's not the worst thing in the world. It's not good, but when you begin to engage in heartlessness, and of course it gets worse and worse and worse from there. I noticed this, and here's a Scientology experience for you. We were out playing basketball. We used to play basketball late at night in this black section of Clearwater. And we played there because they had a lighted court. We could go in and put in a quarter or whatever and play basketball late, and the lights would cut off at 11 o'clock or midnight or something, and we'd be out there playing, having a good old time. And then one time, and we were playing with what we called the Commodore's Messengers, the Hubbard's most sacrosanct group that directly represented him, and this was in Clearwater. They weren't directly around him because he wasn't in Clearwater at the time, but they were the authorities of the highest authority. And one guy who I know, I could have considered him a friend, he hurt his ankle real bad. And they just left him.
Shit.
They just left him, and I brought him home in my car. I brought him home, and it was just like, okay, it's like he was pissed because he hurt his ankle
I can
real bad.
imagine.
And I don't know what's he supposed to do. Now he would have gotten Scientology assist to fix that, but they just left him there, and he's going, what the hell? Why'd they leave me? What the hell's going on? Like they weren't even thinking about it. And of course, I was not necessarily, I wouldn't exclude my personality from the issue, but it was my job to care for such people there. I was there. So, I took immediate care of him. I would have done it for anybody. Not, so it was like, this is like, you see these people walking around heartless, and you lose. And they all lost. They all lost big time as they would proceed into their Scientology adventure. And you could not short circuit this principle of the heart. So when we get to the work of Douglas Dietrich, we're dealing with elements of the Pentagon, and perhaps more accurately, the Defense Department, and particularly all of the information that he was exposed to at the Presidio. And the Presidio had the star celebrity, Michael Aquino, who was heartless in his operations.
Yes.
He could return a favor to somebody. He could return a favor. But he was diabolical, he was heartless, and he thrived in an environment like that.
Yes.
What the environment, when you can thrive in an environment like that, what does it say about the environment? It is what it is. But Douglas undermined Aquino in more ways than we even need to go into tonight. He undermined Michael Aquino. He shut down the Presidio. And you could say, single-handedly, catalyst might be the better word. He was the catalyst to shutting down the biggest military base on the United States West Coast, the oldest military base on the United States West Coast. It's only not as big as the Pentagon. It's the Pentagon itself. Right. So this deserves some credit. He's not going to be paid for this by the U.S. government. And he has a lot of information to share. So as they say, it's great for me to help Douglas Dietrich, but it's important to all of us that this information be shared and processed and heard by all of us so that it can do whatever it's supposed to do in the world. It's about the truth. There's this old phrase, know the truth and the truth shall set you free, from the New Testament. It's where most people recognize it, but it's kind of obvious. Know the truth and the truth will set you free. And what is the liberation involved in this truth? I posted something somebody had posted on Facebook. It was about the Black Hills and what the Black Hills were before they became Mount Rushmore.
Right.
And Gutzon Borglum, you know, they were saying how it was funded by the KKK, part of it, not all of it. Now, of course, Gutzon Borglum had done a big Confederate statue on Stone Mountain, Georgia. And so he was tied into the South. Now, that's a post. It was a post. I don't remember all the details, but somebody made a comment, somebody who Douglas would have readily identified as a white trash piece of shit. I was not so harsh with him. I don't think I said anything. He said, this is just another I hate white people post. Now, I didn't put it up there so people would say, hate white people. I've never felt defensive about pointing out injustices that white people have done. For me, it was never about a white people issue. It was about an injustice. An injustice is an injustice, whether it was carried out by white people or not. It's not important. They're putting the racial into it. Now, I was putting the injustice and desecration into it.
The inhumanity, yes.
The inhumanity, exactly. And I remember my U.S. history teacher in summer school. He had us all write essays, and he said that there were only two people that had any humanitarian, instincts. It was me and another girl. He says, the rest of you are clueless because we wrote an essay on something, about politics or whatever. In other words, people's iterations demonstrated that they had no inkling of humanity, being humanitarian. I never thought of myself as a humanitarian. I don't even know. I suppose I really was in Scientology. I was very humanitarian.
Certainly compared to the rest, yes.
Well, I was taught to be that way. I was taught to be that way because, but, and certainly I wasn't the only one, but certainly when it came, the problem is people were too readily or easily intimidated by authority.
Yes.
And
I
remember, what's that?
Oh, no, please continue.
I remember in the 5th grade when they were saying, some of the girls were telling me that the school counselor had ruled that you can't go steady. They outruled going steady. and of course, I wasn't going steady, but I said, this is total ridiculous.
What was the rationale behind that?
Well, I suppose, she was a psychologist, and I suppose it was like kids shouldn't be going steady at that age. I mean, it was like, this is not so there was this rules. And I remember telling these girls, I said, this is the most ridiculous thing. You don't have to follow that rule. And they looked at me with just like surprise, admiration, and, awe.
Wow.
Because I was just rejecting authority.
Yeah, in other words, somehow you had the confidence to basically stand ground and assume a stance at all
Well,
concerning.
I also knew it was something she couldn't enforce,
Right.
and it was none of her business.
Right.
And
But the fact that you understood that was beyond most people your age at that time, or most people at any stage of maturity.
they're following rules. They're doing what the teacher said.
Yeah.
And yes, I was at times very rebellious with teachers. And as I got older, I was so rebellious that it was not about goofing off. It was about standing my ground, and created issues for them. The issues it created for me were really relatively minor, even though I was kicked out of all my classes in the 8th grade. And,
How did you manage that?
except for PE and U.S. history.
Oh, those are the two that count, by the way, as far as I'm concerned. But go on. Oh my God.
Well, both of those teachers had been my basketball coach, and U.S. history was the most important. PE, I didn't. There was no reason he could kick me out. I didn't do anything. And although he tried to lecture me, which didn't work, about all my other classes, but I ended up getting, and this was really funny because I ended up getting the third highest grade point average for the boys of 8th grade, third highest.
Wow.
And so they announced me first, and when they announced me, it was like the second to the last day or third to the last day of school. The whole auditorium just busted out laughing because I was spending all my time in the we didn't call it detention, but in the counselor's room.
Oh
So
my
I was,
God.
and the kids envied me because I didn't have, I was just sitting there twiddling my thumbs, reading books.
Right.
The math teacher kicked me out. He put me on a special program because I stood up to him for insulting, one of my best friends.
Oh my God.
He was insulting my best friend without cause.
Right.
And so I stood up to him. And these were defiances. The choir teacher, I stood up to him. He accused me of bending a music stand, which I did not bend. I did not touch.
Right.
And I stood up to him. He thought I was lying to his face. And I wouldn't capitulate to him. So there were a lot of these instances where I just, wouldn't back down. And I was, the only one I would have hit was the school counselor himself. But he never bothered me.
Right.
He seemed to understand me. The best one I got kicked out of was Miss Hodge, an alcoholic science teacher.
Jesus.
I didn't get a good grade from her, but science was not considered an academic subject, so it didn't affect my grade point average. I wasn't paying any attention to the grade point average. I was shocked as anybody that it was that good. I was shocked because they're only taking certain subjects, and I didn't think I'd done that well. I wasn't, trying to log good grades or anything like that, like I would later do in high school. So anyway, she says, if there's any one of you in here who thinks they will ever amount to more than me in your life, raise your hand. Raise your hand. And my hand went up immediately. Get out of here. Get out of here. Nobody else would raise their hand. I mean, they weren't going to defy her. They were playing the game, And I got kicked out, and I didn't have to go to science. It was great. I could read what I wanted to read, and I told the counselor. He says, I understand that you would want to be more than a junior high school teacher.
Yes. Oh my God. It's just that I can't believe someone would say that in the first place. It's
She was a drunk. She was a drunk.
Yeah. There you go.
And I don't know what her state of inebriation was, but an alcoholic doesn't have to be drunk to act like an alcoholic.
That's true. And
So that was like, and of course I was admired. Not even before. I mean, because nobody knew I had these grades. I didn't know it either. No, they just admired me for being kicked out.
right.
And one guy went so far as to get himself kicked out of the math class that I had been kicked out of, just to emulate me.
Right. Oh my
And
God.
Yeah, and that was stupid.
Yes.
Because the principal had said, he says, this man has never kicked anybody out of his classes. You're the first one. So when people heard that, they're like, oh, wow. I mean, what cachet does it have? I was not doing it for cachet.
Right.
It was just who I was. And so by the time I got into my second year of high school, I had worked all of that out of my system.
Right.
I didn't defy anybody. I just maneuvered, and then left academia after high school for Scientology.
Right. And in terms of the, shall we say, the stereotype that I personally would have of Scientology, it's not surprising that many of them abandoned the individual that you took care of simply because there seems to be, in my stereotype, and I think the general public stereotype would be that Scientology tends to cultivate a kind of self-centeredness or a kind of crawl over the backs of others. If they're falling down, abandon them. Leave the lost.
I don't think that was the case.
Okay.
I don't really think that was the case here. It's that they were, like, say, I was trained, and anybody who was trained as an auditor would train to help somebody,
Okay.
especially an injured person. You go immediately and you run them through the event to help them. I probably did that. I don't remember doing it. I remember doing it on other people. I just remember him, he had no way to get home, and I remember driving him home.
Right.
And seeing that he was in the position to do whatever, and he hated. One of the guys was David Miscavige's brother that left him.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
Ronnie was actually a nice guy.
Okay.
He was actually a nice guy. He wasn't like his brother, but it was just sort of like, okay, there were two types of Scientologists. There were one who engaged in technical procedures, which was the counseling and whatnot, and was helping people directly. And then there were administrators. The administrators would have a tendency to desecrate the most sacred aspects of Scientology, which was the counseling. And Hubbard noticed this. If you would let an organization eat alive what was making it work, it would eat it alive. And I noticed the same thing at the Metropolitan Opera for my friend who worked there. And I helped her with all these situations. But one of the most rampant things in the Met Opera, and I'm sure it's still this way, is that the administrators and the people who were not the artists, and when I say not the artists, I mean the performers,
Right.
the singers, the musicians, the people that made the opera the opera. Without them, you would have no opera. The administrative types would do everything they could to denigrate and destroy the artists.
Yes.
Sometimes it was subtle.
That must be jealousy, envy. It has
Jealousy
to be.
is part of it, or just not getting it. Not getting it. Yeah. Because what is an artist? An artist is a creative person. And creativity will be jumped on. Further, there were so many people, particularly the elites, that didn't understand music or opera for shit. Now, I don't claim to know it. I mean, I don't claim to be, but my friend knew it backwards and forwards and didn't brag about it. But in other words, they wouldn't know. You could go up there and have a conductor who was just waving his arms, but he might be an esteemed person, but people wouldn't necessarily know that. They would pretend they knew the opera because it was chic. It had cachet.
Right.
This was notorious. So, but I pointed out to her that it was the same in Scientology. People, in fact, and I had big issues with him, but there was a guy in Scientology named Ray Midoff. I remember Ray Midoff when he was at the Celebrity Center. He was a technical person. His dream, as I later would read, was to become the top technical czar in Scientology, which he actually achieved. But I had big issues with him because he began to target me and not like me because I wasn't bucking to authority. He was kissing authority's ass, and he was denigrating the technology at the same time. He was misapplying it. He was being a political animal.
Right.
And by doing that, by kissing the ass of whatever, not just David Miscavige, but whatever his regime wanted, and I was resistant to that. I was defiant to it, and he ended up becoming this is after I left, the top technical person in Scientology. Now, I had no admiration from him because he was, how can I compare this? He's like, the best home run hitter in baseball who can't hit. Maybe he can hit, but he can't hit home runs. But he's lauded as the best home run hitter. And so anyway, what Miscavige did with him was he robotized the technology. I read about this later, and he brought him in front of everybody. And this is not everybody in Scientology, but in front of everybody at the base they had in the desert. And he basically, he humiliated him, showing that he was basically nothing because he had this sort of machine which could audit people. Mm-hmm. It was like a automatic auditor, like you're being counseled by a machine.
Right.
And this was taking the human element, but he did it in such a way as to completely denigrate this guy in front of everybody, saying, "You're the top technical person in the planet, but you're absolutely nothing because we've got this great machine." And what could this machine do? It didn't do anything. It was an automatic auditor. It was stupid. It was insane. It was nothing Hubbard would have ever endorsed because it was all about live communication. Now, this poor character ended up in what they called the hole, which was two trailers welded together where they would make people eat slop, and they didn't have chairs. They'd have to write up their confessions continually, and they weren't allowed to talk to each other. And I think they got to bathe once a week. They went out in the outdoors. They had a shower out there or something they could use. It was ultimately degrading. Some people were in there for years. He was in there a long time. And then I think he said he had him and two other guys, and he said, he told them to, I know who the other two guys were, but it won't mean anything if I say their names. Right. One was actually a very good executive, and I've heard he's quite independently wealthy, but he compromised himself. He was kissing ass, mm-hmm. And the other guy was my former roommate, who would barely acknowledge me later as he grew in authority. He wouldn't even he was a little kid when he was my roommate. Mm-hmm. He talked to me. He was very friendly. And then, in other words, all of a sudden he became, too good to relate on a human level. These guys are still in Scientology today, and they still might be in that hole. I don't know. I'm serious. Well, I think they got rid of the hole because it was too bad of a PR thing.
I was about to say.
It was horrible. It was horrible. But the thing is, he said, "Okay, you guys better take care of these guys because he went to the whole people in the hole. So you got to take care of these because if I don't, I'm going to have to send in number 2 to do it, which was Tom Cruise. And I don't want to have to send Tom Cruise to beat up these guys. So they all beat him up to the point where they had black eyes and beat him up real bad. And this was the Lord of the Flies beating him up, their own colleagues. And this is the kind of he was the top he became the top technical person in Scientology. And I mean, what is this? This is complete Lord of the Flies mentality, and this is the type of insanity. So when you talk about heartless, this is beyond heartless.
Yes. At this point, we are now entering the realm of
this Scientology. Now, I don't mean to digress into Scientology. We want to get back to the Presidio and all this. But the problem in all of this is I could see people acting with heartlessness and stomping on the heart. And they were doing it because they were following, the leader. We're following the leader. And it's like, at what point? And there were many people who left to their good fortune.
Yes.
And many of them suffered because they were leaving a group they'd been part of, and it was, discombobulating to their life, and then they end up rejecting and hating Scientology. But I could say that none of this had to do with Scientology. It had to do with people's interpretation of Scientology and people following their peers rather than taking an independent stance.
Right. And
you did take an independent stance. You had to stand up for it, and you could suffer from your peers. But if you would stand up, it was worth it in the end. Only if it was an important issue was it worth standing up for. If it's an argument about something relatively minor, you don't pursue that.
Right. And definitely, I appreciate you sharing all of that. And just so people understand, when you come from this perspective of this very specific subculture, it's important that people learn of this, because the influence that Scientology has had is far more than most people understand or appreciate, thanks to Hollywood and its dominance by, as I've said in the past, three major factions. The Jewish people who had established Hollywood, and there's a wonderful book about that titled An Empire of Their Own, which talks about the Jewish establishment of Hollywood and the thereafter their influence over American media and the formation of American culture, such as it is. And then, of course, there was the gay subculture that was always there beneath that Jewish veneer, and ultimately came to the fore and overwhelmed the conservative Jewish culture by far. As we progressed into the modern age and postmodern age, it became the requisite. It was de rigueur. In other words, people don't understand. He was in such a position of influence that in order to succeed in Hollywood, you could not be gay. And the only faction that was an alternative to that was Scientology. And people just don't get that. That was basically...
And there you have John Travolta.
Yeah.
And John Travolta was quoted. Now he was going through all these masseuses that he was reportedly acting inappropriate with, yes. Sexually inappropriate, male masseuses. And they wrote their depositions and their court papers. They sued him. And these things have been published. They've been published on the internet. And one of the masseuses quoted Travolta as saying is that while he's soliciting these non-gay, whether these masseuses were gay or not, they certainly were not welcome to his inappropriate advances in the massage room.
Right.
They'd be called over to his house or whatnot. But the one thing is that one of them quoted him as saying, and it was in the court papers. Now, of course, Travolta eventually settled with with him. But these went on the record, and basically Travolta was saying, this stuff was very hard for me with all these, it's all about these rich Jews in Hollywood, and he talked about that he had to service them sexually, and he said he had to learn to swallow, and he said
yes.
He said that it was very gross for him at first, but he got used to it, and they said he was very experienced sexually. By the way he acted, they could tell that he was very at home in a homosexual situation, very experienced. But the point I was saying here is that he was alluding to the Jewish people in Hollywood, the higher ups. Right. It was just a way of doing business, and it doesn't make a lot of sense on the surface. you wonder, you wonder about, some of these big tough guys that were Hollywood stars,
Yes. Yes.
But I can't believe. Well, back in the 30s, you have guys like Clark Gable and Cary Grant and these type of people, Errol Flynn. They were just horny as hell for men. And of course, part of the one who hit it the best was the most art was Paul Newman. He was like, oh God, he knew how to manipulate image. He was a very good-looking man, and he was part owner of the biggest S&M club in L.A.
Jesus.
And he was so. In other words, some people are good at not getting found out.
Yes.
They're good at defraying the attention. So when we get to the Jewish element in Hollywood, the Jewish/gay element in Hollywood, where this becomes a very important aspect of what Douglas has revealed vis-a-vis the kings of Edom. And this gets into very heavy territory. It relates to the pentagram that I was talking earlier,
Yes.
because we have in this culture of America that is currently Abrahamic, meaning basically Judaic, Christian, with Islam following on its coattails historically, unless you consider that Islam was around before any of these other religions. You can look at it that way too. But the way everything is interpreted today is Abrahamic and patriarchal. But in any case, we go back to the kings of Edom that Douglas has iterated on so many times. But what you have is, and people will recognize King Herod from the Bible, the Jewish king who tried to, was killing all the firstborns because he didn't want any rivals. But when you go deeper, and as Douglas has presented, King Herod was really not of the lineage of the true Jewish priesthood. He didn't belong. He was an interloper. He was from the kings of Edom.
Yes.
And these were the opposite of anything that the true Jewish or true Christian religion would be. They were the anti-God, anti-godly. They were doing nothing but there to render negativity because they were imposters. Now, there is this, whether you believe in the Bible or not, is not as important as the fact that a whole culture was built around this. A whole culture that was created to co-opt the religion of Judaism and the religion, because there are many Jews who are not Edomites and would fight this. And the same with Christianity, just like there's many Christians that would fight the Inquisition who fought the Catholic Church, and that's what we had, the Protestant Reformation. So you have a culture of insanity that's being perpetrated on humanity. And these people sneak their way into all factions of life, whether it be secret societies, such as Skull and Bones, such as the Bohemian Grove, such as the military, Pentagon, and all they do is suppress truth.
Yes.
They suppress justice. Whatever is good about the American way, as the ideals of the American way, they subvert. They subvert, and we see this. And the documents and the stories that Douglas has to tell are so revelatory because they name exact time, place, form, and events They reveal the truth. Now, I think I mentioned that I was asked to speak to this Moorish group by my friend, and this will take place. It will be done he said it was a webinar. And I can't tell you the difference. Like, I was asked to be on Gaia TV, and this created all sorts of disturbance in terms of what to do with this. I basically told them, none of this can be trusted. I asked my clairvoyant, and she said, absolutely not, don't do it. And in actual fact, they probably would have helped me sell a lot of books. But I don't want to align myself with them. Crystal River would have forgiven me, but she hates them. But that's not why I did it.
Right.
Didn't do it. But when I talk to Moorish people, they are so genuine that I say, yeah, I will do it. They said, well, how much do you want? I said, well, whatever works. I'll do whatever works. Name a price. So I did. It was modest because I'm not, but this was the thing. I said, I will send you, I'm going to talk, they want me to talk about Noble Droli, which I will do. But I think they really appreciate it coming from a white person.
Right. It's true.
But,
much more. Yeah.
But he's supposed to email. I asked about the Japanese anime for him, but I said, I will send you a couple chapters from the book, the new book, Roswell Deception. I sent him the book on the triple nickels, the black paratroopers, and Herman Perry, the black man who was whipped and had to escape and resulted in the biggest manhunt in history, because he was defending himself and killed his commanding officer with good reason. But I'm going to send him those chapters, and I'm going to tell that Moorish audience about that, so they will have an increased awareness. It will also give them a reason to be interested in the book. So that will help promote the book. But more importantly, it will tell the truth. Tell the truth of these black people that were murdered by the U.S. Army. And they were the conscientious objectors who were black were given parachutes that were designed not to work. So when they jumped, they would go to their death.
Yes.
And how many thousands of them were there?
It's basically in the many thousands. We know that there were at least, it had to be tens of thousands because of in the records that I was dealing with, because the efforts to fight the Japanese fires were so immense. The people who were the experts, of course, had working parachutes, and that was the original core battalion of the Triple Nickels, but they were considered the ones that were deployed where they really wanted the problem solved, where it was threatening property or real estate, but the fires that were burning simply out in the forest, where this wasn't anything that was threatening real estate, but rather in a very real sense helping the Americans by destroying evidence of their CCC camps, their conservation core camps. Understand that there were many places that were way out in the middle of the forest. When the United States originated the Firewatch program, knowing that they were going to start a war, the Americans had prepared for this for years, and one of the things that they were preparing were fire watchtowers in the middle of the American wilderness that were literally out in the middle of nowhere. And around these fire watchtowers, of which there were many thousands throughout the American wilderness, they had established camps that were for whites and camps that were for blacks. And so there were literally camps that had been built from the ground up where blacks were marched into the wilderness. They had oversight from white overseers that were instructing them to build these log encampments in the middle of the forest from which a fire tower would be erected, etc. And these were literally camps that, aside from maybe the overseers, which were more often than not simply fellow blacks who were ordered to oversee them, because many times the white men would not go out into the forest with the blacks. They feared for their lives, and quite quite rightly so, they would have been quickly overrun and simply killed and left to, there would have been no evidence of their having been murdered or that anyone could retrieve. So it was usually black overseers that were given orders by maybe white commandants in the Conservation Corps, and then the black overseers would help the other blacks construct these encampments. The fire tower would be built, and evidence for this was ultimately what the Americans wanted destroyed. These encampments, of course, they were literally the important thing to remember about this, and the way it was described in the documents I was ordered to destroy was that these encampments were encampments that no white man had ever seen. So we're talking about here they are out in the middle of the wilderness, and then many of these people were trained there, and off of the fire watch towers later on, when the war progressed and the conscientious objectors were brought from the city, brought from the military, understand that as the war continued after 1945, so people understand this, the war continued after 1945 to 1952, we've gone over that ad nauseum, until the Declaration of Peace in 1952, the Americans in Japan were literally at war. So even though the Japanese were exploiting them for reconstruction and basically had them there under the terms of their victory conditions to rebuild all that they had destroyed by their firebombing, understand that anybody who was considered in mutiny was at that point treasonous, and mutiny in a state of war is they can execute you. As a matter of fact, a good example of this is just how serious wartime conditions are. There was that time that I told people about, the earthquake. I was trying to remember where I was, and I seemed to have 3 different memories, and it turned out, of course, it was a conflation just to hide the experience from myself of what really happened during one of the earthquakes. And I can't remember which one was the Loma Prieta earthquake, but it was the more recent earthquake, I believe was Loma Prieta, and that was the one where black people were swarming over the collapsed freeway system in Oakland and just basically ripping people off who were unable to resist, trapped in their cars. And by that I mean to the point of mortally injuring them. If they weren't dying before, they were dying after that. But the point that I was making was that one of the other times I was with Colonel Harry Henneberger, literally just smoking pot at his home, and that was the Rodney King riots. And of course they have impacted San Francisco in their own way just as heavily as they did Los Angeles. And during the time that I was with Harry Henneberger and got to know him very well in terms of basically smoking dope with him along with my gang brother Beaver, and knowing his family and the like, one of the things that Harry Henneberger pointed out was that he was an officer in the Marine Corps during World War II. And of course what happened was at one time he fell asleep on watch as an officer, went through some of the same boot camp bullshit that many other people did through indoctrination into any military. But at one time he fell asleep on watch, and he woke up to another officer who was commissioned. He was not yet graduated from the officer's training program, so he was not a commissioned officer. He's just technically it's just another boot, another trainee. And the officer woke him up and said, the sentence for falling asleep on watch during wartime is death. And he repeated it multiple times to drive the point home that Harry Henneberger was potentially facing a death sentence. So if you can imagine that during World War II, you can imagine what happened to a black man who was accused of mutiny. And of course, what happened was in those cases, they carried it out. They killed them. So a great example of this is a book I've brought up many times in the past, and it has just an incredibly stupid title. Of course, it's a title that serves its purpose in that you will never forget it. And the title is Black Glasses Like Clark Kent. And the subtitle is A GI's Secret from Post-War Japan, which, of course, most Americans think of after 1945 as post-war. Aside from that misnomer aside, the authoress, Teresa Svoboda, her surname being spelled Svoboda, Therese, her first name, Terese, Therese Svoboda. She basically wrote this book because her uncle served as a military policeman in Japan in 1946, and he was assigned to guard convicted fellow Americans, and these were GIs gathered from all over the Pacific. And what happened was, after the exposure of the scandal at Abu Ghraib during the Bush administration's Gulf War misadventure, her uncle became so distressed that he killed himself, but he left behind evidence of his crimes. And these were audio cassettes in which he spoke confessions. And she always remembered him as a child as simply having those GI issued glasses, which their nickname for these glasses is they're so grotesque looking. People call them birth controls in the military. They called the glasses birth controls because of their heavy black frames. But to her, they reminded her of the character Clark Kent. So all she remembered about him as a child was black glasses like Clark Kent. So what this man admitted to in the series of audio cassettes he left behind was that the prison was overcrowded, terribly overcrowded, because of so many GIs all over the Pacific committing war crimes that were just literally, you couldn't hide them. War crimes where they were just gutting people alive and just unimaginable crimes, unspeakable crimes. And so when they brought all these people in, they were so overcrowded that basically her uncle was given the order, we'll kill all the black ones. And so basically he executed all of these black people without trial. And there were thousands of them. He killed thousands of them, him and his fellow GIs. So if that's going on in Japan, and the Japanese, of course, knew about this, but they considered it an American issue. So it wasn't their problem. But it was one of the sources for the Japanese concept of the persecution of black minorities in the United States. So if you go to Japan today, there is an enormous media consciousness and awareness of the black issue in the United States. In Japan, they are so sympathetic to the black cause that many Japanese people dye themselves black. In other words, they have a kind of tanning solution, and they get to go through this period where they can look black, and it's like a fashion statement. It's considered like a fashion statement of solidarity with what the blacks go through in America. I mean, so that this kind of awareness is in Japan because of what happened in World War II and what was going on that they just felt that was not their problem, that they couldn't interfere with, but the massacre of blacks in Japan throughout the period of World War II by the Americans, killing their own. So if that's going on there, imagine what's going on here. And it was the same thing, only in this case, we're talking about tens of thousands. Ultimately, I would dare say, it is basically, I would gather from the documents that I destroyed, because no one was doing any formal count, of course. They were using the Japanese-caused fires in the forest, which when it came to those forests out in the middle of nowhere, the Japanese were burning them so they could map the air currents and then decide where would be the optimum places to distribute their biocidal weapons. And when these forests were burning where there was nothing threatened in terms of human property or real estate, then the blacks were sent in who were not part of the real triple nickels. These were the blacks who were sent in as part of an extension of the triple nickels program, and they were given only the most peripheral training in jumping from these fire towers out in the middle of nowhere from these CC Conservation Corps camps that no white man had ever seen. And then they were let loose with what were called black parachutes, and there was a silk shortage and they needed all the working parachutes for white men, so they cut the parachutes short for the blacks. And this was simply a real cheap gas chamber. In other words, in the Third Reich, when they used gas chambers, the incinerators, of course, were simply for burning the bodies. But in terms of this kind of economy combination, gas chamber cum incinerator, where you not only killed the individual but burned the body simultaneously, the Americans just let loose all these blacks to put out these fires, quote unquote, and they just sent them in there to basically die. And the way they did that was when these men opened their parachutes, then of course it would basically break every bone in their body. A short short parachute will create an updraft that does not protect you, but rather injures you horrifically. Whether it's every single bone in the body or not doesn't matter. You're going to be rendered incapacitated, however, horribly conscious and in agonizing pain, and all you can do is look on in horror as you fall into a fireball. This is what happened horrifically to thousands of black Americans. And from the documents I described,
that's before you hit the ground.
yeah, but
you break all your bones before you hit the ground.
That's true. That's true.
And this is, see, aside from the fact that they're killing these people, they're creating a horrendous, torturous situation. Now, this becomes a very important. I mean, obviously it's an injustice, but this is what, you know, the United States has done in the name of whatever it purports itself to be. Now, you can imagine, and I want people to understand this, because people get very indignant over the fact that groups like Black Lives Matter and other groups are campaigning for justice and reparations and all this sort of things. It's really, this is injustices that are so grave, that are so bad. You can't say that occurred, 80 years ago. It's not, you can't say that. I mean, you can say it occurred 80 years ago, but it is, the truth has not been acknowledged. And if they did it, how would you like it if they did it to your ancestors? Certainly, it's something that each one, life has to move forward. But all of this genocidal behavior that is not, and when people mention genocide, they point the finger at the Germans.
Yes.
They don't point the finger at themselves or other perpetrators of genocide. It's like blame it all on the Germans.
Right. And
it's like the Jews were guilty of genocide as per the Bible.
Yes. And
so this genocidal mindset is what is the enemy of humanity itself. And this whole Kings of Edom thing is that is the, I guess what you would say, the perpetrator of this type of chaos, this type of genocidal insanity. And this is what Douglas has exposed in a way that's historically accurate and gets into the gut of basically what they were doing at Montauk. Yes. Montauk, as described to me by Preston, was all about the interpolation of the Christ with the Antichrist, is playing with these two energies. The polarity involved with such.
Yes.
The source of power. The source of power. And so they would, in the case of Duncan, they would groom him to be the Antichrist. They would groom him to be the Christ. It's like, what kind of, and also combining it with psychic signatures or radio waves that would emulate that frequency. What would be the emulation of healing? What esoteric data they were playing off, I can't tell you. But they were teaching him to heal, as was described in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Healing, kill an animal, give it to him. I once talked to a woman who had seen a Hindu guru, whatever you want to call him, a fakir, and he bit off, he was doing a demonstration, I don't know if it was for her or for other people. She said he bit off the head of a bird and then he put it back together and it survived. She said it was very disgusting.
Of course.
Yes. But he was demonstrating that he could do this. And if you take that story at face value, it is disgusting. and it's there's nothing too saintly or holy about it.
Right.
It's so anyway, this energy is what they were playing with, and
they were usurping the divinity by doing this. This was the intent of much of the Montauk Project. And
exactly. Very well said. Usurping the divinity and trying to make it work. And I want to just I still got a little bit of time here, but before I go, I did say I was going to talk about August, the August biorhythm. Yes. Well, that's when they were doing it. That's when it was most, the August biorhythm, particularly of 1983, when they were doing this manipulation with the Christ and the Antichrist through Duncan and Stewart, according to Preston. Now, that particular time period, I just wanted to say that I've talked in the past about a big date coming, August 23, 2023, and I am now can report confidently, very confidently, that I have somebody who's going to put up my ham radio antenna at Choclavina Cave area.
Oh, wonderful.
I know this man. He's the perfect person to do it, and he's going to scout the area in a couple of months, and he will have it built by next summer, when I hopefully can go back there next summer, and it'll be operating the following summer as well. So that is good. Now, in the process, I'm composing a newsletter right now, and I'm going into my dreams, as reported on in the past newsletters, and I said that I noticed, and I wrote down the dream, and it says in the dream I'm holding this staff of Ra like Indiana Jones, and it's going into this temple, this Egyptian-like temple, and all the people I'm with are raiding the temple. And I said, don't touch anything. I said, don't do anything. I said, we don't know the exact time and place and significance of this light beam. This is what I'm saying in the dream. So I realized that this light beam, and then I would, a couple days later, I would be told of this light beam that emanates from this area near the cave. It just goes up into the sky on holy days. And I was able to meet the man who saw it. And I realized I'm going to be talking to other people in that valley and other people who know the cave and asking things about, getting more information to ask about this. I will be soliciting and getting more information, but the timing of it, I've already got a sense for the timing of it. So I'm writing about these dreams, and then I had a dream last night that I was at this place. I was staying at the same house or complex of the Romanian author Radu Cinemar, and he wanted to meet me, and I said, oh, and so we kept missing each other. We were missing each other, and I've been more interested in meeting his alchemical mentor Eleanor, who I decided I would not meet, despite the fact that he said he would come and meet me when I was least expecting it, until I finished my house. Mm-hmm. The renovation of my house, that was like 10 years ago. I'm still not done with it. So it's sort of a completion in life. It's like, okay. It's a funny thing. It's like, I want to complete this act. My wife's always saying, well, we should get a new house. Well, no, I want to enjoy this one because I'm making it just the way I am.
Right.
Just the way I want it.
Yes.
So, but anyway, to have him appear in my dream and say, well, I'm going to meet him, because I'm saying all of these things are occurring. I'm comparing all of this to what in Qigong is called mysterious force. You have obvious force in Qigong, you have hidden force and mysterious force. Now, hidden force is, like, say, if I'm punching you with the right hand it's obvious. If I'm also drawing my left hand back at the same time to create a whip-like action, it puts a lot more force into it. Or even if I'm not hitting you, I'm just pushing you. And that left hand is going back and the right hand is pushing it. There's much more force behind it than you would see. So no, you can't do that. It's like a whole whipping action. There are many examples of hidden force. When David Anderson does the time reactor and something disappears, that's hidden force. It's hidden. It's not mysterious force, which is more mysterious. It's a hidden force because you can explain it scientifically, but his time reactor is accompanied by mysterious force. Mm-hmm. It's accompanied because it's things we don't understand. And for so much of the mysterious force associated with him, for me, has been through the dream state. Mm-hmm. And dreams which have come true. Dreams are part of Qigong. Dreams are very important. Now, some of them can just be garbage, but it's a matter of knowing and interpreting. So for me to have Radu enter my dream when I'm expecting something, it's like, wow, maybe this is something that's going to take place after all. As I say, I'd be much more interested in meeting his friends than himself. That's not a knock on him. They're just more interesting for what he writes about them. But he is the interlocutor. He would also be the interlocutor to the technology that he describes so wonderfully. So that was, it made me think a bit. It made me change my perspective. And maybe there will be something to deal with or reconcile. But this is something I'm working on for my newsletter. But all of this, and one of the biggest challenges in his work is the predicament of evil. And the evil that is stopping humanity. The dissemination of his work. He has to precariously go about doing certain things. As I mentioned the other night, he couldn't talk about the third tunnel into Tibet, out of deference to the Chinese because of their relations with the Chinese. Now, Romania has always had relations with the Chinese, right. At least in modern times.
Yes.
With because they were both co-communist countries.
Right. So
they have political alliances and allegiances which would preclude them from talking about it. I don't know whether they share information. I don't really know what the situation is, and I guess I'm not supposed to know it. However, and this makes the whole interesting thing too with Douglas, because the what he has to share about Taiwan.
Yes.
And he's talked about Taiwan forever and a day. This is very politically topical and sensitive. And I will go back to Romania when I was there in 2014, and I met this Romanian psychic. He's a Tibetan monk as well. Mm-hmm. Gunpo monk, like he helped initiate my brother-in-law to the Gunpo tradition. And he speaks fluent Russian. He does not speak English. And he did a psychic reading for me. He volunteered to do a psychic reading for me. So we went out into the gazebo, into the darkness, pure darkness. God, it's dark in Transylvania. You want to go out here dark, you'll have light pollution.
Right.
It is so dark there.
Incredible.
And know this about Romanians. Afterwards, and Paul is translating it for me. She's translating it as she goes, and she's recording it. She still hasn't done the full translation on it. But he had said one thing that was true. It turned out to be true. And then he says you will be involved in politics in a couple of years.
Yes.
And I said, this doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I asked her mother about it. Well, she said, her stepmother says, join the Democratic Party. I said, I'm not going to join the Democratic Party. As I've said many times, to you, I said, the Republicans are horrible. There's nothing worse than Republicans, except for a Democrat. Not that either one of them are any good. That's my view.
Understood. You certainly come from a long Republican background. It would be unlikely.
I don't like Republicans. I don't like Republicans. I don't like them at all.
Well, I know what you're saying.
And I don't like Democrats.
Yeah.
Because my parents were Republican. It has nothing to do with it. It's just, they just seem so, they just seem like eternal scumbags.
No, I understand. And just so people...
And that goes back to, I'm trying to think if there was any Democratic president I even liked.
Well, it used to be until the Bush administration, until the Bush dynasties, you could have you could have validly claimed that it was the Democrats who started all of the modern wars. All of this was under Democratic presidents that we had major conflicts.
Jimmy Carter had a nice smile.
There we are.
I lost my confidence when he started telling people to turn down thermostats.
Yes, that was...
Yeah, so it was like, and then he turned out to be, just, well, he had a lot of people working against him as well. Yeah. But in any case, the politicians are their whole job is to be able to fool people.
I understood. And just so that people understand this, Peter Moon himself has, of course, lambasted some of the Republicans that he's had to deal with, such as Republican audiences in that library and the like, and it was just bizarre.
Well, people, they're not even, they're just on, they're just zombies. I don't hold their republic. Has nothing to do with Republicans.
Understood. It was basically, it was an apolitical, shall we say, environment.
Disparagement, yeah.
Right, but that was how they...
Because they didn't have attention span longer than 10 minutes. They could have been Republicans. They could have been Democrats. In fact, one of my friends at football said, I one time asked him, I said, how come? He was talking about when he was young, people joining the Republican Party. Why on earth? Why on earth? He says, because if the Republicans win, they'll get jobs at OTB, off-track betting. They get good jobs. So you hang around with the Republicans and you can get a good job if they win. So, people are motivated. Politicians are motivated by self-interest.
Yes.
But they're advocating interest for the all. So, in any case, he said I would be involved in politics, this Romanian psychic, and the politics I'm involved with are the politics of Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. And they
are not very, it took me a long time to figure it out.
Yes.
Because I had actually been on Douglas's show or talked to him on the phone line at that time. Right. But I was not involved with him other than listening to him. So this guy was right. And he said he was involved in politics. He said it took him a couple years to get out of it. Of course, I was thinking of a different type of involvement with politics, none of which I particularly wanted.
Right. Well,
I'd also had very strong dreams of presidents and presidential levels in my Romanian journeys. I once dreamt that I was in a presidential pub, which had, all of the caricatures and waiters and stuff were dressed like presidents. It was just kind of ridiculous. But I said, what is this? I was hitting a presidential level of authority when it came to spiritual elements of what I was penetrating in that area of the planet.
Executive level. Yes, that would be the term.
Executive level. And so, these things have to be taken seriously. But again, we are dealing with an executive level when we're dealing with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
But it's the executive level that nobody wants to talk about. I would be astounded if you could talk to, I'd like to think of a president who's more coherent than Joe Biden, because I think he's so blocked and so compartmentalized and virtually autistic, not autistic in the technical sense, and not even referring to his senility. He's just, he probably doesn't even remember what he doesn't remember, but or remember what he does remember. But I'm trying to think of somebody coherent, like, Obama was coherent. Bush was so stupid. Right. But again, as stupid as he was, he would have known about some things. Right. He would have known about some things.
Yeah, go on.
Well, just if you could talk to them about some of these issues,
right?
Versus what they wouldn't know. I mean, do they know all the skeletons that are in the closets of the previous presidents? Or remember? This is what I'm alluding to, and what I'm sort of asking for your commentary on. What do these guys know, and what don't they know? Right. That's an impossible question to ask, but with reference to some of this real sordid stuff, they're certainly good at hiding it. But are they hiding it because their generals tell them to hide it, or because...
I'll go into some of that. I think that's important. By the way, I do need to confirm whether anybody sees the image or the photograph embedded in live stream embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, because I can't see it at all on any of my screens. I lost all of my screens earlier, and Jameson Reese says it went off. Okay, this is particularly disturbing. I'm not quite sure how to handle this or what one does for such a problem. I don't know what to do. I might try to reinstall the image, but it doesn't, I don't know how to do that.
Well, lost the image on live stream? Is this what you're saying?
Yes, and I don't know if you can see it, but Jameson Reese says...
I'm not on it. I'm going to go to it.
Yeah. And so I do want to thank all of...
Yeah, it's just black. I saw the image up to a certain point.
Okay, and at some point it disappeared. Now, I'm not quite sure if that has anything to do... so Maria Grigorich says no image. I don't know what to do about this. I might try to install another...
Well, let me make a suggestion.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
People don't need the image. It's like...
shit. Okay. Yeah, I get what happened. All right. So let me do what I can and see if this works. Give me a moment here, and we'll see if this works. In the meantime, I do want to ask Penny Bradley, are you with us? And going to ask you if you can come on with us for a second while Peter Moon is with us. And
while we wait for her, we have 41 upticks.
Oh yes, beautiful. And yes. So, Penny, if you could tell us a bit about, let's try and, what I'd like to do, Peter, is before you leave us tonight, I'd certainly want to address much of what you brought up, because there's a lot that you did bring up that is important. And what I'd like to do is try to get you to schedule an interview with Penny Bradley where you can appear with her. This will help immensely, because then you can promote the book better than I did. I think we need another interview where you can speak about the book. That will help immensely.
You talked about things other than the book, correct? Am I correct?
Well, I'd like you both to speak specifically about the book and the subjects of it and what I'll bring up tonight, because even though you'll have to leave us fairly quickly, then what you're going to do is basically with Penny Bradley, you're going to basically, talk about the whole history that the book covers. I think that in 2 hours that, you'll be lucky to cover that. You've done it before with her, but what you were doing was...
I'm happy to do that.
Bless you. So Penny, if you could schedule that with Peter Moon today, we were thinking maybe Saturday the 2nd of October if possible, but whatever Saturday this month before Halloween, or October month before Halloween. So Penny, what looks good? Pretty much every...
It was what you and I had discussed, and I sort of penciled him in, assuming you would twist his arm.
well, answer the question, Penny.
Is October 2nd is the best one open, right? Saturday?
It's the first one I have open, and I try to schedule them in order if possible, because I get confused otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's talk about October 2nd. If it was October 2nd, what time of the day would it be?
2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, that might be difficult because I'm hoping, I don't know if it will happen. I'm hoping to take someone out for their birthday on October 2nd.
Oh, I see. So the Saturday after that, perhaps?
Yeah.
The only one I have taken in October is the one just before Halloween, and that is with Herr Dietrich.
Let's shoot for the 9th of October.
Okay, we can do this.
9th of October, and you said 2 p.m.?
2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. And I'm getting used to translating time frames.
Yes, because he's 3 hours ahead of us. This is important. I'm glad both of you have scheduled that.
Daryl is on Eastern time, so he thinks of it in terms of that time.
And you said, Penny, that's a Saturday?
That's a Saturday. My show is every Saturday.
Yeah. And so I do want to thank everybody for helping me confirm that the image is back up. This is an important image simply because I do want people to understand how much they've helped myself economically, that they brought me back into the black.
See the image, Douglas?
Yes. It's back up there if you reset the page. Yes, thankfully.
Okay.
And there we have that. And of course...
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And this is, of course, I was celebrating, of course, with my son who took the photograph. We were at the beach, and San Francisco, of course, we're fortunate that we have that option of visiting the beach fairly conveniently. And this is very interesting to me that it was ultimately knocked off. So I re-entered it. It was knocked off, of course, just around the time that we had a number of people enter 14 thumbs down at once. And that was, of course, just the moment we started. Yeah. So what was that, honey? You were going to say something?
That was gasp. How dare they do thumbs down?
Well, it was, honey, it was this. They do this right at the beginning of the transmission when nothing has been said. This is how we start the program, is the gang stalkers come in and they just all put their thumbs down at once. It's a psychological technique. This is what they do. It would be like if somebody goes on a stage, honey, and then everybody just starts shouting you down. So that's it's an intimidation technique. You have to understand it in that context. It's not something that is amusing in the normal sense where we can make light of it, and we do. But the point is, this is something that's done every time that I do anything. This is why when I was brought down to speak in Arizona, they had to arrange for so much security because there were just so many death threats and so many people who said they were going to bomb the restaurant in which I was going to speak. So the... so this is, you don't understand, this is like the suppression involving myself. No one's ever heard of me, comparatively speaking, but what they don't understand is the amount of death threats that I deal with and the bomb threats that afflict everybody who tries to present myself with a platform. So this is what,
I will state, I have had interferences with my show when you've been on.
Yes.
I have not had death threats.
Yeah. Well, you don't need them.
I don't believe Daryl has. I've had death threats about my own show, me doing it.
Yeah.
And I have an astounding number of people who think that my ultra-Christian parents devoted me to Odin before I was born.
Right. Well, one thing I'll tell you, Penny, is that in your case, because you received the death threats for your own show, it's redundant to deliver them to you for having me as a guest. I hope you understand the logic behind that. So
but I assume that while we have some overlap in our audience, that most of the people who would attack you, I'm not on their radar.
Yes, that's true. So there you have that. There's two separate things going on here, and the phenomenon converge in a certain way. But phenomena, to use the plurality. So now that both of you have been scheduled, I do want to attend to what Peter Moon had brought up. A number of these subjects are important to address right away, and as long as he can stay with us, I'll get to as many as I can. When he takes his leave, he'll just let us know, and then at that point, we'll have Penny and Our Lady Amanda Yu participate more, because both of them have been wonderful about this, and so glad that we could get Peter Moon back on with Penny again. And the purpose will be specifically to speak about the book, all of the history that entails alone, the book alone, as opposed to the book being in context of other things that he spoke of the last time he was on with Penny. And this way I want everyone to know the date that will be. What date is that again, honey?
October 9th.
October 9th.
5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time.
Perfect. So that everybody knows that they can listen to that live. And at that point, one of the things that Peter will bring up is, where to get the book, etc. I covered the book as well as I could. Gracie Aguilar says she still gets a black screen. You have to reset the page, honey. And just reset the page, it'll come up. It's just this is the kind of harassment that we deal with on a regular basis, and most of it is just something you have to contend with while you can. Happy to say that we're down to the 6 thumbs down and 46 thumbs up, and this is thanks to all of the people who are supportive, and many of them are brought by Peter Moon, and a lot of his listeners are listening now. A lot of Penny's listeners are listening now, and so we have quite a few people listening. Very good. And when it uploads the program, many more will be noted, hundreds more actually, because they're not noted while it's live. There's just
let me say something else that might help inspire the audience.
Yes.
What the most, I guess, if I look at my journey since beginning this career 31 years ago, it's where all of the investigation has led me to the proposition and the inner earth. It's taken me into a cave. I've never gone into a cave before, other than Disneyland. I've been introduced to caves.
Yes, and important. That's
And a psychology. I finally went into a cave in California too last October, but the inner earth, the consciousness presented, the mentality, the rationality of it by Radu Sinamar is astounding. It's very deep. And it's one thing to read about it and say, oh, it's interesting. It's another thing. It's another thing to take it for real. It's a vibrational frequency of where we all come from. We all come from the earth, and the earth comes from stars, and it's all one and the same. It all comes from inside of the planet you're on, the star you're on, and it's like going inward. It's like going back into home.
Yes.
But it's a mysterious journey because everybody out here is lost. They've lost their way. So you're tracing back, you're finding it. And what stands in the way of this is you have all these characters out there on the political environment, the Fauci environment, all these environments. They're just blocking. All they're doing is standing in the way. Standing in the way. And Douglas's work is so much of a classification and categorization of not only the people who stood in the way, but that which stood in the way. And it's very important to isolate, recognize, detect, and process this information. So I encourage all of you to continue to support him. And perhaps the best way to support him, I mean, I really appreciate all of you who have contributed to his cause and encourage you to do, but to bring other people into the fold.
Yes.
Who can help him and attract a bigger following, and believe in his work and listen to it and appreciate it. And I will do my best to do what I do. And, because the more interest you bring to the table, the more it'll help, and the more not only motivation but cause it will give me to do these books with him. The next one being a categorization of this stuff that occurred in the Presidio and the nonsense, the outrageousness that's occurred. So I wanted to say that. And if anybody has any questions from the chat room before I go, ask them now, and Douglas will relay them to me.
Yes, and actually, Jameson, you are with us, right? Please be on the lookout for that and relay that.
Myself, well, I'm here. If people don't always have questions, they just want to listen, that's fine.
And that's fine too. Yes, I'll try and take a look into the live stream, and the people there have been very engaging, very good. And Maria Grigorich, she can relay such to us as well in the messenger to me. Bless her heart. So shout out to Maria Grigorich in particular for her helping to make the chat room feasible. So in terms of what Peter Moon has brought up, that does need to be addressed, and there is so very much of it. Understand that at the same time, I will also address something that I promised our dear Maria, not Maria Grigorich, but Michaela Anastasia. Michaela Anastasia, of course, is this wonderful human being who has been through quite a bit, and she was someone who has dealt with a lot in life, is raising a daughter, and she is in the industry that spends the rest of the year preparing for Halloween. So she's involved with the horror industry and does deal quite a bit with morbid mementos, or the mementos that remind people of death. And there's nothing negative about this, and it's something that I have had to do because I've been surrounded by a lifetime of death and tragedy. I've come to embrace it. The very suffix of the first three letters of my phone number, which of course is not revealing anything private, because my phone number is literally published by my gang stalkers everywhere to hell and back. So I do keep it off the majority of the time, the phone, and only use it when I use it, really, as opposed to leaving it on and awaiting calls. Just something for people to know who are out to contact myself. Either way, the contacts or the communications have worked out as well as they can. But the first three numbers of my prefix to the 7 numbers of my cell phone number are 444, which I did not select. It was selected for me by just the randomness of being assigned a phone through Medicare and Medi-Cal through the California Lifeline program, which anyone who was traditionally Asian would normally have rejected that and asked for any other kind of number, because 444 is like it would be like a damnation. People who will pay literally millions of dollars for an address in Asia, they'll pay millions of dollars to get the address 888, because if you have 3 8s in a row, that's the ultimate blessing. 8 is the ultimate positive number for prosperity in particular. But 4 rhymes with death, and what that means is that everyone around you will die, that you will bring death everywhere you go. Well, that's been the case all my life anyway, and everybody I care about is already dead. The people I still care about who are alive seem pretty well off, so basically I can live with it, and I even take it on as kind of a point of pride. But to give people some perspective on this, when Christians try to promote fear of the Antichrist in Asia, you'll never see the number 666. It's meaningless to Asians. They'll produce like Christian propaganda documentaries that will basically use the number 444. So most Asians will refuse to call me because they literally identify me with some Asian version of an Antichrist. This would be a non-Christian cosmology, but just so people get an idea of the kind of ominousness that represents. But then again, it's very fitting and apropos in my case. So with everything that I've dealt with all my life, one of the things I do want to bring up is because while I was talking about the image that was knocked out of the thumbnail of Livestream, and of course our man Peter Moon is quite correct. I could leave a black image up there all day, and that's not the point of tonight's program. Yet at the same time, it's important because it projects the how would I say it? The gratitude and the grace that I feel towards all of those who have helped thanks to Peter Moon. And I do want people to know that Peter Moon and his bringing my fiscal attention to his public resulted in very quickly solving my problem, bringing me back into the black. And we do encourage people to continue to help. And as Peter Moon has said, to use a Scientology term, we do need whales, our permanent sponsors, to ultimately just provide at least a little each month, which all of you potentially can do. So even just a few dollars every month.
Let me make a comment about that.
Yeah.
Whales. You know, I remember one time I got a book from somebody sent to me, very rich man. I think he was rich through the tech boom or something, and he did a whole book on, I think, UFOs, aliens. It was unreadable. It was unprofessional and unreadable.
Oh, sad.
But he wrote a book because he felt something needed to be addressed. He was very sincere. And he published the book himself and sent out copies. He wasn't trying to make money on it.
Right.
And this was a big mistake.
Yes.
Because, first off, he didn't really have a clue about the subject. Whether he knew how to write or not, I mean, he could read, he could write, but it wasn't interesting. He didn't seem, he thought this was he was really concerned about it. But as I say, he didn't know anything about the subject. He didn't know anything about anything as far as UFOs or aliens went, as far as I was concerned. It wasn't an interesting book, and of course it went nowhere. If you give away a book, I mean, not to say that you can't give away books, because you can, right. But, just give it away in general, people don't necessarily want to read it.
That's always the case, yeah.
It's a formula. It's like it doesn't work. Certainly people will steal books, they'll borrow books, they'll give books to their friends and they'll read them. I think on Kindle you can share the book with 5 people who have Kindles or something like that. But yeah, it's like it follows a formula. It doesn't work if you just start.
This is so important because people do not value what they do not invest in. And a great example of this that sounds rather strange, it's because it's so mundane and just almost just kind of tacky, was somebody that I was dealing with at the time that I was working with just various people who were involved with religious activities. This person was involved with the church, and they, of course, in a very charitable fashion, in a very Christian manner, they were giving away free food. And the one thing that they discovered was that nobody cared when it was free. Everybody took it, and they would never finish it. Literally, most of what they would provide, because it was cheap and easy to provide, was hot dogs. So they would pass out free hot dogs, and everybody would simply just literally eat half the hot dog and throw it away. I can't even imagine doing this unless these things were tasting so bad you could taste the turpentine in them or something. But this was something that he solved it simply by selling the hot dogs. Once they started selling the hot dogs, and it was literally for like something ridiculous like 5 cents to a dime to a quarter a piece as time progressed, then people finished the goddamn hot dogs because they had actually paid for it. And this is the pervert. Yeah. Well,
yes, there was when I was living in Florida, I remember they did a whole news thing on homeless people, which they didn't call them homeless. I think they called them bums.
Yes, that was.
Of course, homeless people today aren't like the hobos or the bums of the past. It was a whole different mentality.
Yes.
And anyway, they were showing, them sleeping in cars and whatnot. And the basic problem was they didn't want to leave or be subject to the control of being put into nicer housing.
Right.
They don't want the control. They don't want the intrusion in their world. Their
existence.
Can't speak for all of them, but many of them are comfortable. So it's like if you go out and try to solve world hunger or something, you have to. It's the most important thing in life is to deal with yourself and your own path. There may be times when you're called on to service other people, help other people, but you have to be careful because you can't be doing it for your own ego. That can get you into trouble.
Yes. Yes, oh, very much so. And there is this phenomenon that Laura Lee Solomon felt that this very wonderful and yet problematic young lady that I dealt with, who I may have on again in the future, I can't even remember her name now, Maria or Mary. She was a girl who had been on my show a number of times. She had a number of health issues, and she was, of course, she had some Taiwanese connections. Had actually been born in Taiwan, but she was Caucasian, and she came from a mafia background, and she had been excommunicated from the Roman Catholic Church. Just a lifetime of challenges and adventures, so to speak. And but she was always determined to try and help the homeless or the underprivileged, and to the point where she was endangering herself, and police were asking her what she was doing in various neighborhoods. So Laura Lee Solomon said that there's a psychological condition, and she showed me an article or provided a link to what was called white knight narcissism. So there is the danger of white knight narcissism, which is the ego-involved charity work that Peter is warning about. You've got to be very careful about your involvement with charity.
Well, yes, and by the same token, see, this is what I had to learn the opposite of in Romania.
Yeah.
Is that, the beggar, the Solomonari, the wise spirit will come to you posing as a beggar.
Yes.
And if you give him something, he will open the heart of Romania to you. This is their tradition.
Yes.
So I treat beggars differently in Romania. Very
much so. Well,
it's a different dynamic.
Yes.
Because people are literally starving there, yes. And it's not the same as people starving in the United States. Not that people in the United States shouldn't be helped. It's a whole different society. It's a different dynamic, and it means so much more because it's a much more authentic culture.
Yes, and let me put that into some context. In terms of a great example of this, Peter Moon is old enough where when he spoke about them trying to help these various homeless people that back then they were simply calling bums, this was a transitional period between the age my father grew up in, where homelessness, quote unquote, wandering homelessness, quote unquote, was the best you could call it, or that might do it a descriptive justice, was a form of career. It was called hoboing, and the hobos were what my father described as men who consciously chose a life of vagrancy, and their life of vagrancy was based on a lot of train hopping, and their train hopping was really a form of a profession because these men would disambiguate themselves quite stridently and emphatically from bums, because a bum was someone who was worth a nickel's pity, and just simply leeching off people's heart, their sense of obligation, really. The old Christian sense of charity as it once stood, where people felt obligated to provide money to somebody who's begging in the street, in the same way Muslims would consider the necessity of giving money to the homeless as an obligation that was almost doctrinaire. And in terms of the hobos, however, they would work for their money. In other words, they were traveling and they would work various odd jobs. So people would do this as a career, and they'd survive like this. And this was a result of course, an endless economic cycle of depression that went back to the 1800s and the Gilded Age, all the way through the Great Depression. So one of the men who was exemplary of this was the man who had saved the life of General George S. Patton in World War I. And that man was simply known basically as Hobo Joe. And he was a soldier in the trenches in World War I, and his commanding officer was General Patton. And at one point, Patton was grievously injured, and he could easily have abandoned him, and nobody would have been able to have been witness. But he risked his life under heavy fire and dragged Patton through trenches and under barbed wire and through ice cold mud, etc., to bring him 20 miles back to base, where Patton was essentially saved. That man, Hobo Joe, was later on the man who confronted Patton when Patton massacred the civilians at the shantytown in front of the White House. And he stepped out of the burning wreckage of basically all of these crying women and children, which the cavalry, Patton's cavalry, had stampeded over. And he confronted George S. Patton. And as was said later on, the way Michael Aquino related to me, what few documents I could see of Patton, and you can look this up, Patton was confronted by this individual, and all anybody knows about this publicly is that Patton later on basically shouted to his orderlies and his security. He said, "Take this man away. I do not know this man. I never want to speak to this man again." But it was after that confrontation, Patton's entire demeanor changed, and he expressed public sorrow and disgrace and embarrassment and shame for what he had done. And he began to write entire essays, which he turned into the military high command, about how this sort of thing should never happen again. And he mentioned that this kind of civil disorder, to apply the military towards this kind of problem, as if the military were the solution, was the most difficult form of duty that must be handled differently than the way it was, etc. But beside that, he began to start programs to invest in anti-psychic warfare, or the countermeasures against psychic assault. These were kind of the root programs of what became psychic warfare programs that were investigated by the Army and by the CIA, who had a rivalry under separate budgets. And this was kind of the legacy that Aquino's department had inherited. And so he knew quite a bit about what had happened. And Patton basically related to other officers privately and in private correspondence that was never publicly released, that Hobo Joe had put the whammy on him. That he said, until this man confronted me, I had no sense of guilt, and since him, that's all I've ever had. And he felt that this was some form of psychic control, that this was a form of psychic manipulation, that he felt that as a soldier, he shouldn't have a conscience. He said, I should be able to kill women and children without any sense of remorse. But ever since him, I cannot. And ever since that confrontation with him. So it turned out Hobo Joe had started kind of like a movement where he had felt hobos should have a form of ethics. And so there was this whole movement among the hobos that there was a code of honor among them, that they wouldn't steal, that they would work for their living, etc. A lot of this came to its head with his personality and ultimately vanished when he died. And then homeless people became more and more affiliated with mentally disturbed people, and then ultimately people who were simply, they were just not rehabilitatable for society, or people were unable to re-socialize them. And so we have now, the problem is now families, homeless families. So aside from all of that, the point that what it brings us back to with the image that I had brought attention to, and people were asking me questions about the image that was on the promotional banner for tonight, which of course I tagged all of my affiliates with, that image, it does bring us back to the fiscal situation so that people have a better understanding of the context in which Peter Moon and I were asking for social help for myself, which has resulted in saving myself for this month in such a manner that I celebrate it with my son, because I am at this point fiscally now in the black and have enough money to carry me through not only this month but the next as well. And this provides a good buffer. Of course, we want to keep this going as we progress in the future and encourage people to do this because it helps in the long run. So this photograph really says it all. So if you take a look at the photograph on my promotional banner, you'll notice I'm surrounded by letters, and you'll notice that I'm surrounded by basically, most of you who are younger won't know what this is, But if you look at the letters, there are wax stamps upon them. And those wax stamps are the seal of my family. That is the family dragon, the family the family Dietrich. And so that's the seal of the dragon in the blood red wax. That is the candle that you see in the photograph. The candle that you see in the photograph is a wax candle that is meant to produce the wax that's used to seal letters. And so the letters that you see me sending were to various people that were important to me in the past. These are predominantly the letters. The most important one that's open was what I had writ to Judith Ager, or typed out on a very micro typewriter that I had inherited from my mother. It was in the English language. It's an English language typewriter. They actually made jokes about this in the movie. I believe it's called Petticoat Junction, or it might have been called I forget, Operation Petticoat was the name of it, and that was a World War II comedy about the Americans who were forced to take on a bunch of waves, which are female sailors, and actually transport them in a submarine, which of course there's no woman are ever on submarines. You don't bring women onto submarines because you have a bunch of men stuck in a fucking tube. And the joke, of course, is what is hard and long and full of semen, and it's not a penis, it's a submarine, long and hard and full of semen. And of course, you know, the idea is that all these women would be raped, or something horrible would happen. The men could not constrain themselves. So the whole comedy just revolves around that. Of course, this was made during World War II, so you don't see an issue with rape. You see an issue basically with a bunch of women who basically take control of the submarine and force the men to behave. And that alone is just, that's the running joke. But one of the things they bring up is captured Japanese typewriters, which the Japanese were using to type communique in English. And this is because the majority of Japanese officers spoke perfect English, or at least fluent English, which is an advantage they had over the Allies. Among the Allies, effectively 0% of the Allies spoke Japanese. Effectively 0%. Of course, you had a few. They were at the time of war forced to train other people to speak the language so they could have people who could try and decode, etc. The whole program was ultimately a miserable failure, and the Americans were, despite being able to break the Japanese codes, they were never able to make sense of what the Japanese were saying, because the Japanese would often speak in metaphor. But the Japanese, on the other hand, could type entire communications in English. So what you see down there with those very small letters, this is what I typed out on the kind of small typewriter I inherited from my mother. The joke was made in Petticoat Junction, or Operation Petticoat, I think was the name of the film, Operation Petticoat. They captured all these Japanese typewriters in English, so they wanted to make use of them, and the order came down to make use of this captured resource, but they couldn't find any papers that would fit in these typewriters, so they had to use American toilet paper. That was the only paper that could fit inside of the Japanese-sized English typewriters, or with the American alphabet. So that was a running joke throughout the film as well. These women typing on these little typewriters with using toilet paper, and the men were all running out of toilet paper. So this is what you see as a result thereof, and so when I'm writing these letters and sealing them, that is an example of these seals that are part of the family heritage. Now, good example of this that many of you may never know of, when the nationalist Chinese retreated from communist China, retreated from the mainland, and the communists overran the mainland, the nationalist Chinese took every treasure that they could to Taiwan. So much of I'm getting a question now. JMO asked in chat not to overpost or one person dominate. I want activity. One person did post a lot, but seriously, is it an issue? Not as far as I can see, unless it becomes something offensive. So
yeah, I just told them that, sorry about that.
No worries.
It's just that we get trolls so often that it's like it never hurts to be safe.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure that both of you can work it out with that individual. It should be fine with the both of you on it. We do want people to be active and communicate with each other. We don't want one person to dominate, of course, because it tends to discourage others from writing. It does look almost like an act of terrorism or trollery if somebody just starts dominating and, entering commentary relentlessly. Thank you. Yeah. And so when the nationalist Chinese took all the treasures that they could, no one knows what happened to the imperial seal of China. And the imperial seal of China is enormous. It's what's called a chopping block, is what it's called. In other words, this signature in Chinese is what's called a chop. And it's a character that is on a seal that for any normal human being in China, it's so you can rubber stamp your family signature onto a communique. And this is something that is always in jade or a precious metal or the like, and like you see in the photograph. And when it comes to the kind of seal the emperor had, of course, because he was emperor, it was enormous. So the block was something that required both hands to hold, and it would basically dominate the communique. In other words, it would dominate the document. So the whole point was whatever was written on the document would be covered with the emperor's signature. And that seal, of course, was something that was the mandate of heaven. So whoever holds that chopping block holds the mandate of heaven, and no one's been able to find it. So both Taiwan and Communist China have offered well over $1 trillion for whoever finds that imperial chopping block. That will net you well over $1 trillion. That is well over the economy of your average nation state will be offered for that chopping block. And so where it went, nobody knows. And as for the point that I make with that is that what I have is inherited a title of nobility, in a sense, from both sides of my family, but it's something that has nothing to do with one's fiscal resources. And as I pointed out before, when it comes to the British are in this conundrum with all of their nobility outside of the immediate royal family, which of course has literally untold billions of pounds sterling to their name. And that's much of it a result of the Opium Wars and all of the money that they stole from China via the opium trade, which they then surrendered outright to Franklin Delano Roosevelt to prevent him from effectively siding with the Axis and invading Canada. So he was bought off, and to this day, Americans are so propagandized. They get the impression from Winston Churchill and from other people that the Anglo-American alliance was somehow natural, that somehow because they're both English-speaking nations, that this was inevitable. But that was not the case at all. The British were traditionally viewed as the enemy. Most Americans were outraged that America sided with Britain in World War I. And preferred the German side in World War I. World War II was little different, and as was evidenced by Charles Augustus Lindbergh, nobody viewed him as a traitor until basically Roosevelt was taking advantage of the fact that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, declared war against the United States. So understand that America felt completely betrayed. Just remember this much. The Allies never declared war against Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler declared war against the United States. So that's something most people don't understand, they don't comprehend, and they call him a fool for doing it, but he would have been a fool not to, because the United States had bankrupted Japan, and then Hitler said, we will honor our obligations and our alliance with Japan, and everybody was saying, well, why don't you just betray the Japanese? And he said, it's not a matter of honor. The Americans will bankrupt us next. The Japanese were forced to invade everyone around them because the Americans had bankrupted them. And that would have happened to Germany. And because Germany was already on the offensive, he knew that he was going to do what the Japanese did, loot everything that wasn't nailed down. And that was the only way to keep the economy afloat, to have this continuous influx. But the Americans could have damaged that by basically bankrupting many of the other economies around them. To preempt that, Hitler declared war on America. And so at that point, everybody felt betrayed. And only at that point was Charles Augustus Lindbergh looked on as a fool. They're saying, oh, yes, see, you're friends with all these people who stabbed us in the back, when most Americans were on the Third Reich side. So this is something that mobilized America against the Third Reich in World War II. Nobody remembers this now, but it was that sense of betrayal from Adolf Hitler. They called him a nigger lover. They said Hitler sided with the Japs. And because Hitler sided with the Japs, the people who struck us, he's a goddamn nigger lover. And so that's how Hitler was viewed. Everybody thinks of him now as a racist, which is completely ironic. Whereas all the World War II generation, they were fighting him because he loved colored people. So you people have no concept of what World War II was fought over. You have no concept that you lost. You people are beyond help. But Peter and I are trying. Aside from all of that, it brings us back to the British, who America came to the aid to. The British nobility outside of the royal family, they were, like Churchill's father, they were inheriting estates, and they had all of this basically fixed assets that they could not liquidate because that would have destroyed their inheritance. In other words, if they get rid of their estates, they get rid of their very name and what gives their name any meaning. So they have property, they have servants to maintain, they have estates, but they have no money. So in order to get liquid assets, because they're asset rich but they're cash impoverished, then the nobility sold only what they had, which was their name, by marrying as many rich white American women as they could. So the nobility was breeding itself out of existence in Britain because this is how Churchill was born. Churchill's mother was a rich American family heiress named Jenny. And so Jenny Churchill was the product of his dad marrying a rich white American woman so that he could maintain his estate, because all these British are asset rich and cash poor. So understand this, what little I've inherited is something I can't get rid of. I can't get rid of the family seals. I can't pawn off anything that gives my name any meaning. And at the same time, I have no money. So I'm very much in their position. And for a while there, of course, when I was contracting very high risk contracts as a mercenary, etc., then I had enough money to literally buy people off the street. And that's how I purchased my son, the smartest purchase I ever made. And of course, he's one of the people who supports me now, but only in the sense that he can. He has no income of his own. He is married to a man with income. He's only given enough so that basically he can make purchases, etc. But other than that, his food, his medical care, everything is provided by his husband. And as for myself, I'm brought over to the estate, and that is where I can party, or basically, as people know, drink human blood from the very blood boys that are the transfusion associates of my son's husband. It's a terror. And so there are many things I access there, but they're not available to me on a 24-hour basis. So that is also where I can have access to quality recreational narcotics. There's something I can't afford to buy on the street. The same with the escorts, etc. They're all part of that environment, which has nothing to do with what I get otherwise, which is from SSDI, and that enables me to make money to an extent, quite legally, and the only way I can do that is through you. So it's through your help that I have my real source of income. So that hopefully puts that in some perspective. And aside from that, it brings us back to what Peter Moon was saying. So many of the things that he addressed, he was talking about entering caves in Romania. And that, of course, brings us back to the underworld. And he was talking about kind of going home by these caves. And it's all part of also just this psyche that there's barriers that are broken when you enter a cave. And so it's no less than a descent into depth itself, into the underworld, the lair of Hades, or the Hebrew Sheol. And it is what would be called adumbrations of status, or stasis would be the better word for it. Stasis, a stillness, silence, and death. The adumbrations, that would be the act of providing vague advance indications, the representation of the beforehand, the foreshadowing, prefiguration. In other words, a kind of anticipation, a prediction, a prevision, the act of predicting itself as by reasoning about the future. That is why Peter Moon was told he would get involved with politics, and why that's so connected to the cave descent itself in so many ways. And of course why Romania is connected to the inner earth, which of course was the ultimate retreat of the Third Reich into Unterland. So Freud and Jung, they applied the word depth to their psychology quite correctly, but the path psychoanalysis took was out of the depths, bringing light into darkness so that the heroic ego could triumph over the evil below, like Hercules or Heracles, cleansing the Augean stables. And that is wrong. What we should do is go deeper. We should explore the dream world. Let the dream work be to learn from the shadows, the images, and the metaphors. That's what psychic reality is all about. So what L. Ron Hubbard did was he departed from both Freud and Jung by basically espousing a radical thesis to make life better, in a sense, through death, through dreams. And these were imaged with emotions crafted into distinct materialized shapes that reflected the human consciousness of mortality, out of which all religions and philosophies and schools of psychology take their roots, reflecting over and against death itself, the death of the self. So when we think of the underworld, which Peter was visiting, the reason that that is so much a demarcation, such an important milestone, is because it also was part of his doing what he does when he's on the program, and when he speaks in conversations about his dreams, the contents of what they really are. All of that is kind of manifest when we physically do caving. And of course, we have this common dream theme that all of us have been through: gates and oceans and animals and sickness and remembering and forgetting and revelry. So what we need to do is kind of get rid of a lot of the logical positivist perspective, and really understand the deafness, the incisiveness of what is elusive and mysterious. So that is the importance of emphasizing that. And then Peter brought up, of course, the heart. And when he was talking about the heart, this is what really is the answer to what that lady who wrote him was saying, which is that Peter does a lot more for myself than I do for him. Well, Peter recognizes that what I do is not for himself, but what I do is a public service. So as a public informant, when he brought up the man who paid such a price, or would have paid such a price for it, certainly did until he was vindicated. And he talks about Daniel Ellsberg, who was a fellow Marine, just as I was a Marine Corps veteran with complex post-traumatic stress disorder, all of it of which was a product of anything but the fucking Marine Corps. Daniel Ellsberg, on the other hand, was more classic in the sense that much of his PTSD sourced from his Marine Corps experience. And so basically what Daniel Ellsberg began to be confronted by was working with many documents. Because of his Marine Corps background, he was entrusted with a security level clearance to work with federal documents. And basically what happened was he was exposed to that which ultimately turned his stomach, turned his mind. For instance, he was jolted one morning by waking up and reading a headline in the Los Angeles Times. He was a Californian. Again, a very similar position to myself. And there was this murder charge against the Green Berets, which Michael Aquino had been a part of, which the uncle of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, Master Sergeant Mr. Michael Ramirez, had been a part of the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret. And both of these men committed human sacrifice at whim. And this is what Daniel Ellsberg had woken up to, was a redemption of these Green Berets when he read in the Los Angeles Times headline that the murder charges against the Green Berets had been dropped by the U.S. Army. Now, these murder charges were later covered by the New York Times and the Washington Post, etc. For those of you who don't remember what had happened, basically 8 GIs who were all cultists of Michael Aquino, just as Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez was, the uncle of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. They murdered a Vietnamese double agent. In other words, there was a Vietnamese woman who was supposed to be a spy for the Vietnamese, but she was acting as such on behalf of orders from the South Vietnamese Republican government to act as an anti-communist infiltrator so she could expose what was going on to the Vietnamese who were fighting communism. So this double agent, basically the GIs decided to take advantage of her vulnerability, and they basically lured her into a trap. And even though she was on their side, they gang raped her to death. And basically, while they were doing so, they gutted her open and unwrapped all of her entrails while she was still alive. And so this was an extended death. You don't die immediately when you're gutted and your entrails are removed, unfortunately. And the Army dropped all the charges because the CIA refused to let any witnesses testify, because that would have exposed, of course, their intelligence positions. So while the CIA was understandable in why it was doing what it was doing from a pragmatic perspective, morally, the U.S. Army had no excuse. And the U.S. Army took advantage of the CIA's professional position to basically say, see, this woman was just another Vietnamese bitch, and therefore less than human, and the U.S. Army dropped all charges for what they did. So when Daniel Ellsberg saw that, that was the turning point. That was really the turning point. He said when he was in the Vietnam War, he said he couldn't stand the U.S. Army Special Forces, and when he saw this happen, he knew that basically they were all serving the cause of evil itself. And at that point, he realized he had to do what he could to expose what was going on in Vietnam. And as a result, he took many of the documents that became the Pentagon Papers, and he brought them to where they could be published. Now, it wasn't that simple. Everybody was expressing interest, like the New York Times, etc., but nobody was willing to publish them. It took years for him to get them published. I mean, the people who were trying to publish them, it wasn't simply that they were having their own reticence. It was the fact that they were sabotaged. I mean, basically, Ellsberg was dealing with the New York Times for months. And basically what had happened was the editor at the New York Times was going to be printing the story, but then the FBI shut the building down. The entire New York Times offices were shut down by just basically the FBI. So what they finally did was the New York Times staff had to break through the FBI barrier. In other words, the FBI shut the building down and they put up all this tape saying, "Do not enter." So what the New York Times staff did was they broke federal regulations, and they broke the law to go in and print what they were ordered not to print by federal injunction. And nobody remembers this now. But when it was printed, it was too late. The injunction was rendered moot by the fact that the public was outraged. And but Daniel Ellsberg was going to pay the price the rest of his life. That's what it certainly looked like, was that he would spend the rest of his life in jail. And so he was indicted by a grand jury in Los Angeles on 12 counts. That included theft, violation of the Espionage Act, giving unauthorized persons documents whose disclosure would endanger national security. He was sentenced to 115 years in prison. And so when that sentence was being delivered, and the judge was literally raising the gavel to pound on the podium to sentence him to 115 years in prison. That was when he had been approached literally by a member of his staff who whispered in his ear while he had the gavel up in the air, and he suspended the gavel just in an act of disbelief while the man was whispering to him. And then he said, "I cannot pass this sentence." And he said, "I can't pass this sentence because it turned out that President Nixon ordered a team to burglarize the office of Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist and had another team attack Mr. Ellsberg when he spoke at an anti-war rally. And based on these and other illegalities, which were only brought to my attention now," he said, I'm forced to declare a mistrial." So all charges against Mr. Ellsberg and his accomplices, who also faced multiple lifetimes in prison, they were all dropped and the case was dismissed. And at that moment that happened, that's when John Newton Mitchell was sentenced. He was indicted. Now, for those of you who don't remember, John Newton Mitchell was basically the highest government official at that time, certainly the only attorney general who was sentenced to prison for committing crimes of perjury. Now, bear in mind, this was the law and order attorney general. This was the attorney general who personified law and order in the Nixon administration. And all of this was something that rendered him the man to condemn several high-profile anti-war demonstrations because they were considered a violation of law and order. So John Mitchell, he had this ignominious reign, which on its own enough perhaps merited infamy for eternity. But he went to prison for conspiracy, perjury, and obstruction of justice. And so you had this individual, the nation's only attorney general to ever be imprisoned, the highest American official in office to ever be sentenced. This was a man who wound up, of course, he was sentenced to, 15 years, but he only served something like 19 months. It was a minimum security prison in Alabama. He was released on parole for medical reasons. He ultimately died at the age of 75. But this really promotes the situation, the reality thereof, that I'm dealing with. What I've released are the Pentagon Papers of World War II. And basically, we've released them in the form of the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. That is essentially the Pentagon Papers of World War II. I had released them only in the sense that I brought everybody all of the truth about it and told everybody where they could go to find all their circumstantial evidence, but it's not the same as having it put into print. And the sacrifices that were made for that are, of course, different because the crime is so much different. In other words, the crime of the Daniel Ellsberg affair was the Vietnam War and exposing what the Pentagon was doing as triggered by a sacrificial satanic sacrifice that just brought Daniel Ellsberg over the edge. He couldn't tolerate anymore. And the fact that Nixon sent in a team to break into the private records of his psychiatrist because he was being treated for post-traumatic stress disorder, which at that time was a moral failing. At that time, anybody being psychiatrically weak enough to manifest PTSD, which was just then coming into formal diagnosis. Until that period of time, back in my father's day in World War II in Korea, there was no such term. They only called it battle fatigue or combat stress or shell shock. Back from World War I, they called it shell shock. So in terms of all of that, it's only thanks to Daniel Ellsberg and the exposition of his records we actually had the public recognize his failing, quote unquote. At that time, when it was presented, it was to be exposed as a moral failing, as basically cowardice. And instead, it became dignified with a medical diagnosis because of the case of Daniel Ellsberg and the theft of all of his medical records. This time, it's being used now as an excuse and a rationalization for criminal behavior, for rape and murder. We've just had a Marine kill an entire family, put 7 bullets into an 11-year-old girl. And everything that this man has done is excused as post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is the other end of the extreme we're dealing with now. I myself have never presented my condition as an excuse, but I am on SSDI for it because I was dishonorably discharged. Therefore, I cannot receive any military benefits. What makes my case so incredibly offensive in terms of what's been done to it, what's been done with it by the enemy, by the cultists of Michael Aquino, is the fact that I suffer physical injury. I have staples in my rib cage to hold my lungs up. And yet they just forged documents and burned all of the real ones concerning my service to say I was never in the Marines. I find it interesting that unlike any of my attackers, Derek Talley or Richard K. Cole Jr., who never saw any action, and neither of them served a full hitch in the Marine Corps, none of them served the 5-year term. Neither one of them. I am presented as someone who never served in the Marine Corps when I'm the only one who suffered exposure to cyclostyrene nerve gas that resulted in so many lung collapses, 7 of them, that I suffered multiple death experiences, was literally medically diagnosed as clinically dead, and finally had my lungs stapled to my rib cage to keep them from collapsing again. And yet they will tell you adamantly, emphatically, fiercely, Douglas Dietrich never served in the Marine Corps. This is what I have to deal with, and it's far worse than anything Daniel Ellsberg ever had to deal with. Ultimately, Daniel Ellsberg had the fortune to be vindicated. I have not had that fortune yet. And that is because what we're doing is so much more serious. When it comes to the Vietnam War, as serious as it was, it's not World War II. So what Daniel Ellsberg exposed was dealt with at the time, and it was dealt with so incompetently, he came out of it smelling like a rose, looking like a hero. But because I'm dealing with World War II, and the consequences are so much more dire, whereas Vietnam was incredibly unpopular, nobody in the United States wanted Vietnam. The only people who wanted it were the military. Unlike World War II, 2/3 of the men who served in Vietnam were volunteers. Only 1/3 of them were draftees. All this shit about the draft is just that. It's shit. You had a bunch of people concerned about the draft, worried about being drafted, but those that were concerned were very much the minority. They were simply a loud minority. The rest of the U.S. volunteered to go. 2/3 of the people who served in Vietnam wanted to be there, killing Asians. Whereas in World War II, 2/3 of people involved were draftees. Only 1/3 of the people in World War II volunteered. Nobody at the time wanted to be in that war. So it's the total opposite. You have a myth about Vietnam where everyone was drafted and somehow was persecuted when they came back as innocent victims. It's all bullshit. These are people who went over there to rape and murder and kill babies. That's what they volunteered for. They wanted to be there. As for World War II, they were all the draftees. The U.S. was mobilized to fight an enemy they knew nothing about. In either case, European or Asiatic. This is the war that I expose. And it's a war that, once the lie is lifted, your world is destroyed. Your entire world, your American identity is based on World War II. Everything ends with your realization you lost that war. So with that, there is no conventional answer. Bringing me up to trial simply exposes the fact that they lost. If I were brought to trial like Daniel Ellsberg, unlike the Vietnam War, which contemporarily no one wanted to be in but the psychotics, therefore when he was brought to trial, he was easily vindicated. He easily looked the hero. In my case, everyone is high off the myth of World War II. What I'm saying is something nobody not only wants to hear, it's something they cannot bear to hear. So this is why there is nothing that I can do for Peter Moon that would ever compensate him for the stance he's taken by taking my side and rendering what I've exposed accessible to you. There is nothing I can do for him that would redress or balance his risk and what he's done to basically make his life immeasurably more difficult by involving himself with me. This is the politics with which he has condemned himself to in terms of his involvement. And in that sense, yes, he's making all the sacrifice. And there's nothing I can do to redress that. Understand the only thing that can be done is for you to redress that. You have to buy the book. You have to essentially address the issue by making everyone you know about the book and expose the fact that all of these gang stalkers are acting on only one motivation. The motivation is ultimately the destruction of your world. This is something they sought in World War II when they unleashed the plutonium bomb, what they called Gadget, at Alamogordo, Stallion's Gate, when the calculations were, and you can look this up, scientists forewarned, the chain reaction we unleash with the plutonium bomb, we figure to be monumentally different from the type of chain reaction released by the limited fusion of the uranium bomb the Axis developed. What we developed could destroy the world. And nowadays they step back, they say, oh no, that's not the case. Oh yeah, it's etc. No one can deny that was the original calculations. At the time of the test, when they went forward, and they said this, they thought was going to destroy the world. They thought that this would destroy the creation of the divinity, and thereby they would usurp the divinity itself, that they would assume the Godhead. And by assuming the Godhead, by usurping the divinity, these men would become as unto gods. This is something that continued through the Montauk Project because of the failure of the plutonium bomb to carry out the alchemical devastation, the primordial destruction of matter, the creation and destruction of primordial earth at the alchemical level on a global scale that they had hoped for. That failed. It wasn't the bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki that made them realize they lost the war, the Americans. It was Trinity Site. When they blew the bomb at Trinity and the world didn't end, they knew the war was lost. That's what you'll never understand until the next book, where we talk about the kind of mentality, the processing of their reality that these alchemical anarchists hold. And that brings us back to the anarchy. As James and Reese and I were discussing before anyone came on the show tonight, the worst thing that could ever happen is anarchy. And yet these agents of chaos, the cultists of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency, these people present themselves always with the farcical face of authority. Michael Aquino, always in full uniform, whenever he would show up and say, I do not know Douglas Dietrich. Now think of the parallel between George S. Patton and Hobo Joe. George S. Patton claiming he never knew the man who saved his life. Michael Aquino claiming he never knew Douglas Dietrich. And the one thing you do know, nobody believes Michael Aquino. He just, people would write him in the YouTube videos underneath his interview with Sean Stone saying, you are expending a lot of energy and time denying that you know some guy you never knew. Nobody believes him, and yet he always presented himself as a figure of authority in full military uniform. It was Sean Stone who suggested he changed his tack, and as Peter Moon observed, when he appeared on the Sean Stone show, he appeared looking like Captain Kangaroo in like a civilian outfit, looking like Plaid and looking like a kind of like a Charlie McCarthy doll with his bushy eyebrows and shit, trying to look like he was friendly to all the kids. And so in terms of Michael Aquino and Richard K. Cole Jr., look at how he presents himself. Always in his Marine Corps uniform that was even before graduation, the one piece fits all that all Marines take the photograph in. It's a uniform that's passed around through thousands and thousands of Marines. And that uniform is what he shows himself in to project a sense of authority over the man he's attacking. So all of these men are presenting themselves under the mantle of authority to convince you that I cannot be telling the truth because they assassinate my character. In other words, the ad hominem attack, the attack on the man as opposed to the facts, this is all they're left with, and they attack me by presenting themselves as the ultimate authority. Now, you know that Richard K. Cole Jr. is authorized by the U.S. Marine Corps to do this because they do nothing to stop him when he's misrepresenting himself in a Marine Corps uniform. What he's saying at that time, when he represents himself in a Marine Corps uniform, he is saying he represents the United States Marine Corps officially. That can be stopped. The Marine Corps can easily stop him, which they do not do. They are deathly afraid of what I expose in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, because we expose the Marine Corps.
The book exposes, and it's quite verifiable, easily verifiable, that the Marine Corps was inherently in its roots
treasonous,
aligned with communism.
Yes, a treasonous, communist, subversive insurgency. Thank you.
Yeah, in other words, this is like, wow. It's like if I went to a Marine that I know who's very proud, you get angry, and then if he looked at the truth, what's he going to do? He's going to look at the truth eventually, and it's, going to discombobulate reality for him.
And that's the irony of A Few Good Men when you see Tom Cruise, man number 2, basically grilling Jack Nicholson. And Jack Nicholson said, you can't handle the truth, which, of course, Peter Moon said it's Jack Nicholson's character who can't handle the truth, which is representative of the Marine Corps itself. The truth exposes the Marine Corps and their treasonous position as not only a communist insurgency, but one that attempted to kill their own commander-in-chief. And ultimately, the product of World War II, the Air Force, which was a product of World War II, there being no U.S. Air Force prior to World War II, only naval aviation forces and, of course, U.S. Army Air Corps. These forces, out of their veterans, was created that traveling Gulf Club known as the U.S. Air Force. And the elite of that, the elite of the elite, was the Strategic Air Command. And they were the men who called John F. Kennedy a traitor. They considered him a collaborator with the Japs, and they killed him. They succeeded in killing him where the Marine Corps failed in killing Harry Truman. And that's what brings us to the next book, in which we will speak of that. And of course, that is part of that whole narrative of that treason. And so I think that people understand the only way that book's going to come about is if you buy this one. So make certain you do buy this one. And that's something that Peter Moon will talk about when he's on with Penny Bradley in the near future. And of course, aside from all of that, he was bringing up the kind of government that we're dealing with, the kind of government that true whistleblowers, hate that name, that true public informants are exposing. Whether that Marine, of course, every time I bring up his name, there's something in me that just blanks it out. But of course, the Marine who exposed the Pentagon Papers, Daniel Ellsberg, whether it's Daniel Ellsberg or whether it's that transgender individual who's the only sympathetic individual out of all of the recent spate of whistleblowers that we had that were all intimately connected, whether it's Edward Snowden or Julian Assange. These are echinocultists, and I've exposed that in the past. The only victim among them was, of course, that individual who was born Bradley Edward Manning, who later on became Chelsea Elizabeth Manning. And for those of you who don't know, I've brought this up in the past. I give away the first names of people who I care about. My gang brother, Daniel, that's Beaver. His real name's Daniel. And I always have to use that name in front of his mother because she doesn't like me calling him Beaver, which is understandable. Everyone in the gang calls him that, but different environment. And, of course, my son was originally born Elizabeth. And as for Bradley Edward Manning, well, my son took his name and he took my son's. They were in correspondence all the while that Bradley Manning was in jail. It was one of the few things that kept his morale up, was correspondence with my son. And so he became Chelsea Elizabeth Manning. That young lady I purchased off the street named Elizabeth became Edward. And so all of you understand this much. That character he paid the price, whereas Edward Snowden, he originally tried to defect to communist China. You can look that up. He was stuck in Hong Kong because the communist Chinese wanted nothing to do with him. They told him to go fuck himself. And that's when he surrendered himself to the Soviets, or the former Soviets, the now revisionist Russian Empire under Vladimir Putin. And he defected and became a Putin puppet. And as for Julian Assange, he was always an Aquino occultist and no one to be admired. And he's paying the price now for Aquino not being alive to rescue his rancid ass. And he's left in the world that is no longer Aquino's and a world that is now, going to make him pay the price. And that's Julian Assange. And in terms of Jameson Reese, he brings up Russia is so bad that China was Edward Snowden's first choice. And, that needs to be emphasized. You can imagine trying to defect to communist China, having to learn the Chinese language would be an incredible challenge for any American. The fact that he was more than willing to go that far rather than go to Russia, well, I think that the choice would be obvious. Most Americans would take China over Russia any day. Of course, China is becoming more and more intolerable, and their laws are growing more and more repressive. But going back to what we were talking about in terms of this world and the problems we're dealing with under this government, when Peter Moon was bringing up what the government did in so many cases concerning just abducting people and torturing them to death, for those of you who don't believe them, let me give you the archetypal case. Abu Omar. Abu Omar was a simple Muslim cleric. Think Salman Sheikh. Think about somebody who doesn't scare you. Of course, this guy probably looks scary to most of you because Muslim clerics wear a certain kind of garb where, to most Westerners, they look like they're walking around in their pajamas all day. So they also have very long beards and because Allah has a beard and they emulate the creator. And you see these men with their beards walking around in pajama-looking clothing all day, and you say, that guy looks like, well, to most Westerners, the guy looks like a freak. And so you see some guy like that. No, most Westerners have no sympathy for him. Well, this guy was just basically living his life out, acting as the spiritual shepherd to his flock in Milan, Italy, when he was simply misidentified, and I use that term pointedly, he was misidentified by the CIA as being a potential terrorist or somehow potentially harboring or encouraging terrorism. And so on February 17th of 2003, Abu Omar was abducted in Milan by agents of the CIA, and they had total impunity. They made no attempt at a covert operation. This was under the Obama administration. And what the Obama administration carried out, this is what Peter Moon was speaking of. Why do these presidents tolerate this evil? What is possessing them? What do they have over them? In the case of Barack Obama, it was easy. Barack Obama was not born in the United States. He was born in Kenya. I have never presented this as a negative. This is not a birth or a conspiracy. I dealt with the family of Barack Obama in Kenya. I dealt with them. I dealt with one of his relations who was tortured and imprisoned by the British and fought against the British Empire for years by siding with the Nazis. So Barack Obama's family served in good cause on the side of light, as far as I'm concerned. And America needs a foreign president in order to ever be an international empire. None of the great leaders on earth were of the nation that they're identified with. They were all from alien cultures. Alexander the Great was not Greek. He was Macedonian. Joseph Stalin, tyrant though he was considered the man who carried the Soviet Union to its greatest imperial outreach. And he, of course, was not Russian. He was Georgian. He considered himself Caucasian, from the Caucasus Mountains, where the very term comes from, and he felt himself the only white leader over an Asiatic Slavic empire that he considered completely expendable. Adolf Hitler was not German. He was Austrian. Napoleon Bonaparte was not French. He was ethnically Italian and born in Corsica. His mother was considered a terrorist by the French because she fought for Corsican independence. And ultimately, she was fighting first against the Austrians, the nation in which Hitler was born. And then the Austrians sold her island to the French in a political maneuver. And so it's only by chance that Napoleon Bonaparte was born a French citizen. You can imagine how different history would be if he had been born Austrian. Which means he would have been like Hitler. But basically, in terms of these operations of kidnapping people under a foreign president, this is what the Americans had over him. He was a foreigner. He was not considered a legal president of the United States, and they would expose him anytime he acted against them. He had no choice but to acquiesce to everything they wanted, which was more and more drone strikes, which they began to call Obama strikes, so they could implicate him. That way, every crime against humanity they committed, every wedding that they blew up, every funeral that they blew up, every convoy of refugees that they massacred, they called it an Obama strike, telling him, if you act against us for all the satanic sacrifices that we're knowingly committing, you'll be up against the wall as a foreign spy. You'll be executed not only as a traitor, not only as a foreign agent for an African nation, not only as a quote-unquote Muslim, you're going to be executed for war crimes. And so Obama was stuck. And therefore, the Americans developed the Torture Taxi Airlines. You can look that up. They called it the Torture Taxi Airlines. And the Torture Taxi Airlines headquarters was Johnston County Airport, just 30 minutes from Raleigh, and I believe that's North Carolina. And the aero contractors were nominally a private company like Blackwater, and they ran what were called the rendition flights. And a forced rendition means kidnapping in the legal definition of any nation on earth. So Obama was exploited to expand the Bush killing methods by attacking and assassinating with drones. The headquarters for the torture taxi flights, Penny Bradley has a headache. She might be saying goodnight for the moment, or for tonight at least, and we'll have her on again.
I've got to go too, Douglas.
Understood. Well,
so late.
Hopefully that contextualizes some of what we were talking about, and
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. I love you dearly, both yourself and Penny. Okay, good night. Blessed night. All right, thank you so much. And that was Mr. Peter Moon. Do purchase his book and mine from skybooks.usa.com. Penny Bradley, do you want us to come on to say goodnight? Are you able to do that?
Yeah. I looked up the name of the guy, and the show is called Raised by Giants, and I'm supposed to be on there at noon tomorrow.
Okay. Yes.
And I'm going to have to just log out of everything now and lay down for a while.
Understood, honey. Well, we love you dearly, and hope that you'll...
Thank you for having me on, and for the audience, I have a broken neck, And a bone spur is, well, actually 3 bone spurs are inserting into my spinal cord, and because your spinal cord is part of your brain, it's creating a concussion headache. And we are in the process of getting surgery scheduled probably for November. So,
Everyone maintain Penny Bradley in your thoughts and prayers, and do send her whatever support you can morally. All the moral support she can get will help. And tell us what your biggest fear is about this surgery that's coming up. Is the risk for a paralysis a potential?
it's at the worst part is at my C4 vertebra, and paralysis is a big fear. I've had episodes of paralysis in the past, and it's no fun at all. The potential issues: I could die, I could have blood clots, I could have paralysis, I could get basically a brain infection from it. And the hospital where I'm having this surgery has a problem with C. difficile and MRSA. So
So people understand this, C. difficile and MRSA, these are these super viruses, these super bugs become acclimated to medical environments because the medical environments are hyper-sanitized, and as a result, these filthy diseases, ironically enough, they thrive where you have these antiseptic environments, and when people get them, they're almost incurable. The way that they cured them in my mother in particular, but also my father at one point, was when they were in hospitals so often they contracted that kind of disease, is they literally pump human shit into the human digestive system so that the bacteria can be inserted back into your system, which is so sanitized by antibiotics that you'll have enough bacterial influence to reemerge and reproduce enough domestic bacteria within your body to fight off the alien disease. So the disease, because it thrives in a hyper-sanitized or sterilized environment, they need to provide enough biological material, in this case human fecal matter, to make it. And Penny Bradley brought to my attention the fact that many wealthy people are now having the shit transfusions so that they can get enough biologicals. So tell us about that.
Exactly. That's what all of these. Oh God, what are they? What are they selling them as? They're biologicals in a capsule. Those are taken from human shit. So, I went to college a long time ago, but I was pre-med microbiology and chemistry. So I come at my world from a science perspective. I used to balance it with religion, but along the way I have completely lost my faith. And I'm facing surgery now because when I was injured in 1977, no one listened to me because I was a preacher's wife. And it has taken this long to finally get a surgeon to listen that I actually need this fixed.
Could you tell us why being a preacher's wife was such a disadvantage?
Because this was before the 1983 Supreme Court decision that said women were adult human beings and had responsibility. So I was literally, under the law, I was his property, and he was the one who had given me the injury. And he did not want to go to jail for trying to kill me. And so it healed in the wrong position, and every time I went to the doctor, he had to sign for me to be treated. And so he would tell the doctor that I was a hypochondriac. And since he was a preacher, they assumed he was telling the truth and I was delusional. And that's part of why when people start telling me I'm delusional, I go into PTSD mode. No, he's not. I got a comment, and no, he is not dead now. He's actually in Thailand, married to a nice lady, and I do light candles for her protection.
Bless you. That's so terrifying.
But during the 10 years we were married, he gave me 12 concussions and broke my neck. And yes, I know I should have left him the first time, but when you are raised in a cult, and my father was a pastor, my father turned down my full scholarship to Cornell's to make me marry a preacher, and this was the preacher they chose. So I was left with no money, no power, no freedom, and the law at the time supported his ownership of me. So this was before they had all these shelters for women.
Right.
And at the time of my divorce, I was literally making the decision whether to divorce him or kill him.
Right.
And my personal ethical standards, I couldn't kill him. This was the father of my 3 kids. I could not look them in the eyes if I had even consented to his death. And because I have contacts with some not nice folks, I have had offers from people who could have done it, would have done it happily, and they said, and you won't owe us anything because it's a public service. And I told them, honestly, I couldn't look my kids in the eyes if I consented to their father's death. So, I mean, that's on me. But I don't know how many other people he's damaged. I know he's been married to 2 other women, both in Thailand. And the first one, when she divorced him, her brothers tried to kill him. So I'm sure he's continuing the same habits.
Right. And now this could be my conflating different people in your life. What was he also involved with the mafia, like a mobster?
No, that was the second husband.
Oh God. Okay. So
I lived in a part of Fresno where even the police had abandoned us. And it was getting pretty bad, but I had no money because I was trying to take care of my 3 kids without the first husband paying child support, because if he wasn't going to live with me, he wasn't going to give me money. And a mafia capo moved in across the street. And they decided that I was a good person because I was going to church, I was raising my kids, I was not out partying. And when they tried to recruit me as a prostitute, I told them to go to hell. So this guy shows up at my door with a fresh haircut and a dozen roses and a diamond ring and says, "Will you marry me?" And I said, "I'll tell you what, I'll get to know you first."
You did a bad job of that, apparently.
Yeah, I did a bad job of that, apparently, because I didn't know until after we were married that he was mafia.
Right.
So it's been, my life has been where I have made about 6 decisions that turned out to all be really sucky, bad decisions. And the rest of my life, I've actually been a pretty good kid. So I'm still living with the consequences of those decisions and what the laws were at the time. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm both terrified of and looking forward to this surgery because I've been getting epidurals every 5 months for about 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then this last year, they've stopped working. So that's why they're finally considering surgery.
Okay.
And if it goes well, 6 months down the road, I should be in pretty good shape. If it doesn't go well, I am trying real hard to not be scared by that.
Yeah, and understand all surgeries have risk.
Yes.
Any surgery that anyone gets, you could conceivably die. But of course, anything that has to deal with the spine, the risks do go up by orders of magnitude. So this is why we need to maintain Our Lady in thought and prayer, and understand, of course, that in your case, I personally intuit everything will go swimmingly. I think that you'll be fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll come out much the better for this, and you'll be so glad that you took the risk and went through with it. Honestly, this is what I feel. And understand, of course, this is something
You just heard that gunshot, right?
Yeah, and you mentioned, of course, you got these high, electronic pitch sounds happening around your neighborhood at night, or and I do want.
That one was a shotgun.
Hey, I understand.
Close.
Yeah. So what I do want to point out is that Our Lady Penny Bradley lives in Red, California, and this is like she lives in like the scenes that they use for Stephen King's Children of the Corn film franchise, which of course has 9 sequels you probably don't even fucking know about, to a film that's based on a fucking short story. But anyhow, this is where they go to film it, is places like where she lives in California. This is like so I'm not surprised about the gunshot. I'm not surprised about the high-pitched electronic sound. Tell us a little bit about your neighborhood right now. Is there something you think might be going on between the satanic and Christian militias or something?
I think it's the end of the summer. It's been really hot, and we've had a lot of weirdness this week.
Okay.
Well, this past week. This is Sunday.
Isn't that situation normal, honey? I mean, first off, you're in fire country. This is where everything burns, all year round. You've got
it has been more concentrated weirdness.
What is that like? Is that describable? Is that speakable? It's like
the frequency, often-ness of the weirdness is increasing.
Please do say something. We're intrigued by this stuff.
Yeah, we'd like to hear about some of this.
This is the second gun blast I've heard since Friday, and normally we get one a month, so, or less. And I'm on the edge of town. You would think that the sheriff's department guy that's stationed here would be checking on it, or that the highway patrol office that's a half mile away would have heard it. So, yeah, they do. Yeah, we have a highway patrol station in town. And, it's been weird here.
I have a question, though. Have you been seeing more and more, young people with, in the satanic stuff popping up? Just curious.
Mm-hmm. And we're hearing more sounds, by the way.
We have a neighbor from about 2 apartment buildings down who goes out completely covered, top hood all the way down to his toes. All that's sticking out are his fingertips and his nose. Everything else is completely covered in black. But you say hi and you hear hi back from him. So I have no...
From out of that blackness.
Well, it sounds like a nice guy, honestly.
He seems to be. He's just walking past. He hasn't caused any problems. I know I'm weird, but I really don't have problems with most Satanists. Most Satanists of my acquaintance get a bum rap. They're not into a lot of truly bizarre shit. They just like the name. The ones that bother me are the ones that are OTO because they actually do the shit.
Right.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
come on, you know?
Yeah,
There's a lot of people that name the name, but they really don't do anything. OTO does shit.
And by the way, the in terms of Peter Moon, the house he's living in now that he talks about, this being what he's involved with, personalizing it. It was occupied for a period of time. I've told the story in the past, of course, about the guy I call the smutty professor, who this one chick who I had a fling with wound up basically stealing his home out from under him by getting him all pig-faced drunk all the time. He was a heavy drinker anyway, but she drank him under the table and got him to sign his house over, and she wound up kicking him out as a squatter, and eventually she couldn't maintain the home. Yeah, she couldn't maintain the home, and then she had to abandon it, and he wound up getting it back. I mean, literally, legally, ownership-wise, by going in and squatting, and he squatted there for the next 5 years. And in California, that means 5 years of squatting, then you it's yours. So he got it back, and I
have known of renters who would live in a place for 20 years, and the owner would try to get them out so they could sell it, and so they would homestead their apartment.
Okay, but what does that mean? Surrender it to them or something, or what? What do you?
If you homestead it, it cannot be taken from you even if you file bankruptcy.
Uh-huh.
So they would homestead on their apartment and could not be taken out.
Okay, okay, there we are.
And it would just completely screw over the landlady.
Okay, so not that I'm planning this or have any real problems with my landlady, but you're saying that
you would need to get an actual attorney on the case, because I think they've recently changed the laws, and you would need to know exactly how to go about it to be legal.
Okay, thank you. Just curious. It's just curious. It's more of just a hypothetical mental exercise than anything else. But
it's a historical fact, and I'm not sure how much it is still valid in the actual moment.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, and thank you. Definitely appreciate your condition, your qualification there, and in terms of what you were speaking of earlier with your. The challenges that you're dealing with, the environment that you're in. I don't think many people still appreciate it. How big is your town? I mean, of course, I could make a joke and say that, Penny Bradley lives in a town that's so small that what would you call it? Their power production facility is a Sears Die Hard or something.
No, we're not that small. We have an elementary school with 1,500 kids from the surrounding area. I think the last census we had 3,000 people in town, and if you count dogs and cats, it's probably 3 times that. We do have a lot of poor people who are renting rooms in old houses. Mm-hmm. So you might have 20 people living in a small house.
Right. But by the way,
we also have a large homeless community that had become.
Is this like cultivated? It was kind of like you guys wanted to import your own personal ghetto, or what the fuck?
We have.
I mean, why would there be homeless in a place like that? For God's sakes! I mean, holy shit! I mean, homeless usually hang out. Yeah, go on.
Okay, we're straight east of you. The climate is not that bad, except that where at this elevation, it gets over 100 degrees in the summer, but in the winter, it doesn't actually snow here, where it does uphill. And it's acorns are edible. There's lots of, except for the really dry fire season part, then there's always foraging food available. So it's really not that bad of a place to be homeless. There's huge areas of BLM land where it's legal to camp.
Okay.
So,
No, could you explain what that acronym means? You're not talking about Black Lives Matter. What?
no, I'm talking about Bureau of Land Management.
Okay.
It's the Federal Bureau of Land Management owns 3/4 of my county.
Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, yes, there's a lot of federal land in the West. It's for people who don't know, you go west of the Mississippi, excuse me, and the majority of land that's owned is Western. In fact, forget the Mississippi. It's well around that area. Draw a center line through the geographic center of the United States, and everything west of that is pretty much federal land. And yeah, but so go on, honey, with the in terms of some of these.
In terms of the community, it used to be white people and Miwok. Miwok are the local tribe,
Right.
and during the gold rush era, a lot of the gold miners would go through and massacre the natives, and so there was this uneasy peace between the two groups up until about 25 years ago. At that time, remember when California voted for the natives to be able to have their casinos?
Yeah. And
Okay.
later on, Schwarzenegger tried to deny that or tried to renege on it. Go on.
Yeah. Well, we have two separate reservations here, and they both have casinos. And at that point, they went from being treated like trash to being treated really well. And that didn't set right with some of the folks here. And we have a prison downhill from us. And a lot of the family members of the gang people who are in that prison moved up here. So the ethnic mix has changed tremendously over the last 3 decades. And so far, we haven't had any riots or killing anybody. So
that's pretty miraculous. So your neighbors tried to compensate for that by firing off their shotgun at random natives walking by, right?
I think most of the time they're shooting at their family members or they're shooting into the ground. I haven't figured out why they shoot at all, except frustration. But it is what it is.
Or it could be simply these are the type of firearm accidents that happen when you have families of morbidly inbred imbeciles who have firearms.
We do have an inbreeding problem up here among the local people. That's polite. We do have a local mafia of the people who have been here, their families have been here since the gold rush.
Right.
And if you get completely out of line, they will go old school on you and you will disappear.
Right.
So I think it was Robert Heinlein that said an armed society is a polite one.
Yeah, well,
So
you know what I think about Robert Heinlein.
The case.
Yeah.
That's scary, actually.
We kind of have that going on here.
You
don't know who's armed.
Right.
And so
right.
people are generally polite.
Right. Just to put this into some perspective for the listeners, because we have many listeners that may not come from this kind of environment or this kind of background. One of the things that happened was when I took my tour of Central America, and understand this was not a combat tour, this was not a contract tour. I was down with a woman who I wanted to marry. And and I was down there to meet her very Catholic parents, and we spent the overwhelming majority of our time in Nicaragua. I have, however,
Dangerous place.
yeah, well, it still is, yeah, and it is what it is. But in terms of, he was in a state of war at the time. That was my first taste of being actually in an active war zone. In terms of the one place where you do not have an active war zone in Central America that I can speak about with some authority, because I know so many people who retired there, that would be Costa Rica. And Costa Rica has no standing army. But what it does have is a concealed carry law. Everyone is permitted concealed carry in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
So understand that everybody in Costa Rica, the overwhelming majority of the population is white retirees. And they're overwhelmingly former police, former CIA, former military. So you've got all these combat pros who are armed, concealed armed. That is an environment.
I would rather deal with someone who was trained to use their weapon than some redneck who's been pot shooting at trees.
Yeah. No, I understand, and I forget which country he was in, whether it was Nicaragua or Costa Rica, but let me look up for a second. There's an author of Barry Sadler was he was a balladeer. He wrote the Green Beret song. So if you've ever heard,
I thought I knew that name.
Yes, and the Ballad of the Green Berets was a big hit back in the days of the Vietnam War, and so he became famous for that. And it was around 1966, around the year that I was born. He was only 49 years old when he died. And that was because he went to go down to one of these areas where he could just retire and kick back. And it was basically in Nicaragua. And, the way that it was presented in the news was that he was training Nicaraguan rebels in Guatemala, or something like that. But
the United States government, through the military, has done so much shit to those countries.
I understood. But...
And it started with Teddy Roosevelt. So it's been a long, very long time that we have been doing shit to those people.
Continued genocide. It never ends.
Yes. Ongoing. I have so much respect for those people because not only have they survived, they've somehow managed to thrive.
Right. Of course, all of that is
I wouldn't call that thriving. If you look at videos of what they do, all they do is kill each other all day.
Yeah. They don't make the situation any easier on themselves. Let's put it that way.
Better to be aborted than be born there. I mean, shit. Let's be honest.
There are a lot of places on this planet that I'm glad I'm not in.
Right. My point was, all of that being true, no denying any of that. I'm not arguing with that. Barry Allen Sadler died because he was basically in a bar and he was pig-faced drunk and he was waving a loaded weapon and he blew his own brains out by accident. So people understand.
Nice.
So that people...
Do we call this poetic justice?
There's some of that there. I mean, for what it's worth, I had nothing against Barry Sadler personally, of all the Green Beret type soldiers.
If he's teaching rebels how to fight war and he accidentally kills himself, that's justice.
Something
Not
there.
really. That's actually a very bad for the rebels. They might need to consider a new teacher.
It's just what it is. I mean, honestly, these are like when it comes to Barry Sadler, the reason I'm ambivalent about him, of all of the Green Berets and all of these people, was that Barry Sadler was the only person who really took the time to do something with his life. And in his case, he really produced a series of books that are still worth reading, and I would actually recommend to many people out there who are young men. That would be young men's reading material that I would actually say was valid, and or something that would be constructive. And he is the man who wrote the series, the franchise, which has since been taken over by other writers, called The Eternal Mercenary. And what he did was he based it off of Casco Rufio Longinus. And Casco Rufio Longinus is, though he didn't present the story, I would say, very well, or very religiously, or emphasize the religious aspects of that man's awakening. Rather, he presented the man as a sympathetic character who simply could not die. And so he was simply serving in wars throughout his life as basically a kind of, it's just he didn't know what else to do with himself or what else to do. So this character, Casco Rufio Longinus, for those of you who don't know, he's not presented well in the series of books in one sense, but it is sensible.
If I recognize that name, he's the supposed Roman soldier who put the spear through the crucified Jesus to prove he was dead.
Yes, he is actually made a saint in the Roman Catholic Church.
His spear is the spear of destiny,
yes,
which was one of the items that the Hitler regime went batshit looking for.
Well, they had that.
Yeah, they eventually got it. Yes.
Yes, and so.
So he's one of those. He was a soldier to begin with, so expecting him to change who he was over time was kind of
right. So he never did.
Irrational.
Within the conceit. Yeah, the conceit of that series of novels is that he just went on as an eternal mercenary, just serving in war after war. But I think that one thing that's recommended is the book in the series in which he's fighting on the side of the Third Reich. So that is probably the most. That is probably the apex or the pinnacle of the series. You don't need to read the rest of the series, but the one is where it's simply titled.
Well,
Case
I know enough about the Third Reich.
Yes, no, I'm not recommending it to you.
At this moment, I'm just trying to figure out who Nimza was.
Yeah. Just to let our listeners know, not recommending it to Penny Bradley, of course, but the title for that particular book would be Casca Panzer Soldier. So understand in that book, the only argument that I would have with it was, of course, a misrepresentation of Adolf Hitler, but it's not completely condemnatory. I would say it was a misrepresentation, but I wouldn't say it was a caricature or a character assassination. But it simply presented differently from the historical reality. But Casca, the man who killed Christ, is then presented with confronting Adolf Hitler. So that does happen in the novel, and it's titled Casca Panzer Soldier, and it is the one book out of the series that truly stands out, and as far as I'm concerned, validates the existence of the rest of the series. And Barry Sadler was involved in the writing of that. So Barry Sadler does present the war from the perspective of the Third Reich. So do understand that that's important. So
that's an important change.
Yes.
Most people cannot empathize enough with the Germans. Like Peter said, according to American history, as taught in public schools, only the Germans have ever committed an atrocity.
Right. All that insanity.
Is absolutely blatant bullshit.
Of course.
The biggest genocide in world history was committed between the English and the Spanish, and it was the destruction of the Native Americans.
Yeah, well, not to defend the English or absolve them at all. They're responsible for horrific genocides, particularly in India, but mostly in the Western Hemisphere, it was mostly the Spanish and the Portuguese. But then the Americans, and the
Canadians, because they're bodies being dug up there too.
Yes, but as I pointed out,
then you've got the guy that did the Rhodes Scholar scholarship thing.
Yes.
He was responsible for killing how many millions of Africans, and King Leopold of Belgium was responsible for somewhere between 10 and 20 million people being
more like
killed.
hundreds of millions.
Yeah, in Africa.
Those
Congo.
are the ones we have numbers for, and it could be absolutely hundreds of millions in what we today call the Congo.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I figure at some point one just goes numb after killing like one person. I think at that point numbers don't even matter.
Right.
When you're going in and establishing a policy based on that, your race has the right, the divine right, to exterminate everybody else. At that point, you're fucking nuts, and you're the one that needs to be killed.
At any rate, all of that's appreciated. I'm not arguing with that.
I think we all empathize with that.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Yes. To present what I was saying so that it has more context, when it came to Barry Sadler and the presentation of Casco Rufio Longinus, the concept of him being a rather simplistic individual who then goes on to continually serve in the military and eventually winds up in service of the Third Reich for that period of time, in which he meets both Heinrich Himmler and Adolf Hitler. All of that is important in that book, and it expresses something that needs to be read. But of course, it's a literary device. I think the injustice or the ahistoricity of it, the injustice to what happened, so that people understand the reality of Casco Rufio Longinus, understand several factors were at work here. The Roman Empire was at that point in history, at the time of the crucifixion of Christ, entering a very different state, a kind of state where America is today, a state of decline. And
it was converting itself from a republic to an empire.
Well, that essentially happened in a sense overnight with Julius Caesar, but the empire was kind of, it was disintegrating to a degree. One of the things that was happening was that the demographics were changing radically, and the demographics were such that the concept of Roman and who was a citizen of Rome was not what people would identify as Roman, as in Peninsular Roman or the Romans that most people were familiar with. This is brought up in the movie The Gladiator, where you will notice that the character is referred to as the Spaniard. That is, of course, an alias for the General Maximus, who's in the Colosseum. And so when they're referring to him as the Spaniard, at that point, what they're emphasizing is the international nature of the Roman Empire. Of course, he's not presented as a citizen. He's presented as simply a subject, which is why he's in the Colosseum. But of course, he's the general who has been put in very different circumstances from what he was in before, and he's legally dead. Nobody knows he's alive, etc. In the case of the historical Casco Rufio Longinus, this was happening at a point when the legions themselves were comprising many foreigners. As a matter of fact, there is a documentary on the crucifixion of Christ in which they show Pontius Pilate, and he's accompanied by a black legionnaire. And this is a period in history in which integration was beginning in the legions, and that is an important historical reality. In the case of the historical Casco Rufio Longinus, that black factor and the international factor are both important, because Casco Rufio Longinus was German. So he was a German legionnaire, and he was an ethnic German who was of Roman nationality by dint of serving in the legions. And
he was given his citizenship.
Yes, that's right. And in terms of the and Jameson Reese brings up another mythification of him in another venue, which we can address at some other time. But that's art. That's art, of course. He's bringing up
art does a lot of things that makes the historical record
harder.
muddy.
Yes. So in terms of the historical Casca Rufio Longinus, he was German. He was also older, and he was an officer at that point, rather a centurion, which would be the commission, the equivalent or the parallel of a non-commissioned officer who's been in the service forever. Like my father was a chief petty officer.
Yeah, kind of like what the Air Force would call a master sergeant.
There we are, yes. And my father was a chief petty officer, so he was of that level, meaning that at that point you just don't give a shit. You've been in for so long, there's really nothing they can do to you. And there's
nothing they can do to you, but you still care about the men under you.
Yes, it is. It is at that level. So it was important to know that when Christ was sentenced to the crucifixion, understand, of course, the innocence of Pontius Pilate to a degree, or rather his reluctance in carrying that sentence out. He was the man who basically offered the Jews, or shall we say the religious caste of the priests who considered Jesus to be a radicalized rabbi, a revolutionary who threatened their very existence. They basically, of course, when presented with the offer by Pontius Pilate of Nihil Barabbas or Jesus Christ, he pointed out Nihil Barabbas was a terrorist, a murderer, as he was considered, a rebel against Rome who was fighting for Israeli independence, but he killed people towards that objective. And when he was captured and brought up for crucifixion, for those of you who don't know the history of this, he was presented by Pontius Pilate as the man who should be crucified. And that's when Pontius Pilate said, I present you a murderer, or this man who has done no wrong. Do you want Christ, or do you want Barabbas, meaning the terrorist, whose name was Barabbas? And of course, the crowd cried, give us Barabbas. That's what the crowd cried, give us Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate turned away in disgust and said, I wash my hands of this. And so Christ was crucified. But the point that is presented throughout the Bible is one of sympathy by the Roman Empire, which later became Christian. So do understand that this is something I don't think most people understand. So Pontius Pilate was sympathetic. Pontius Pilate's wife was sympathetic, who dreamed of Christ as the Messiah and presented him that vision. And then when Casca was assigned...
you do understand that there's a theory out there that the entire New Testament was written by Josephus, who had been adopted by the Flavian emperors.
Oh yes, that sort of thing. I never understand why people feel the need to produce such. We can go into that some other time. That would just take us down a whole different dark path right now, a dark and tangled briar path we don't need to go into. But in terms of, we had, by the way, when I was working with Revolution Radio, somebody who was involved with Revolution Radio, and they were constantly promoting Caesar's Messiah and talking about, of course, the concept that this is a carry-on from two books that formed the basis of the Da Vinci Code, which were the Sacred Holy Blood, Holy Grail, or Sacred Blood, Sacred Grail. I can't remember. I think it was Holy Blood, Holy Grail was the name of the book, and the other one was the Passover Plot. It was called the Passover Plot. Both those two books were published in the 60s or 70s. Both authors considered seriously suing the author of the Da Vinci Code for plagiarism. But yeah, and in terms of those books, you were presented with what later on was simply summarized or synthesized in the book Caesar's Messiah, which is that the whole crucifixion was a conspiracy, and that Christ did not die on the cross, etc. But in terms of the what happened, as it deals with the life of Mr. Casca Rufio Longinus. What happened was that he was an older centurion. He was at that point developing cataracts, which of course are simple in the modern world. In the modern world, you develop cataracts. All you need to do is get the operation, and you will, you can see.
They removed the lens.
Yes, thank you. Oh, and they replaced them. Important to emphasize that. They replaced them.
Nowadays, they replace them with plastic.
Yes.
In the past couple of centuries, they just took them out.
Right. Thank you. There we are. And so that wasn't possible during his lifetime. And so he was going blind. And he was very sympathetic towards Christ. As a matter of fact, he did not participate in how would I say it, taunting him. The legionnaires, of course, who were assigned to basically make certain this man carried the cross, they were taunting him, which Casco Rufio Longitis did not participate in. And as a matter of fact, he ultimately ordered another man to carry Christ's cross. And for those of you who don't know, and so historically that was Simon of Cyrene, and so
Was Ethiopian.
yeah, thank you, honey. And that was important as well. And the Ethiopians were the first Christians on earth, and that was part of that heritage. That was so Simon carried Jesus' cross under the orders of the German guy, Casco Rufio Longinus, who they basically seized Simon because he was the nearest black guy. And,
No, he was the nearest guy strong enough to carry the thing.
Thank you. Which, by the way, his being black, most people would assume stereotypically that has a lot to do with it. And in a real sense, that is the case. Many black men are simply naturally stronger. And that's not racist. That's just a genetic fact. And so in terms of Simon of Cyrene, yes, he was the biggest man. And so in terms of Jameson has some humor to apply to this. I'm not going to read that out loud. But at any rate, when it comes to that situation, when they got to Mount Golgotha, understand that the cross was put up. Of course, Jesus was nailed to it. And when the cross went up, what happened was that basically, well, if you know the history of it, by that time Jesus is already flailed. He's basically skinned alive. He's nailed up to the cross. He's got a crown of thorns on his head. This is obviously probably the most uncomfortable position that anyone could be in. And at that point is when Christ says, God, why hast thou forsaken me? And this just horrible all the way around, this nightmare situation. It was around that.
Do you blame him?
No, of course not. It was around that time that Casco Rufio Longinus earned his sainthood. Now, he earned his sainthood. For those of you who don't know, he is a saint in the Roman Catholic Church. For many reasons. But one of the reasons is putting Christ out of his misery. So Casco Rufio Longinus took his spear and he ran Christ through to put an end to his suffering. And that's when Christ bled upon him. When Christ bled upon him and the blood fell upon his eyes, into his open eyes, because his eyes were open while stabbing the guy in the ribs through the ribs to pierce his heart so he would die instantly. So he could kill him instantly and put him out of his misery. At that moment, Casco Rufio Longinus was cured of his cataracts, for those of you who don't know. And the moment he regained his sight, he could see everything that was happening. And what happened is recorded in the Bible. In other words, this is scripture for those of you who don't know. And in scripture, the sky went black at noon. So do understand this. When people ask, how did Christ become perceived as God, and how did all of this make such an impression on people? You'd think he was the only individual who was ever crucified, when obviously the Romans crucified countless people. What must amount to
that was their standard execution method for non-citizens.
Yes, thank you, honey. And so when you're confronted with that reality, all of the skeptics will basically participate in kind of a skeptical orgy and go into picking apart many of these realities, and these are factual realities. So many people were crucified. Why would that cross on which so many people died become the symbol of a single man, quote unquote, as opposed to the Son of God? And again, there's no way I can really overemphasize this, but understand that at that moment when the centurion, Casca Rufio Longinus, this old German guy who was spending the last days of his career as a legionnaire, killed God and put him out of his misery, that was when he was able to see again. And what he saw went into the Bible, and the Bible in Scripture does tell us that the sky went black at noon. And understand this lasted for hours. At noon, when the sun was out, there was no possible eclipse. There was no astronomical explanation. But the entire sky went black throughout the land.
Yeah, I didn't expect that it would be just in Jerusalem.
Yes, thank you. And in terms of these records, for those of you who doubt the Bible itself and say the Bible is somehow not history, do understand that Phlegon of Tralles and Emperor Hadrian's freedman gave an account, and Eusebius in his records quotes extensively from Phlegon, who recorded that in the fourth eclipse of the sun, as they could only call it, because even though there was no astronomical eclipse, they said the sky turned black as into the darkness of night, so that the stars were seen in the heavens. In other words, the skies parted and people could see the stars, and there was a great earthquake which overthrew all the houses in the city of Nicaea. And so when it became dark as night and the stars were seen, the earthquake occurred in Bithynia. And Bithynia is, of course, there was a recorded historical earthquake, and Nicaea was razed to the ground. So, of course, Phlegon attributes this darkness to an unnatural eclipse. Of course, astronomy said otherwise, and he knew that, but it was the only word they really had for it. There was no word for the phenomenon. But in other words, historically, the sacred narrative is verified. And as for what was also said that did make it into the Bible, basically the sacred narrative is in alignment with that, but St. Cyprian adds, the sun was constrained to withdraw his rays and close his eyes, that he might be compelled to look upon this crime of the Jews. So understand, this was one of the first lines in Christianity by St. Cyprian, that the sun was constrained to close his eyes and withdraw his gaze, that he might not be compelled to look upon this crime of the Jews who had killed Christ. And to that same purpose, St. if I remember the name correctly, Chrysostom, St. Chrysostom said the creature could not bear the wrong done to its creator, therefore the sun withdrew. If I can remember the quote, the creature could not bear the wrong done to his creator, therefore the sun withdrew his very rays, that he might not behold the deeds of the wicked. And I believe that made it into Mark chapter 15, verse, if I remember the verse, it was certainly chapter 15. It was verse 34. And at the ninth hour, Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. And that, of course, has come to us as, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? And at that time, while all of this was going on, by the way, St. Mark translated that in the Aramaic, as opposed to the original Hebrew, which renders it as, why didst thou forsaken me? So Mark 15, verse 35, and some of them that stood by when they heard it said, behold, he calleth Elias. and those who lingered around the cross despite the mysterious darkness are mentioned in verse 35. The darkness would certainly add to the dreadfulness of that situation, and it was out of that darkness that the voice of Jesus was heard. And in as much as Elias or Elijah was believed to hold some relation to the Messiah, it was natural for some of those who stood by to understand the words to mean that our Lord was actually calling for Elias. Again, Mark 15:36. And one ran and filled a sponge with vinegar and put it on a reed and gave it to the Christ, gave it to him to drink, saying, let alone let us see whether Elias will come to take him down. And that's when Jesus cried with a loud voice, that of a ghost, and the veil of the temples was rent from the top to the bottom. And that's when the two veils in the holy place, the second before the Holy of Holies, that which guarded the temple of the Jews, what became the nave of the church in representation throughout Europe, that was when the Jewish temple's screens were rent. The holiest part of the building was sundered. So that night no one would enter, even the high priest. And so that was rent at our Lord's death. And so that was something that, again, all took place simultaneously. Now, of course, Keska didn't see that. But what he did see before him was enough. And in that moment, he converted. And the importance of that was that as a Roman legionnaire, the very term legionnaire is very specific. The military men of the legions of Rome had their own tradition, which we all know of. But at that moment, he ceased being a legionnaire. And at that moment, Casca Rufio Longinus became Christianity's or Christendom's first knight. So he became the knight, the first Christian knight that ever existed. His baptism was the blood of Christ himself. And that's when his spear, the Holy Lance, the spear of Longinus, that became the lance which was carried by Barbarossa, which was the king of the Germans. Whoever carried that lance into battle would never lose a battle, and Barbarossa never lost a battle until he lost that spear. And that spear, of course, came into the possession of Adolf Hitler, who did not lose World War II, but led his people into Unterland. And in terms of that spear of Longinus, of course, that is not something the Nazis were really seeking because they had it. It was in a museum in Austria. So just understand that much of this crap that you hear about people seeking and stuff, it's all just bullshit. I mean, the Nazis had what they needed in terms of that. And in terms of the spear of Longinus, that made Hitler the heir to basically Christendom. And that's to be understood. And he felt he was avenging the crimes of the Jews against the Lord. So it's in that perspective, of course, that most Europeans rebuke Christianity in this day, and they're all very secular. So you'll find the least Christian people on earth are in Europe. And the churches of all forms of Christianity are really exploding in the southern regions of Africa and Asia and Latin America. But in terms of Casco Rufio Longinus, he vanished into history, but the second person he gave his lance to became the first knight of Christendom after he knighted him, and that man was likely Simon, but he was most certainly a black man, and that is where we came across the concept of the Black Knight. That was the original Black Knight. The first knight was racially, ethnically black after Casca Rufio Longinus himself, so that people know where that term, the Black Knight, comes from. So all of that is part of all of that history, which Barry Sadler does no justice to, but nevertheless did his service in presenting Casca Rufio Longinus serving the Third Reich, which makes perfect sense. Albeit he had to carry it out in a manner that he got it published, If you read the book, you'll see what I mean, which is basically to present it in such a way that Casco Rufio Longinus is sympathetic, of course, to the Jewish plight, and is ultimately found. It's just complicated. You'd have to read the book, but it doesn't make any sense in some ways. It makes perfect sense in others. But he winds up still fighting the Soviets with the invasion of Berlin. And of course, that is probably one of the better descriptions of the invasion of Berlin that you'll ever find. So Penny Bradley will take leave of us for tonight. Honey, say goodnight to our listeners and tell them where they can hear you tomorrow once again.
I will be on Raised by Giants with Ryder Lee at noon tomorrow, and I'm sure he's going to live stream it on his YouTube, Spreaker, and Spotify. And
there we have that. And I was so
noon tomorrow, and yeah, I actually got it together to get his name, and
wonderful.
I'm going to have to go lay down for a while.
Well, love you dearly.
I'm going to run the YouTube, so I'll be listening for a little while.
Great. Well,
you guys have a good night.
And good night to Lou. Thank you so much to all that he does. Caught him just at the last minute when we were speaking yesterday, and he looks like an ambulatory lawn ornament. And, seriously, one of those gnomes or something that we used to see on, at any rate, do send him.
I don't think so, but, I like the guy.
I love him dearly as well as you.
He looks like a Native American in his 70s. I mean, he looks like what he is.
I don't think the majority of Native Americans have long white Santa Claus beards, honey, but, such is what it is.
Well, he's also part Swiss, so that's where the beard came from.
There we are. And with that, we have Jameson Reese-Bank.
I am completely surrounded by people who are mixed race, and yes. I'm happy about that.
Yes, and deeply appreciated. Yes.
Y'all have a good night.
Yes, honey.
Have a good night, Penny.
Yes, blessed be. And with that, Amanda Ute, I can't reach her. And what was the last thing she said earlier? But she usually never comes back, and it can be due to the functioning of her phone, which she has some difficulty with.
Yeah. I think there. At first, I was thinking maybe the problem would be that her would be something in the settings, but that doesn't seem like the case at all.
Well, talk to her and see what you can ascertain. Hopefully you can communicate with her. Do you have the means to communicate with her in any way, shape, or form, like her phone number?
No, I don't even have your phone number. I don't have anyone's phone number, honestly. This is kind of the problem.
You're on my speed dial.
I'm on your speed dial, but I don't have your number. You'd have to give that to me in the future for reference, because this is like another phone, but that the numbers didn't transfer over, and the only number I have of yours is Lena Shea's phone, which
we don't want that. Let's put this into your messenger box right now then. And so in terms of my phone number, let's put this. And aside from that, I was looking through this rather bemusing communication between Penny Bradley and these people on the Facebook who have a lot of trouble understanding what I write for my promotional banners. It's not important that they necessarily understand it. It's just that they tune in. How's that? If you can't understand.
That works. At some point, the information has got to get through to them. I mean, you present it in such a simple manner, and not only that, you actually you speak better than a professor. Honestly speaking, you could literally lead a war history class in like one of those top military academies, but well, except fuck the military, because we know the military sucks. So
Yes,
this would be
thank
like
you.
this would be like what not to do with your military.
Yeah. I mean, well, it would be, let's just put it this way. I've been told before or asked before why why don't you become a professor? Why don't you become a teacher? It's one of those things where it's much better to do what I'm doing the way we're doing it. This way the message will reach far
Yeah.
more people.
Not only that, it's a stressful job. I mean, you get to who wants to do all that lecturing when you can just fucking party,
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
dude.
And
Who the hell wants to honestly read people's papers and shit?
honestly, yes, who would want to do that? Oh my fucking god! But that brings up something that's important. Let's see if I can find the link for you here. There's and it'll bring us back on topic to address some of what I want to. I'll timestamp it for Peter Moon to listen to. He won't want to listen to anything to do with Christianity per se. So everything after this I'll timestamp for Peter Moon, because I'll be addressing some of the things that he brought up, and live up to my promise to Mikhail and Nastasia to bring up some of the issues I promised I would talk about, regarding interests of her, well, her morbid nature, which is fine, and I say that not in a condemnatory sense. She has a very morbid fascination with Halloween type subjects, which she produces objects for throughout the year in time for Halloween, which is fast approaching. So let me see if I can look up this young lady, and that would be a Japanese girl who basically wrote on a subject near and dear to my heart, of course, because this would be my mother's background, and this has to do with the invisible, and of course ninjutsu. And basically, this young lady was given quite the congratulations for being a historian of ninjutsu. And
Oh, is that the lady whose interview I saw, where she was interviewing someone who was like one of the surviving ninja, and he was explaining in Japan that a lot of them were disguised as like regular farmers and stuff, and they would use like farm tools that they would convert to weapons. I think the guy like dislocated his shoulder in the interview, and he popped it back into place.
Yes, this is not the same lady, but rather a student of the history of ninjutsu who basically, well, here's the search for it, and I'll put that here into the message box, because what I put into the text box disappears with the any particular shall we say conversation once it's, so if you look at that and click on that link, you'll find more than one article about her. But she wrote her essay on ninjutsu, her historical essay in which she applied for the completion of the course on the history of ninjutsu. She got extra marks for writing it all in invisible ink. So we have that. And
Nice.
yes, so a wonderful young Japanese lady, very attractive. And so what she was presenting was the technique of Abu Ridashi. And Abu Ridashi is a ninja technique for sending secret messages using invisible ink. And so that was developed by the Japanese thousands of years ago. And so she wrote her essay about the history of ninjutsu and was awarded full marks for her creativity. At that point, the content really was secondary as opposed to the technique. And so there we have that. And of course, the very term nin for ninjutsu, as I said, the real term being inindo, was something that I've expressed before, is basically means invisible. The very character means invisible, but it's very close or almost parallel in its appearance.
Well, I'm sorry. I have to laugh when I'm thinking, because I have this image in my head, like the way the Americans portray the ninjas. You are not invisible if you're running around.
Yeah, yes, in black or white or full color garments. You'll notice that the Americans tend to portray them sometimes in camouflage. Sometimes they got more sophisticated later, and they began to produce like camouflage ninja outfits for their films, but That's incredibly rare. The original films in the 80s, it was all solid colors, solid monochromatic colors.
I know it's laughable because if you're going to infiltrate something, you want to blend in,
Yes.
not stand out.
Yes, and the Americans will portray them as all black or all white or all red or some kind of, obviously something that stands out quite a bit. And this is something that's just not historically accurate. Obviously, the ninja were familiar with the science of optics to the degree that they camouflaged. So their outfits, if they were in this kind of commando raid or infiltration at that level of what's called mechanical infiltration, meaning that you're physically infiltrating as opposed to disguising as someone else or something else, this would be something that they would do in camouflage outfits. It would be very similar to the way they're presented, but it would be more of a black-gray kind of. As a matter of fact,
like olive drab.
it would be more gray-green. I was just about to say that. Thank you. Yeah, it would be more of that color schematic where it would be broken pattern. And so it would be more of a gray-green tone, which is actually the perfectly blended color. It's almost, whereas if you were to wear an all-black outfit, the way they show it in martial arts films, obviously if you were standing out even against the night skyline, you would stand out. That just by a starry background would stand you out in terms of your outline. So whereas gray-green, the same kind of outfit, which is a actual historical ninja outfit, which is accurately portrayed in most films in terms of its formatting, in terms of the way it's presented, that's how they dressed, just the color's all off. The coloration,
Yeah, the color's way off, but I do like the way that they're dressed, though.
Yes. Imagine that as a fragmented gray-green, and that is the perfect camouflage. That, when you stand up against the night skyline, you actually would be invisible. You would be visible to a large degree. So that is, of course, you would try to make certain not to stand up against the skyline, but should that happen, that is what would prevent you from immediately being interpreted by the eye as a human figure. So
I'm actually musing the idea of redoing my wardrobe in all gray now.
There we are. Gray-green is which, by the way, was the camouflage of the SS as well, so that people understand that the gray-green uniforms, that was the SS Feldgrau or Field Gray, was so there we have that, and that was important, and the SS, of course, pioneered camouflage in the 20th century. Before the SS, the overwhelming amount of field uniforms for all militaries was simply monochromatic. Monochromatic meaning that with the Americans, everything was olive drab. They did have some Arctic soldiers or units that had white uniforms, but they would still have olive drab elements to their uniform, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Breaking up a solid color is important. But in terms of other nations as well, you'll notice the monochromatic nature of most uniforms. And by the way, this persisted into the 60s and the 70s. If you look at all uniforms up until throughout the Vietnam War era, it wasn't until the 80s you began to see a universality in camouflage, where just everybody suddenly went camo. And that was not the case until the 80s. So, think about that. The SS was doing that in World War II. The only other field units to even begin to utilize some camouflage in World War II that were like a massive fielded unit like that would be the Marines. Other than, we're talking about maybe elite commandos or something like that, the Japanese ninja, etc. And they did field ninja units in World War II. But other than that, everybody was monochromatic. In general, and but the Marines did some camouflage. In other words, a pattern uniform, as did the SS. And these were, of course, some of the largest elite units. So large that after a while they really could not be considered elite. In other words, at the point of numbers that you have with the SS and the United States Marine Corps, it's basically a second army. So with Adolf Hitler, of course, he needed a second army. with the United States, it most certainly does not. So get rid of the fucking Marine Corps for all the reasons that Peter Moon and I presented. So there we have that. And what I'm going to do now is refresh myself, and I will basically be back in a few minutes. I'm going to leave our man Jameson Reese to hold everybody accountable. Let's take a look before I leave in the live stream at all these wonderful people who have been with us, and it looks like people are still participating, and I thank them all for that. And I think, oh shit, let me get something to Maria Grigorich. Honey, are you still there?
I think she went to bed.
Oh, holy shit! Why didn't she tell us? Why didn't she?
I saw it in the chat, and so I said goodnight.
Did she really? She said,
Yeah.
yes, it's back. And then she said, you said, night, Maria. You said, good night, everyone. Have a great week. Holy shit. Oh, God. I hate it when she does that. I think she was kind of angry. Maybe that was, at any rate, that sort of thing happens. And did that individual ever come back, or did they just kind of vanish, or you just kind of like knocked them off for tonight, or what was
RJD?
yeah, whoever was going wild with it, whoever was just kind of
No, they're quiet now. I never had to. I didn't have to silence
discipline
anyone
them
tonight.
in some way. Oh my God!
Oh wait, there was someone I did silence. There was that gaming idiot who was saying, "That's just you play Magic the Gathering." That's nobody, which seems to pop up every freaking episode. So we all know that's Richard Gay Cole.
Oh shit! I don't think so, because when he speaks, he's such a fucking idiot. You can tell it's him.
Okay. Well, this is probably Tally then.
I wouldn't say that this guy. No, Tally's too dumb. It's the way you described it yourself. It's like Tally's dumber than Richard K. Cole. Even he couldn't.
Yeah, he is.
He couldn't even pretend to imitate somebody else. He's just too fucking dumb. To show you how stupid Derek Talley was, this motherfucker thought he was serving Christ by serving the anti-gods. I mean, this is, you can't get dumber than that. That's, basically, he thinks he's going for the salvation of his soul by serving the anti-gods. What can you do with that? You can't go anywhere with that. At that point, that's like somebody thinking he's going to get clean by, jumping into quicksand.
Well, the thing is, he's so dumb he can't tell the difference.
Yes, thank you. It's just awful when you're confronted with somebody like that. I'm appalled. And we dealt with him for so long, for so many reasons I can't even, begin to go into right now. It's just talking about him gets me upset, because the frustration of dealing with people like this who get sent my way, and they take advantage of the fact that I need help, quote unquote, offer their help, and it's always the same shit, and then later on do everything they can to sabotage the situation. It's frustrating. It's meant to, of course, destroy all morale, and don't think it doesn't have an impact. One of the things I didn't bring up when I was talking about that photograph of myself that was being used for tonight's promotional banner, you take a look at the letters I'm writing that I'm putting the wax seal on. These were for women that I care about, and Judith Ager being exemplary of that to a degree. Understand that. Try and compare some of this in context. My son was this young girl who I purchased off the street, who had gender dysphoria that I wasn't aware of at the time. That I purchased her from her pimp at a time when I had quite an amount of money, far more money than most people could imagine in a lifetime. Because understand this, people who have sex slaves, which is all a pimp's subjects are sex slaves, understand that they make money off of constantly selling them. They're not going to make that amount of money by selling them off. So they almost will never sell someone to someone else unless the money is extraordinary, an amount of money that would make it worthwhile to sell off a steady source of income. Obviously I paid quite a bit. Of course, that was the smartest purchase I've ever made for reasons that should be obvious. But because I did what I did, she, who became a he when she could afford the sexual affirmation surgery, has always been by my side and always stood behind me, always been supportive. And this is someone who did not offer themselves up to me. I purchased them off the street. So when it comes to people who just offer themselves to me in my life, look at the kinds of women that I've been dealing with. When you take a look at Lena Shea, you take a look at my medical cosmetologist and all the toxic, dysfunctional neuroses I have to contend with concerning her. And then Judith Ager. Look at the letters I'm writing in that photograph. And think about the effort that goes into this for people that I care about. And there's obviously more than one. We're talking about all three of those ladies that I was writing to. In the case of Judith Ager and Lena Shea, both of them, it speaks volumes. Were demanding I sign over my Marine Corps life insurance to them. And then when both of them thought they had it, it went to one party but not the other. It went to Judith Ager and not to Lena Shea. But they were both convinced they had it. I could have told them both they had it and offered it to the other instead. Neither one of them would have known. But once they both were convinced they had it, then they both turned against me and just told me to fuck off. Obviously, in an attempt to depress me to the point of suicide, which, knowing what they knew about my complex post-traumatic stress disorder, was conceivable. And they decided to do that after a time when I had been running the diagnostics on the Voxocker, at a time that I was dealing with, of course, the ambush that had been asininely and just unknowingly set up by Peter Moon. All of this because he had a dream about my mother and felt that I should have this interview with Nicole Frolick, which I was very reticent about. But then, of course, she basically ambushed myself as I expected. He, of course, did block.
I didn't articulate it, but I just didn't have I had a feeling that was going to go south.
Yeah,
I wasn't able to say anything because I was thinking, maybe I'm just being negative, and Douglas needs exposure, but it was because I figured at that time I had trusted Peter Moon's judgment to be like completely all there. I didn't even know about the Bob Lazar effect that they do to him, which is horrible sad.
Yeah, it's definitely something that resulted in something that took months to deal with. And so with Nicole Frolick, ultimately her original channel was shut down. They didn't take it from YouTube, but they rendered her ability to produce on it. So she had to establish an entirely different channel and move all of her audience there. And her other older channels simply became an archive channel, which she couldn't even publish any further archives on. It's just there to archive what was published on it to that point. So here we have that situation where look at what I'm dealing with in terms of women who claimed that they loved me, and all of this resulted in this kind of betrayal. I mean, and the sleazy, vulgar aspect of it, the fact that they wanted the Marine Corps life insurance before they did what they did. Think of what I'm dealing with, and you might begin to understand the horror of my life, the horror of my existence, and it just is what it is. And I move on as best I can. There are people I can trust, and there are those I cannot. The irony of, say, something like Derek Talley, who spent all of his time trying to create dissent This is an individual who was condemning Jameson Reese roundly as the very embodiment of the anti-gods. And this is an individual who is trying to present himself to the public as this Christian. And he was, of course, all the time just doing everything he could to sabotage the situation and ultimately pave the way for the anti-gods. He was the ultimate cultist in that sense that he condemned. Whereas Jameson Reese, of course, is trustworthy. And, the whole thing about Derek Talley is insanity. Take a look at what he was trying to do. Get rid of Jameson Reese, who is there throughout the night. And what did he have to offer in his place? Nothing. I mean, the man was never here. He was working at the time. And then later on, of course, suffering all these interminable illnesses. So he claimed. For those of you who just can't get it, and I don't understand why nobody can get it, I try to present how offensive it was when he just showed up in the message box. This was Facebook Messenger. It sends me this message one day in the middle of the afternoon. 3 words: I have cancer. And you have no idea how offensive that is. It's like, it is so fucking just self-indulgent.
Honestly, I would say, who the fuck cares?
Thank you. That is like, it is, what does one expect as a response to those 3 words? What does one expect as a response to those 3 words? What can one possibly say? But I did what I did, which was, I said, okay, I called him up. I said, what was the doctor's diagnosis? What form of cancer is this? Is this like, because there are a million types of cancers. And if someone has something like thyroid cancer, you never want to get cancer, but if you had to choose, thyroid cancer would be the one to choose, then it's fucking nothing. I mean, it's like, you might as well say I have sunburn. Seriously. I mean, because all they do is remove the thyroid and you're on supplements the rest of your life. I mean, literally supplements. I mean, like vitamins. It's just you take a potassium supplement the rest of your life. It's meaningless, effectively. It's like not meaningless in the sense of, say, for instance, the atomic bomb tests conducted in Australia by the British, so that the overwhelming majority of women in Australia over several generations had to take supplements because they all got thyroid cancer, because it sticks in various forms of fatty tissue and milk, etc. And women are much more vulnerable. And then they all got thyroid cancer and had to have it removed. And that was the norm for many Australian women. Of course, something like that at that point is an atrocity because that's a demographic assault. But yeah, but in terms of, on an individual level, that's like nothing. I mean, so when it comes to the, was it that? Was it something else? Was it something that you truly incurable? Like, effectively lung cancer is pretty much a death sentence in many ways. Sometimes no. Sometimes people have the lung removed and they live for decades, but in his case, the way he presented it without context was completely self-indulgent. That is just like, you say something like that because you expect everyone to drop everything they have and give everything to you, and like you're asking for indulgence. That's what it is. It's disgusting. It is disgusting for someone to do that in the manner that he did. Not any context, not any lead up, not any hey, I'd like to talk. None of this. It's just like a point of pride. Like he had accomplished something. It's disgusting. And so that's the kind of jerk he was. And his claim actually say, I wish you died of cancer. And he just presented that without context to everyone. Of course, the question you need to ask is, why would anyone say that? He must have done something horrible to her. And because very few people are that just evil. Very few people come out and just say something like that. So we can only imagine what he did to her.
He was like a fucking incel on steroids.
Yeah. And that whole trip about, when he was in the like the way you would describe it, this is the way psychotics act, is they'll talk about things they did without any sense of what they're describing. It would be like you hear certain psychotic people talking about crimes they committed, and there's no sense of what they did. You know, and I've dealt with criminals all my life, and I've dealt with mentally ill people all my life, because so many Americans are criminally insane. And the majority of people that you run into, you know, you've got to step away and just walk away. And I only regret time I wasted with people I didn't do that to. When it comes to things like, well, they'll tell you something stupid like, oh, I got drunk and this is what this one idiot told me, Matthew Castaneda, human piece of shit. And he was relating a story that was indicative of this kind of insanity, where he was at, you know, his someplace. I think it was his own home. His mother was holding a party, and somebody brought out some jewelry and said, "Oh, look, I got this as a gift." And he was all drunk and high, and so he knocked it out of their hands, this necklace, and with this, just knocked it out of their hands, bam, you know, because he's all drunk, and said, you know, because he's a piece of shit. And then the jewelry snapped, the necklace snapped, and all the beads fell off, or whatever it was, and they fell all over the floor. And in the middle of a party and everything, you know, got scattered to hell and back. And then, so they went looking for them and couldn't find any of them. I mean, not a single piece. So he related that story to me with like, there was no sense of any point to it. That's what really points people out. When there's no sense of any point, any lesson to be learned, it's just like he presented the story with no, oh, and then I realized what a piece of shit I was and I changed my behavior. Nothing like that. It's like no sense of anything. Just related that story as an experience, but nothing derived. No derivation.
It's like, why should anyone give a fuck? You know,
Yeah.
Are they saying I got a funny story? You know, are they saying, oh man, I remember this time I did something fucked up? You know, it's just like,
yeah. And then you wonder, are
just
they
kicked
bragging or
in the
complaining?
crotch.
That's the normal stance. Is this guy bragging or complaining? Right? You know, that's the normal question. It's like that. It's like you can't tell where they're coming from because they don't know where they're coming from. They're just presenting the experience, and they've never contextualized it because they're insane. Because lunatics can't contextualize or derive a lesson from their experiences, so their experiences are meaningless. You get what I'm saying, right? So
yeah. That's as fucking nihilistic as it gets, folks.
thank you.
That is nihilism walking incarnate. Now, for people, for those who are listening to Penny Bradley and think I'm nihilistic, no, I'm far from it. Nihilistic has no reason to do what it does. It doesn't care for a reason to do what it does. And it broadcasts that it does what it does just because it can broadcast that it does what it does.
Thank you. And that's where Derek Talley was when he said, I have cancer. There was just those three words. There's no context. And it's almost like, you know, any other person would say something like, what did I do in my life that might have rated my deserving this? It's totally irrational, but you understand a lot of people would say that. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, why me? Or something like this. Why me? Or something. None of that. It was more like, you know, I won something at a lottery or something. It's like
it's like sending a woman a message.
Yeah,
I have a penis.
Yeah. It's like sending a dick pic to a chick. It's like sending a dick pic to a chick. It's like, okay, you're male, you have a penis. We assume that, we presume that. I don't need to see it, and you know, and yet they wave it. It's like that. It's like something nobody needs to see. So there you have that. It's just infuriating.
You know what's funny? A lot of my gang stalkers, almost all of them present fucking behavior like that.
Thank you.
That's where it gets under my fucking skin. Is that, you know, they'll do stupid shit like they'll make some kind of gesture and stare at me in the eyes, and I'm just gonna be like, okay, I'm not even paying you attention. It's like, well, you know, one dude, they were like dressed like punk rockers, except they have like the Christian cross on their shirts, and then one dude like made it a thing to show me to give me the middle finger for like no reason, and I'm just like looking at everything else passing by like I don't even notice you. It's like, what? Who the fuck cares? Yeah. Why the fuck do you want my attention?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Go
And
fuck a
it's
chainsaw for all I care. I mean, seriously.
thank you. Yeah, and just the way all this is carried out now with Amanda, poor dear God, bless her, she's infuriating as well. And I was trying to bring her on in the first hour when she would have had time to talk. Unfortunately, she was unable to come on in the first hour. And of course, by the time I bring her on, there's other things I had to take care of. So we did what we did. Hopefully, she'll be on Wednesday, but or can come on later tonight.
Well, I can grasp her situation because taking care of those little teeny kittens is a very, very time-consuming thing.
There
I'm
we
some.
go.
I kind of know from experience, so I, sadly enough, have to.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make an excuse.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's hard for me to relate because, oh my God, the world's not short
you're
on.
allergic. I mean, you're allergic to them.
Well, I don't
it's
hate cats
understandable.
because I'm allergic to them. I mean,
Well, yeah,
understand.
well, yeah. I mean, I honestly did see you like
Cuddle them. I cuddle them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that the world's not short on cats. Okay.
yeah. There's too many of them. I don't even bother pay attention to the ones that are feral around my community because there's
Thank you.
too many of them.
Yes.
At this point, they might as well be considered an invasive species out here.
It's true.
There's a place where it's so bad that everyone pretty much adopts the feral cats and they walk them on leashes outside.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen cats on leashes. Yeah, that's it's like, okay, the one thing the world does not need more of is more cats. I mean, cats, they're fine and they're lovable and all that stuff, but I mean, honestly, we don't need more of them.
I don't think we need more cats or dogs, to be honest.
I'm not pushing dogs either. Yeah.
Of it. Oh, we don't need why do people even own? Well, I'm not going to go there. I was going to ask why do people even own pets, but
yeah. It's like, I always wondered that when I was young too. I mean, growing up. I mean, I understand now, and I understood for later on. I got pets for my parents as I became their care provider. It's important. I mean, especially for people who are more homebound. You get what I'm saying? It's just
yeah. Well, I always had them growing up. So they were like a normal occurrence in my life because, there is really nothing else to relate to. I couldn't, if I was in school, I was just getting my ass handed to me or handed someone else their ass. So it's like, what the fuck are you going to relate to if, my parents did the smart thing and said, okay, you can have a pet. You can get this goldfish. You can do this. You can.
Right. So, aside from all of that, I don't know what else to do about Maria. I think she was rather miffed tonight, and I'm sorry about that. These sorts of things happen, and hopefully that's not the case. And aside from that, did you get that impression, or was
I didn't get the impression that she was angry or anything. I just got the impression that it was time for her to go.
Okay. That she usually points that out to me. So she was miffed. Yeah, she usually points that out to me in the private messages. Oh, I gotta go now. Feeling tired. I think she was upset, and maybe she likes this. But the only guy you really were coming down on was this nobody guy, right?
Yeah.
But then there was something else. I guess it was after that. Maybe somebody else was talking for a long time, and then so that's when she said, "Oh yeah, what about this? Is it really that bad when somebody just keeps talking, or he's kind of anyhow? You can't figure out people."
Yeah.
Well,
humans are the closest thing to like the destruction of the soul. This is my cosmology. Basically, folks, if you've incarnated here in the realm of humans, guess what? Even the anti-gods are closer to God than you are.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
this is what I've convinced. Well, this is where I hate to say that I'm convinced that that's the case, but I honestly see fungus as a higher form of existence than the human being these days.
Oh God. Well, I can sympathize at times. I can sympathize.
I can say Lucifer's punishing me for something, so I must have done something fucked up, man.
Yes. Well,
for me reincarnating back here as this.
Yes. But as we've emphasized before, for a human being, you've you know, especially for a black male, you've got it pretty good. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah, I do. But I'm ruminating about the human experience as a whole.
yeah.
You know, I'm not looking at my life. I'm not looking at anyone's life in particular. I'm just summing up the total of everything. And I realize that a lot of it is just meaningless suffering. And it's just so trivial. You know, from a transcendent perspective, this is just nonsense. And then again, who am I to say anything from a transcendent perspective? Because that would imply that somehow, some degree, that I've transcended, which I don't think I did. I just think that I'm so dissociated from the human experience that I can no longer relate to it and make any sense of it. I would say that there's more sense watching a cat try to eat a lanternfly and spit it back out than there is
Have you
trying to
ever
figure
seen
out
that?
why.
That sounds like something you witnessed or something like that.
Yeah, it was, and I haven't seen that cat since, which is no surprise because lanternflies emit this like it's highly toxic, it's a highly toxic substance. It's very, very high in sugar and is known to attract black fungus.
Holy
Which,
shit!
yeah, they've become invasive up here in New York. I see them on the ferry boat. I'm like, how the fuck? I don't even see flies on the ferry boat.
What lantern flies are they like? Glowworms, or you know, what those glow in the dark flies or something, or what?
No, these come from China. They were first introduced in Pennsylvania in 2014 because apparently someone had imported some rocks or something that was from China. Because, you know, Americans are always importing shit from here and there like a bunch of fucking tards. And
Yes.
they didn't notice that whatever weird smudges weren't rock, wasn't a part of the rock formation. Those were actually eggs of the spotted lanternfly.
Holy shit!
And so they've become so invasive that now all summer I've just seen them all over the place. I've had the wits about me not to step on them, but I didn't know why I didn't want to step on them for so long. And now I realize that if their shit secretes such a sweet liquid that it causes black fungus, then something intuitively in my mind said, if you step on this shit, you're going to carry fungus into your house. Sure enough, when I look online and see what people are saying about this invasion, people are saying, if you see a spotted lanternfly, step on it. And I'm like, no, why the fuck would you tell the public to do that? Now everyone's going to be fucking sick from fungus, as if their heads aren't fungally infested with fucking QAnon and whatever the fuck bullshit people are hyped up on these days. I don't even know. People probably snort like pencil shavings as contests for each other or whatnot on fucking TikTok.
What was that Jackass challenge? That I forget what was going on with that Jackass challenge where there's been different ones where people died and shit. And
I don't know, but the best one was eating the Tide Pods.
yeah,
Which
that was
teenagers
disgusting.
indulged in,
Yes.
and got their entire internal organs completely corrosively eaten up. You know, I was like, yeah, that's called natural selection. Let's encourage it, please.
Yeah, no, Beaver was like that when he
I'm totally sorry, but this is my level of cynicism these days.
Beaver was like that when he was young. That was back when he was hearing about kids who died trying to emulate Superman, you know, trying to fly, quote unquote, and then they wound up dying. And he was like saying, how can anybody be so stupid? I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, mommy and daddy don't fly to work. You know, if people could fly, you know, why isn't anyone around them flying? Why would they? What would make them think they could fly like Superman? You know, when nobody else around them is
exactly. I think I would get along well with him.
Yeah, there we are.
For some reason.
And so, you know, he had such a cynical nature that I've seen, you know, hardened criminals, true criminals, just quail before him or be just find him too cynical. So that's oh God. Oh, such is what it is.
But the curse of all this is the fact that for some reason, when I'm in my most and this is what I brought up in the chat earlier, when I'm in my most cynical moods, where I don't want to be around people, they flock to me and I can't get rid of them. And it's like, you need to thank the gods and the demons and everything else that you humans are smart enough to create laws. Whereas when I honestly am more relaxed and peaceful and easygoing and open for people, they stay away from me as if I don't exist or I don't register, or they look very uneasy around me. See, how the hell does that work? How do you put out positive energy and get nothing but negativity back? How do you put out negative energy and you get positive energy? So this is like the universe telling me, Jameson, fuck everybody up because that's what you're here to do.
I'm not yawning because of you.
Yeah, well, I know the subject is a bit redundant, but I mean, I can't figure this out. Can you tell me what this is? I believe this is the law of opposites, where everything you want, you get the opposite of. This is the sort of solipsistic hellverse I'm in right now.
It's just is what it is. I can't make any sense of it right now, at least. I mean, like I said earlier tonight, I was, as far as I was concerned, I blew my wad with Penny yesterday, which caused our dear Sarah Thomas to laugh because it's such a pornographic image. Didn't mean it that way, but just the way
Oh
it comes
gosh,
out.
yeah, you conjured that. You conjured that again.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to be forced to stay up for another 24 hours again.
Yes, to get rid of that image from your head. Okay, so can I ask you to hold the it's 11:04 here. I'm gonna refresh myself a bit. I'll be back, and our man Jameson should take over for a little bit. I might even do a little bit of eating, get a few calories inside of myself, and just kind of indulge in that. Or I might.
Oh yeah, you do that. I've got no shortage of things to pick apart with my cynicism.
Right, and then when I come back, I can take
Such as the radioactive diamond battery that will run for 28,000 years.
And the what? And what's this for? for a clock or some kind of clock or something? Or?
This is supposed to be shit that they're going to put in watches and shit. Because we didn't have enough of the radium grow phenomenon. So now we just want to make everything nuclear. This is the fucking nuclear cult.
It is. Okay, that's shocking. All right, I'll be gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Before I go, I will of course take a look into the live stream. Let's see how things are doing, and definitely glad we've got a lot of concurrent viewers with us. And okay, we had a 177 600 step in, and that's wonderful. Glad to see him back. And Jack Skellington was timed out by B. Shanti. That's Brendan Zoget. So he came into the chat room to help us out. Didn't know if you were aware of that. And
No, I didn't even see him in the chat room.
yeah, he didn't say anything because he's like that. I guess he wants to go ninja on us. And
okay, yeah. Now I see it. Jack Skellington.
Okay. And whoever that was, and God knows what he was doing. And
I'm almost tempted to see the deleted message.
Yeah, if you can do that, I'd be curious myself. Maybe he was preaching everybody eat meat.
Okay, yeah. He said, "Well, yeah, but I just found this guy in a documentary. And yeah, well, this don't look like him, but it sounds like him.
Doesn't look like him. Doesn't sound like him. Is that what he said?
Doesn't look like him, but it sounds like him." Okay, take the guy in the documentary and make his skin lighter, and that's exactly what I'm looking at. So I don't see how he does not see how this is you.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't grasp it.
Yes.
Is his mind that fucking simple that he cannot visualize something in his head and make a sort of relationship between things? This is stuff that develops in the human brain when you're at the age of fucking 2.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yes, it's like somebody who sees their mother dye their hair for the first time and can't recognize her.
Who are you, ladies? And the person's like 21 years old, and you're told this person graduated high school. Who are you, lady? I'm your mom. You don't look like my mom. Something's off about you, but I don't know what it is. Who are you, lady? Is this it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
There we are. Oh my God. Liddy,
If the human race gets any more degenerate, we will be all the kings of Edom. We're at that point.
God. At any rate, Gracie Aguilar said prophecies about him came to pass. I think that was back when I was talking about Jesus. Liddy Sainon said, thank you, Penny. And Douglas, you are a teacher. Hey, honey. And shout out to her. And of course, with that, I think Gracie's saying goodnight for now. But definitely ask everyone to stay here. I'll be monologuing when I come back. I can't promise a full show tonight, like 12 hours long. And that will be here till 4 a.m., but you never know. Certainly once I get started, it's usually hard to shut me down. But definitely want our man with us for a bit of time yet to come.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere.
Thank
I
God.
got 3 energy drinks down the pipe, which is why I'm running my mouth at 1,000,000 miles per second.
Oh my God. Don't take them all. Don't abuse them all tonight. Try and hold as many off as possible. And with that, I'll go mute for a bit and, we'll be back soon. Well, not too soon, but soon enough. I mean, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes or so. And in the meantime, Jameson will do his thing. And then when I get back, I'll start, monologuing. And, so everybody do stick around, bring others here. We had a lot of people here tonight, a lot of upvotes. God bless them all. And hugs to them. And, Peter did his bit. He does what he can when they don't when they don't publicize it.
Yeah, he's really good when he's completely here. He's great. I mean, most of the reason why I'm able to do Arcanism at all is because of what you and him have spoken about on your cast. This is after over a decade and a half of listening to everyone else on YouTube.
Oh my God. And by the way, it is, as I said in the title of tonight's transmission, it is post 9/11, so it's post 9/11 critical emission. So I'll go back a bit to that subject. That is important. And aside from that, do hang out here for at least another 25 minutes, and then I'll get started. But right now, our man Jameson will start us on that path. Sarah Thomas says meow. Oh, love her dearly. And Daniel Orola was here early and said kunoichi is a term that recognizes the female ninja field agent. Thank you, sir. Quite true. Sarah Thomas said, my son used to love Lego Ninjago. That's so cute. Lego sets, video game, TV show, and movie. I'm not quite sure Lady Liddy Sinan knew what she was talking about. She says, so, acclaim. I guess she's talking about something else. She's not talking about the Legos. I guess I was talking earlier. Maybe I was still addressing the Christ issue when she said that. But such as it is, Lady Sanan says, I heard it is guarded in Ethiopia. A covenant was found there, says Moed Mechanics, Ark of the Covenant. So there we are with that. Moed Mechanics says, I learned that Jesus was crucified at the same place David beheaded Goliath. I don't consciously remember that. I'll look into it. You never know about these things, but that doesn't sound like the way I remember it.
No, I don't recall that synchronicity either. I don't know how many of these things are like ahistorical ad hocs that are just added to things by people in certain alternative circles.
Yes, thank you.
Which happens all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of that out there.
Yeah. And Moses really had the head of a reptilian.
Yeah.
He was eating eggs. It's like really ostrich eggs.
Yes. Oh my my God. All right. I gotta take a syrup break. I'm gonna leave our man here. Love you all dearly, and thanks to Brendan Zogit for getting rid of whatever the hell that guy was. Skellington, George Skellington, Jack Skellington. The name alone, Jack Skellington. That's a funny name. It's not.
You know, I think I've seen that person here before. It's odd. I think they just like remake that account. I don't know.
Yeah,
why
the name stands out. The name stands out. It's an odd enough name that's a rare name, and the fact that it sounds like a stage name or a alias, definitely, because Jack Skellington. It's like something from
trying to make like a reference to death and Jack the Ripper or some shit.
It's God knows. It sounds like something out of a pulp fiction novel. Meet Jack Skellington. Yeah, so there we have that, and so Penny was actually in the chat room earlier saying at Jack Skellington, the dude is legit. Oh, okay, so he was going into some fucking shit, and she was responding to that. So obviously the guy was saying some bullshit, and there we have that. And so I'm glad that Penny, did what she did, stood up for me, and that won't be forgotten. Glad I saw that, because it's important to see things like that, when people stand up for you. And aside from all of that, it was also interesting to hear Peter Moon talk about intergenerational trauma, saying, oh yeah, these people, they suffered this, and then future generations remember it. I mean, basically what he was talking about was intergenerational trauma, but he was on such a roll, I didn't feel like interrupting.
Well, intergenerational trauma to him is like, again, this is the white bias in him. The past is past. Only because you cannot see it's still unfolding.
Oh, well, you do.
Right?
You did. Maybe you missed a few parts when you had to go take care of some things, and but he did balance that out. He did balance.
He did balance it, but it's just the initial onset of things like that catch my attention.
Oh yeah. It was like, for instance, I thought it was kind of just obviously I appreciate Penny bringing up the Native American genocide, and it needs to be brought up. But I could have swore when I brought up the Muslim genocide committed by the Americans in the Philippines, I could have swore I said that was the largest modern genocide. If not, that's what I intended to say.
Yeah, you did. You did say it was modern.
Yeah, and then she brought. Oh, thank you. Well, glad I did that. Yeah, and then she brought the Indians, and I'm like, okay, and it's like, it's important to bring that up, but it's also like, and you notice how she went into the other genocides. I appreciate why she's doing it. She's talking about people keep concentrating on the Holocaust. And, basically what has happened is that the Jews have monopolized genocide. They've monopolized themselves as the victims of genocide, as if it's the only genocide that counts. Yeah, so that, bullshit on that.
And this is exactly what white America has done with 9/11.
Mm-hmm. That
was my critique on, that's the reason why I god awfully hate this holiday so much. And I can't even stand the fact that it's even a holiday. I mean, I know it's not really a holiday per se, but it's like a whole media to sort of say, yeah, we were the victims, and here's my favorite line, I believe the reason why we must never forget is because I think Americans have a short memory span, and I'm listening to this shit, and I'm saying to my father, yeah, just like we forgot about slavery conveniently, and we forgot about the genocide of the American Indians. Yes, but when it has something to do with their white ass empire, everyone has to fucking remember and cry about it. And then they're making out the person who fucking orchestrated it all out to be the hero who saved the day. I love it.
You mean who?
Mr. Bush.
Oh yeah, Yeah,
fucking shit.
that's anything said positive about George Bush Jr. is pretty, it's pretty impossible to suffer that.
Well, the thing is, what I noticed on all these documentaries, even on CNN, MSNBC, they won't say anything bad about him.
It's
They say,
awful.
I think we were wrong to go into Afghanistan. We didn't go into Afghanistan. Bush sent troops to Afghanistan.
That's true.
They
true.
will not.
By the way, I didn't
not.
emphasize that enough on how much of you didn't hear the whole interview with Penny Bradley yet, did you?
No. I made it through like 38 minutes of it. then I had to help. Then I had to help my.
Understood. Got it.
Father,
and Peter was something like that. He heard some of it, but not all of it. At least not yet. So hopefully both of you will hear all of it. But what I should have emphasized more was the fact that after you hear it all, then we'll talk about it. But basically, I did point out in that interview that the original party they tried to blame it on was.
The Shin Orikyo.
Yes, Om Shinrikyo.
Om Shinrikyo.
Yes,
yeah,
right.
I'm perfectly aware of that because they knew for a fact that Om Shinrikyo had the Tesla technology that they had gotten from the Soviets to be able to pull it off.
Yes, and they had.
And that was why the ever whitening Colin Powell, the man who has Vita Lago that spreads over his entire fucking body
evenly.
Yes. I mean, shit. I admit, I've got these little white spots popping up on my body. I'm like, oh fuck me. What the fuck? As if the gods weren't cursed, as if I wasn't cursed enough.
Oh God. That's sorry to hear that. It's
it is what it is. I'm hoping to upgrade and come back as one of those as Salvia Divinorum next life.
Oh God, Salvia Divinorum. Salvia. What does that mean? I forgot.
Oh, that's that drug you saw that people smoke it and they just pass out.
Oh, the salvia. Yeah, that's right. Holy shit. Yeah, and I saw that. Yes, is a big guy
one of the scariest hallucinogens on the planet. Because you never know what the fuck you're in for.
Yeah. And who were we talking to? Who was talking about what a masochist you must be to have, you were praising it, and he just...
I think it was Brendan Zoget, because I think you said that he had a bad experience. He said he would never touch that.
It was I'll tell you who it was. Pac-Man Morales. It was Pac-Man Morales. Yeah, and he just felt that you were a masochist for, I don't blame him. I mean, I didn't.
Well, I suspect that wherever I'm going next is going to be eerily like that. It's going to be that painful anyway, so why not get used to it now? Because fuck it.
I thought the way you described it, it wasn't that bad. The salvia.
No, it's not. What happens is, it hits so fast. You don't have your brain doesn't have a chance to calibrate itself to get used to the up, the sort of takeoff, which you get with like acid, or you get with DXM, where like over the while you start to feel it and it's like, okay, it's hitting me, man. Okay, it's hitting me. And then next thing you're like, oh shit, this is intense. No, salvia, it's like 15 seconds and all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Every cell in your body's on fire and you cannot fucking move. And, whatever you're hallucinating, it's just going to be so chaotic. It's going to feel like, it's almost as if you were never born human to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
It's literally on par with what people talk about ayahuasca.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally on par with that. They're both considered class entheogens for that reason. And if DMT is what people have these light mystical experiences with and see like yogis laughing at them in pulsating walls and shit, Salvia Divinorum is what happens when you become like a blade of grass and there's a fucking lawnmower that's coming up and you're being shredded into a million pieces. It's really interesting though, because there's a sort of depersonalization that happens where you sort of start to miss the reality that you were in, the three-dimensional hellscape that we live in. But then at the same time, there's a part of you that sort of says, I wonder what it would be like next time. You gotta check that shit out again.
Yeah, I used to be like that. I'll try anything twice. Guess I'm still like that to a degree. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, let me see if I can shut this one down. Open this page here, shut it down, and I'll get on my way. I'll be back in a bit. Gonna leave Jameson to oversee you all, but I'll be back. And so do stay with us. Thank you so much, Jason, and it's yours.
All right, folks. So this is by our lovely Caroline Dilbert, who I think at this point, I suspect that she has a dildo powered by uranium, because all she ever talks about is nuclear shit. And, you know, this is Popular Mechanics. They're like, you love nuclear, so do we. Why the hell would you love nuclear if you know what it... All I can know is... All I keep thinking about is that guy, what's his name? Aoichi, you know. And what happened to him. And I'm thinking, yeah, why would you love nuclear after that? Well, here we go. In less than 2 years, you might be able to buy a smartwatch powered with a radioactive diamond battery that will outlive you and your progeny for generations. Because regular watches aren't good enough. The potentially game-changing battery comes from the San Francisco-based startup Nano Diamond Battery, I'm sorry, folks, NDB, which lauds its namesake high-power diamond-based alpha, beta, and neutron voltaic battery for its ability to give devices lifelong and green energy. Because, you know, you don't know how many becquerels of radiation you're getting with it, but at least it's green. Imagine, just one battery could power your insulin pump. Why the hell would you want to put something like that near your insulin? Or pacemaker? Yes, because something radioactive in your heart is totally cool. With loads of time and space to spare. I mean, loads of time to spare. Or it could provide the juice for a space rover collecting Mars regolith samples for decades without any human assistance. Now that makes sense. That's a pragmatic use for it, because, you know, you're really not going to worry about anyone being hit with radiation if you're on Mars, because nobody's going to Mars. Forgive me, folks, but I don't see your species making it up there. Despite Elon Musk bullshit ambitions and the rest of these two dickheads who like to just blast off and do nothing all day. But, well, back to the article. These are ambitious goals, so could NDB's bold claims actually become reality? First, let's dissect the specs. To build its nano diamond battery, NDB uses layers of impossibly tiny paneled nano diamonds. For context, 1 nanometer is 1/1000th of a meter. Okay, now actually that's actually so small that I don't think that radiation would be any real harm. I don't know. Diamonds have exceptionally heat conductance, which makes them ideal for electronic devices. In fact, they are the best known natural conductor of heat, according to the publication by University of Houston's College of Engineering, and are 3 to 4 times more effective than copper or silver. That's compressed carbon, just so you know. Scientists cultivate these miniature diamonds using chemical vapor deposition, a process in which gases at extremely high temperatures force carbon to crystallize on a substrate material. That process, NDB admits, creates a cost bottleneck, making the special diamonds is energy intensive and expensive, which sort of negates the entire idea of this thing being practical enough to be used in a freaking watch. After all, they're artificially boron-doped diamonds, explains Yuri Kotoshi, director of the A.J. Drexel Nanomaterials Institute at Drexel University in Philadelphia. Gototsi has no affiliations with NDB, by the way. That process produces diamonds with blue color and high conductivity than the average diamond. True blue diamonds are naturally occurring on Earth, but they're rarer and even more expensive than artificial blue diamonds. White diamonds are expensive to begin with. I have no idea because they're so common, it's not even funny. Once NDB has sourced the nano diamonds, the company combines them with radioactive isotopes from nuclear waste. Specifically, they use radioactive isotopes of uranium and plutonium, which probably come from radioactive power plants waste. Gogotsi says, wow, that's just great, because the nuclear industrial the Mimo nanny set can't get rid of their nuclear waste anywhere. We already know what's going on with Ruined Island, which is probably at this point collapsing with like hellish waves, just sweeping away all that radioactive material. But don't worry, folks. The human race will survive through this one because, like cockroaches, we seem to be extremely hard to control population-wise. Just a few square millimeters in size, move heat away from the radioactively decaying isotopes so quickly that the transaction actually generates electricity. The decay sources deposit their energy onto the NDB transducer, which converts the kinetic energy of the incidental radiation to electrical energy. Said Nima Golsharifi, CEO of the NDB. I'm guessing that this is a startup and they're trying to just pretty much pitch an idea here. You're probably wondering what the catch is. There's a diamond battery out there that really uses nuclear waste, lasts thousands of years, and involves layers of only the most minuscule diamonds. It's slightly more complicated than that. Each battery cell will produce only a small amount of energy, for one thing, so scientists must combine the cells in huge numbers in order to regularly power large devices, raising the cost a great deal along with increasing the complexity. There's no way this startup is going to get started. Whatever this company is planning, I don't see it getting anywhere near the stage where there's going to be an initial public offering and hordes of investors willing to dump money into the idea. But we'll see. Gol Sharifi touts that the tiny size of the nano diamond battery cells as an advantage for scalability, though. Take the battery for a wrist watch, for instance. It consumes about 2 microwatts. So a much smaller NDB cell would be sufficient, he explains. So if we need to power a different application, the number of stacked cells can increase to meet the demand. Still, there's the issue of wear and tear. Researchers implant the nuclear waste inside the diamond cells, which creates a natural structural weakness that, statistically speaking, will eventually fail in some cells over time. Gogotsi explains, when the nano diamond battery becomes widely available in the future, notice the language they're using here, when, as if this is absolutely going to pick up. They're that confident that we even have a future, which I find actually more hilarious than the fact that they think this is even going to pick up. There's a chance that some of the cells will break or simply go to waste with the devices they power. This creates an issue of nuclear waste, which is inevitable if large numbers of batteries are used, Gogotsi says. Some of them will eventually break apart, and this may not be an issue of space, but will certainly be a concern on the surface of the Earth. That doesn't mean the diamond battery isn't a worthwhile pursuit if those issues are addressed, which we know they are not going to be addressed because Douglas has exposed exactly what the people who are running your world think about, how do we say, sanitary disposal of anything. That doesn't mean, take a child that gets a hearing aid implanted or an elderly person with a pacemaker. People shouldn't have to go through the possibility of traumatizing surgery more than once. Ghost Sharifi explains. No, you won't have to worry about surgery. You'll just have to worry about chemotherapy at that point. The batteries could even prove useful in space vehicles that need to run for years without help, NDB says. Take satellites, for instance. NDB's claim that the battery lasts 28,000 years is based in part on these low-power space applications. Voyager, NASA's iconic space probe, meant to study the outer solar system, when it launched back in September 1977, used 3 multi-hundred-watt radioisotope thermoelectric generators, which in short are MHW RTGs for power. Its generator's power output began at just 158 watts, which is less energy than you need to power a household light fixture for a year. And if enough of these diamond battery cells are combined, they can still power electronics here on Earth with higher energy demands, from LED displays on tablets to mobile phones. See, now in this case, you really will be getting radiation in your ear. Yeah, not like that freaking stupid ass conspiracy that they had with 4G and 5G. But for its first commercial product, NDB plans to introduce a smartwatch with an expected launch date sometime in 2022. Of all things, why a watch? Because last transmission we weren't, informed about what, happened with the Marie Curie and the women who were working on the radium dials for men's watches, who grew tumors that were so horrid in cancers that you wouldn't even want to look at them. I seriously say that as someone who's looked at some pretty nasty things. If that really happens, you can own one watch with a single battery and pass it down for generations without ever needing a replacement. Talk about a heirloom. I love how this lady sells this shit. Still, NDB plays its cards very close to its vest, divulging few of the nitty-gritty details about the nano diamond battery, its power density, for instance, and there aren't even video demos of the technology yet. But the promise of radioactive diamond battery is still very real, and the NDB's forthcoming smartwatch will tell us a lot more about feasibility of such technology in other applications. And we'll be waiting. All we have is time. Again, I've nothing really. What I can say is whatever promises they think they have, we'll see it when it happens. Now, interesting. I'm going to go off on a tangent right now, really fast, but I noticed, last week I was talking about the whole thing with what do you call it? That Become a Living God guy. Oh my gosh, E.A. Coetting. So I decided to take a look at what he's talking about on his channel these days. Nothing but love spells. Yeah. You talk about digressing, man. Of course, the guy barely looks like he looks one step removed from looking like what do you call it? Oh my gosh, George Norrie. I don't know why those guys see the appeal in aging horribly, but it is what it is. That I just more or less found amusing. Now for some more amusing things for you folks out there. Let's see what I can dredge from the corners of the internet, which should be fairly easy because the world has a lot of things going on. Let's see. We have the recall vote for California, which again, I do not see this really being successful. I don't even know why they're entertaining these assholes at this point. Oh, here we go. Tropical storm Nicholas threatens Gulf Coast with heavy rain. As of 24 minutes ago, Miami. Tropical storm Nicholas was moving up the Gulf Coast on Monday, threatening to bring heavy rain and floods to the coastal areas of Texas, Mexico, and an already storm-battered Louisiana, in which I'm sure that like a few thousands of people are dead already. Although they only tend to make the numbers up to be in the hundreds, if even that much. Forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in Miami said Nicholas was strengthening, churning up top winds of 60 miles per hour in the 1 a.m. CDT update. It was traveling northwest at 15 miles per hour and on a forecast track to pass near South Texas coast later Monday. Basically, if you're in Texas, get ready because you're going to see a lot of rain. Rainfall totals up to 10 inches, 25 centimeters in Texas, and southwest Louisiana were expected with isolated maximum amounts of 20 inches across portions of coastal Texas from Sunday night through midweek. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, I don't know why I hate that piece of shit, honestly, with his the guy who doesn't believe women should have a right to say no. And the piece of shit is encouraging, basically men who rape women to sue the women who they raped for trying to get an abortion. What the fuck kind of shit world do you humans live in? This is the United States, and it's it's very interesting how we have on the news they're talking about Afghanistan now that Afghanistan has been returned to the Taliban. How many rights women aren't going to get? Yet here in the United States, in Texas, a woman can't have a right to defend herself if she was sexually assaulted. Do you not see the hypocrisy in that? I mean, this world is just fucking insane. It gets worse by the day. But all right, let's get back to the storm. Honestly, I'm more actually pissed at that than anything, and I want to find something that talks about that because that's actually quite disgusting to me. We have Dubai. Oh, here we go. As Dubai's food delivery booms, dangers and casualties mount. This is interesting. This is the United Arab Emirates. I say, well, let them kill each other. Fuck that place. It's literally a hellscape on earth anyway, where men just, abuse the hell out of what authority they have, just like the Saudis. Let's see. Silicon Valley finds remote work is easier. Oh, there was something I found interesting, and this is for those of you who think that it might be a good idea to work at home than in the office, which a lot of things are going to. And this is something I bet a lot of you did not know. But there is now a certain type of spyware that's being used to monitor people as they work from home, from the office. This is actually a really good read in The Guardian. This was as of September 5th, but it warrants attention. Bosses turn to tattleware to keep tabs on employees working from home. David, 23, admits that he's felt a twinge of relief when the first wave of COVID-19 shut down his Arlington, Virginia office. A recent college graduate, he was new on the job and struggled to click with his teammates. Maybe he thought this would be a nice break from face-to-face stuff, the office politics and small talk. His name has been changed for the story. I could not have been more wrong, Dave says. That's because within the first week of their remote work, David and his team were introduced to a digital surveillance platform called Sneak. Every minute or so, the platform would capture a live photo of David and his workmates via their company laptop webcams. That is super freaking creepy. First of all, let me just run that back. Granted, most people put their business out there. If you have nothing to hide, no big deal. But for goodness sake, I mean, I guess if you're on the clock, but do you really want your bosses to see your room or wherever you're working? I mean, seriously. I mean, if that was the case, I would literally just decide to work nude.
By the way, just want people to know, I'll be back in a few minutes. Came back, was listening for just a few seconds here before I got on. I did eat something, so I should have some calories in me. I'm going to basically try to cover some things tonight, what little I can. Wednesday, of course, will be the last day that we have before the California recall attempt to dislodge our democratically elected governor and install a Republican income, a wannabe. If that succeeds, it's well, I don't know whether to do the analysis of that tonight or on Wednesday. I'll take a little look at the calendar right now, and Wednesday doesn't seem to be any particular day, but in terms of in and of itself, the date, I'll take a look at my handy military history calendar, which was put together by a dear friend of mine many years ago, and has always served me since. I mean, for a very long time, throughout the period of time that I was at Revolution Radio, and I tried to recall holidays. It is the date, September 15th, the Ides of September. It is the anniversarial date of the 1950 MacArthur-led invasion of Incan Korea, his masterpiece that validated his career, which of course was done in the twilight of his life. A very old man by the time he led that accomplishment, and working for my emperor at that time. And so very, very important day. I'll probably bring that up then, but also it will be the eve day of the gubernatorial recall. I probably should do some analysis on it tonight, because by that time it'll be the eve day of the recall. It will also be
Do you really think they have the power to do that, though?
I hope not. I mean, honestly, well, they have the power only in the sense that it's in the California Constitution. If our governor survives the recall, he will do his best to change that law so it can't be used as a harassment. I did bring up the last time that I spoke of it, that he had basically, the Republicans have spent his entire administration attacking him with this recall law. And so they've just been using it as a way to terrorize and harass him. But it's gotten to the point now where, thanks to a Republican judge, they were able to get themselves through, and then now they're going to try and run this vote, but it's set up in such a manner that the governor can be easily deposed. So I explained the constitutional nature of it before and why this is such a threat. So this could succeed. Of course, it's not legitimate, but it is a way to overthrow the legitimate vote with very few people voting. The majority of the people who are mobilized and motivated are the crazed Republicans in, Penny Bradley country. They're out there in red California. And these are the morbidly inbred degenerates that you see in the film The Hills Have Eyes. And,
oh my God!
Yeah, these are the people.
Yeah, that place literally is Innsmouth.
Yes, thank you. This is where they. These are the people who have the power to overthrow our legal election at this point, and so because it's going to take a small minority of them, as I explained, unfortunately, to win the vote. Hopefully, enough Californians will be mobilized to vote and keep him in office. The overwhelming majority of Californians want him to remain governor, and so the Republicans want to overthrow him just for the sake of overthrowing him. They can't govern if they get into power. They can't govern because we have a democratic majority in all the government. And so there's nothing they can do once they get in power. It's only to overthrow governance. It's a form of anarchy. And this is
and this is part of that mob rule tactic, where it's controlled by a small oligarch. They want to turn it into nothing more than Russia. I mean, they're basically, the Republicans are an organized crime family.
Yes, thank you. And
they're an extended organized crime family who have fanatical followers who are so fucking downbred and stupid that they deserve to die.
Well, they operate like an organized crime family to a degree, but the reality is they're a foreign insurgency. They're an insurgency on behalf of a hostile foreign empire, the Russian Empire. And that is the correct way to understand that. By the way, I don't know if anybody can hear me. I've got basically have the microphone down by my ass, so I apologize for that. And
okay, so if we hear the sound of a trumpet, we know what happened.
There we are. So what I will do is provide maybe some analysis tonight. Give me a few more minutes to get my head together. I'll start at midnight. How's that? We're approaching midnight in about 11 minutes. It's Jameson Reese has got the stage till then. I'm going to, try and get myself together, just about finished with this Coke, getting some caffeine in me. And all right, son, thank you so much. Love you dearly. It's yours. Keep going. Thank you.
All right, so here's where this thing gets even creepier. Not only does it capture a photo of you every minute from your laptop webcams, but the ever-changing headshots are splayed across the wall of the digital conference waiting room that everyone on the team can see. Now, do you want to see your teammates' ugly-ass fucking heads in your house while you're trying to work? Dude, that is the stuff of nightmares. Oh, my God. Oh, man, this is making retail sound like a dream. Clicking on a colleague's face would unilaterally pull them into a video call, and if you were lucky enough to catch someone goofing off or picking their nose, you could forward the offending image to a team via Sneak's team chat, via Sneak's integration with the messaging platform Slack. Now, who the hell came up with this? I'm betting this is something made by China. I've got to find out if this thing Sneak is made by China. This sounds like something they would do. Sneak. Okay, Sneak app. Yeah. Sneak. Okay. Here we go. They're in the Netherlands. Oh, why am I not surprised? Why the hell would you want to see someone's fucking face when you're working? I mean, I don't even like looking at humans' faces when I'm not working. One of the reasons why I use the substance of choice is because I don't have to see humans in my head. I don't have to see humans in my mind. I can see fractals, chaos, just anything that doesn't resemble a human face or form. It no longer even sexually arouses me to see humans. I no longer have what you would call a libido or sex drive. It doesn't exist anymore. I've grown this discontent with human existence, folks. I went out. You know what? I've decided, fuck the infinite. I'm not going to reconcile and try to become one with the infinite. I rather obliteration of my soul entirely. I don't even want to go to hell and be redeemed. I don't even want to go to heaven or anything like that. No, screw that. You know what? Screw it. I don't care what's next. I just want there to not be a next, because I'm literally done with this cycle of bullshit. But it and this is from someone who has it good, comparatively speaking, to most of the other humans on this planet. And I say that, with a good degree of self-awareness and awareness of the plights many other people in the world are facing. So for people to really enjoy life with what they're going through is baffling. But, one of the things about intelligence is the more you have, the more unhappy you are. But let's continue on with the sneak thing. All right. According to Sneak co-founder Del Curie, the software is meant to replicate The Office.
We know lots of people who find it an invasion of privacy. We 100% get that. And it's not a solution for those folks,
Curie says.
But there's a lot of teams out there who are good friends and want to stay connected when they're working together.
What a fucking bullshit narrative. Oh my gosh, I could shit all over that all day. For David, though, Sneak was a deal breaker. He quit after less than 3 weeks on the job. I signed up to manage their digital marketing, he tells me, not to live stream my living room. Exactly. Little did he realize that his experience was a part of a wide-scale boom in worker surveillance, and that's poised to become a standard feature of life on the job. So in other words, work is becoming more oppressive for people out there. And, people wonder why there's so many companies looking for workers. Because who the fuck wants to go through an oppressive work schedule if you can find other means that are less savory to survive? Remote surveillance software like Sneak, also known as Tattleware or Bossware, represented something of a niche market pre-COVID. But that all changed in March 2020 as employers scrambled to pull together their work-from-home policies out of thin air. In April last year, Google queries for the remote monitoring were up 212% on year. By April this year, they continued to surge by another 243%. At that case, I'd rather actually go and work in an office with, full hazmat gear than freaking do this sneak shit, because at least you will have the privacy of being able to go to the restroom and piss, without someone looking at you. One of the major players in the industry, ActiveTrack, reports that during March 2020 alone, the firm scaled up from 50 client companies to over 800. Over the course of the pandemic, the company has maintained that growth today, boasting 9,000 customers, and claims that more than 250,000 individual users. Time Doctor, TerraMind, and Hubstaff, which together ActiveTalk make up the bulk of the market, have seen similar growth from prospective customers. It's like, I don't understand why people don't have the mindset where, as long as you get the work done, you get paid. I don't understand what the point of putting pressure on you at home. Who the hell is going to feel comfortable being at home then? I think a lot of times when people get off work, going home is supposed to be your place away from work. So, most people have to drink themselves into oblivion so that they don't have to take the shit from work home, which is one of the reasons why I oddly started drinking when I was still working. These software programs give bosses a mix of options for monitoring workers' online activity and assessing their productivity, from screenshotting employee screens to logging their keystrokes and tracking their browsing. Oh, geez, who knows, or that time off at lunch, you might want to, go get off to porn, and your boss is going to have to see everything. That's screwed up. But in the fast-growing bossware market, each platform potentially brings something new to the table. There's FlexiSpy, which offers call tapping, SpyTech, which is known for mobile device access, and NetVisor, which has a remote takeover feature. Yeah, we've been listened to enough by honestly, nobody's even going into, I'm not even going to go there, but I'm just going to say, who's really going to have the time to, I don't see where the bosses are finding the time to actually go over all this stuff, unless they hire specific staff or outsource it to India to, let them know,
The guy's not doing his work.
Who knows? Titleware platforms are hardly the sole culprits of expanded workplace surveillance. Employers are reportedly drawing on in-house IT departments to monitor emails for flagged phrases at an increased rate compared with than before the pandemic. So now everyone has turned into a miniature Xi Jinping. This is just great. This is how this is the uh, Sinidification of the West. By receiving alerts when certain employees are discussing recruiter or salary, for example, management hopes to know when employees are looking to up sticks for greener pastures. Big tech companies have also dipped their toes into the spy game with varying degrees of success. In April 2020, Zoom, of course, Zoom would do this, quickly backtracked on the short-lived attention tracking setting, which alerted a call host when a participant was focused away from the meeting for more than 30 seconds. Because, they're oppressive as hell over there. And in December, Microsoft bowed to tech experts' outcry over the release of a productivity score feature for its 365 suite, which rated individuals in criteria that included email use and network connectivity. The tool no longer identifies users by name. Now, that's no surprise coming from Microsoft because Bill Gates is like literally a piece of human turd. Despite the controversy, titleware and remote monitoring are not going away anytime soon, even as employees shift back to in-house and hybrid work models. There's no real sign of this trend slowing down, says Juan Carlos, a digital researcher and privacy advocate with the University of Melbourne. No sign of legislative change in any jurisdiction I can name, and no sign of pushback from employees, even when they're aware of it happening. That's the absurd part. It's like, this people are just so lethargic now that it's like, just fuck me in the ass and I'm not even going to say anything anymore. This is where the human race has sunk into. And you wonder why I feel that it is a curse to be born on this planet as a human being. You wonder why. But let's get back to the topic. Many are all too content to let it slide. Whether all this amounts to corporate snooping or just plain accountability depends largely on which side of the fence you sit on. White-collar workers around the world have long been taken it for granted that their emails are monitored on the job. Warehouses, offices, and shops, meanwhile, are regularly monitored by CCTV. The statistics seem to bear out that we are inured to the idea of some layer of surveillance built into our professional lives. In a recent survey, nearly 3/4 of workers said their productivity wouldn't be affected even if they knew the employer was monitoring them. This is where I start to think there's something wrong with the current human species now. When you're okay with someone just looking at what you do in your private, it's one thing if you're in a public environment, but if you're just your average Joe or your average jerk off, who the fuck wants someone staring at you while you're like typing something? It's like, dude, that's freaking creepy. And then you have everyone else looking at you on screen, seeing your face, in this weird, in like the least flattering way. Your face is also, because, cameras have that sort of circular lens. So, everything just looks all fucked up. It doesn't matter how much makeup you put on, you're going to look like shit when they see you. And everyone's going to just look like shit. And it's just going to be like, this is where we've come to.
Oh my God. Thank you. That's very funny. And so, aside from all of that, it is now a minute after midnight in the Pacific Daylight Time Zone. I'm not yet ready to take over just yet, but I'm here and I'm just kind of like getting my act together still. I want to thank everyone who's with us because our dear friend Jameson Reese has taken us this far, talking about the various workplace outrages and, of course, violence is increasing in the workplace. This way they can get it all on film.
Well, this is great because I could watch some more videos of humans doing what they do best, brutalizing each other to death.
Yeah.
Which honestly at this point, it's no longer. It doesn't give me amusement. It's not even entertaining. It's just something that allows me to cathart, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Because at this point, I don't want to exist after this. I'm like that. I'm like the aspect of God. It's like right now I'm Lucifer and I'm trying to test how far I can fall. I've just like given up on returning to the light. It's just like, fuck it, man. Just oblivion all the way. Get me out of here. I'm not doing this anymore, Dead ass.
Oh my God.
And I have to know, and I do want to. This is just for your grim amusement, folks. I do want to note that two of my past phone numbers had 666 in them, and my current phone number has 444 in it as well. So there you go. I mean, they couldn't mark me anymore if they tried.
Okay, and aside from all of that, what else can you bring to our attention? Now, this was something about the workplace where they're installing cameras everywhere. I take it that what little I heard.
Well, no. This is for people who are working at home. What they're doing is they're using what they call sneak. What they call it. It's.
Oh, you mean
it's
this
like
is for workers literally at home? I see what you're saying.
Called sneak.
You dropped off the moment
So-
you said that. You said they're calling it sneak, and then you dropped off. That is it's bizarre. So go on. They call it sneak what? Sneak peek? What?
All right, so there's like an example of a company called Sneak that does it, but I believe they're calling it what do they call it? Tattleware. Basically, what this does is if you're working at home, your coworkers are going to see your face, and it's going to like take pictures of your face like every 30 seconds to a minute to let you whoever they're outsourcing this shit to, from Pakistan or India, call your boss and say, "Oh, he's picking his nose. He's scratching his ass." I mean, for goodness sake, this was developed in the Netherlands, of course, and the Netherlands is nothing more than a flaming cesspit of like freaking pedophilia and death. So I mean, why the hell are we not surprised? Of course, Zoom is jumping on this because the Chinese are like, I could be more authoritarian. Sign me up. Because this is just a big thing. Everyone wants to be the fucking Darth Vader now, or the Emperor Palpatine, because that's just the thing. We're really at this point. I've just got no words.
Right. By the way, the gubernatorial recall is actually tomorrow. Today is the day for shows you how off I fucking was. Holy shit! So this is what happens. Don't do drugs, kids. And aside from that, I told you I didn't belong here tonight, but I am here. And
I have to question: how can you not do drugs?
Yeah, thank you.
How can you be someone who doesn't do drugs and remain sane in this world?
Thank you.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, it's this is just a and you should see this this black guy who's the Republican who's running against Gavin Newsom, and he it's just awful. He looks like a black Arnold Schwarzenegger, and of course we all
Oh my
know.
God.
Yeah, this is.
That is like the least flattering thing
Thank you.
possible.
Thank
I mean,
you.
not even chicks who love black guys are gonna want to go for that. Oh my gosh, he's whoa. This guy's face looks like it's like.
Oh, you're seeing it, Elder. The guy's name is Elder, and he's
Yeah, and I see the chick standing next to him, and she's like, I'm not gonna fuck him.
Shit, yes, and this guy is like, he looks very thuggish. He's got very thick lower lips. It's kind of like Mussolini's profile. But Mussolini, it was really weird. I was looking at the old footage of Mussolini, and when they made a fictional film about Benito Mussolini, they had George C. Scott play him, the guy who had played General George Patton. And back at that time, when it was shortly after that film was released, or it was a historical drama. I would see Mussolini in film footage, and I would say, "Wow, it looks just like George C. Scott." Which initially, when George C. Scott was chosen for that role, I thought it was completely insipid. I said, "This is so fucking vapid. That's so crazy. He doesn't look like Mussolini at all. Why would they choose George C. Scott?" But then you notice just at some angles, George C. Scott certainly never had the chin, which Mussolini had. This incredibly his profile was that of what we today would consider the classic thug. He looked like Thug, and he just was considered, of course, in his day to look like a strong man, and which is why he kind of had that aura. They said he looks strong, his face projects strength. This time when I saw a documentary on him recently...
Oh my God, that's Rose McGowan? Who's next to him?
Oh God, I have no idea. Do you know her?
Fucking turned over to the dark side.
Oh, who was
she's
she?
this chick who she used to be like an actress in the 90s, and then she married Marilyn Manson. I mean, she was cute back in the day, and like when I was like a teenager, I was like, oh shit, she's hot.
Could you give me a link to this? Because I'll see if I can remember her. Because
this is from like this.
Vaguely.
I mean, this is like the Associated Press, but I mean, this is just like, I think she's the woman who's on those fucking Rescue the Puppy, fucking shits. Those commercials.
Okay.
Let me see.
Oh my God! Really? Yeah, that is odd. Do me a favor, send that to me in the private message box, because this stuff disappears as soon as we end the night. So give that to me again in the private message box. And
what the fuck happened to her?
My God!
God!
It's like you said, she turned over to the dark side, right? So sorry that she did that. And
she even looks like shit now.
Oh God! Well, you notice what he looks like. I mean, this elder guy, he looks like even the angle at which they caught his mouth. It's kind of like Derek Talley. It looks like Derek Talley. There we are.
And she looks like she. I mean, oh God,
she burned out.
Yeah, she got fried, man. This is what happens.
It
when
looks
you marry
almost as if she has
Marilyn.
a scar as well. It looks like she's got some chick razored her in a fight right beneath the left eye. If you look down the left eye, there's a straight crease down her face that looks like a razor scar. Like she got into a fight with some black chick who pulled out a straight razor.
Well, let me see if she was married to Marilyn Manson.
Well, I guess that did it, right? That's what fucking did it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, white supremacy all the way. The cracker supreme.
Yeah, and that's what.
His music. Listen, from someone who likes death metal and likes hearing white guys scream to the point where they sound like demons growling from the underworld, and just drums pounding like. From someone who likes that shit, his music fucking sucks.
Well,
just saying.
Go. There you go.
He's a fucking disappointment as a Satanist. He's a disappointment.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah.
And what was it? The person keeping track of his declining career was Crystal Rose. She was giving me links to a lot of the shit that was going on with him. And so there we are. So sorry to see. So is she involved with this guy? Republican?
She's married to him.
She's married to him.
I mean, no, she's not married to him, but she's like advocating for this Republican guy.
Oh God,
So she's standing next to him with her fucking bull dyke haircut. And
yeah, that's right.
And he looks like
yeah.
And he looks like Derek Talley having a fucking facial twitch seizure.
Yes,
or
there we are.
shit.
There we are. Yes, he looks like Derek Talley with a facial twitch.
How the fuck did they pull this off?
Yeah, that's like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's not an attractive looking couple. That is like. Anyhow, it says here's.
Oh my god.
She
the
says
cults of the kings of Edom are listening to us every fucking night.
Yes.
I swear to.
They're our most loyal listeners, of course. They're all here, every night without fail.
Well, I think they're the ones who give us all the down votes in the beginning, and then they turn them into up votes at the end because they're like, "Yeah, we're doing some fucked up shit. Yeah, they mentioned it. Yeah, man."
Who knows? Who knows? It's like, or they simply say negative things about me, and people believe it, and they come over here to listen to me scream about whatever shit they claim I say, and then I don't say any of that, and then the people, change the top votes later, just listening to this, realizing that they'd been fed a line of shit. But it says McGowan, who is known for her role in the Scream movie franchise, was one of the earliest of dozens of women to accuse Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein of sexual misconduct, making her a major figure in the hashtag #MeToo movement. So she gets together with this guy who looks like a gorilla in a suit, and I don't say that in any sense of anti-black racism. I've said that about white guys. They're white guys who look like gorillas in suits. This guy is one of them, and so I guess what is she? She went from one kind of hashtag #MeToo problem to another, as far as I'm concerned.
That's the Stockholm syndrome, that's the, I love my abuser.
Yes.
I mean, I used to have the hardest attraction to her when I was like 15 or so, and now it's just like,
yeah, that's really disappointing. I know how you feel. It's like, holy shit. I looked up her name, Rose McGowan. Just look that up, and the shit I see, it's mostly her Sigourney. I don't know. What is that fucking Sinead O'Connor? She's pulled a Sinead O'Connor now. She's just all like, shaved head kind of. And I have no idea who she's with here. I'm just going to give the link to our friend Jameson Reese, see if he can identify some of these people. And so tell me if you recognize who is that she's standing next to. Okay, we see her next to the gorilla in a suit. That's not Marilyn Manson she's next to, is it? If you go to that link and of course all the other pictures of her, she's in full Sinead O'Connor mode, and here she's slamming Oprah Winfrey for, Rose McGowan brags about dropping bombs after calling Oprah fake. Rose McGowan slams Oprah Winfrey for being as fake as they come. I mean, honestly, but then Rose McGowan, what the fuck has she done with herself? Was Rose McGowan trying to warn people about Harvey Weinstein? Quote unquote. Anyhow, she's obviously
holy shit, that is Marilyn Manson.
Is that that's Marilyn Manson? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're looking at the guy with the leopard skin suit and the red hair and whatever the hell he's in the like platform boots.
And this is what it says. It says Rose McGowan VMA's dress in 1998 was a response to sexual assault. So
there you go. She's basically saying, "Victimize me some more."
That's her with the black hair, right? That's
yeah, that's her. That's her.
And so there she has it, and
I mean, she was hot as hell back then.
Yeah, and she's with this horrible individual who looks like shit. I honestly thought that was some transsexed or transgendered a fail job, one of those transgender fail jobs that it was, I thought it was a really tall lesbian that she was with. And, yeah.
That's how Marilyn Manson presents himself.
Well, a lot of people say that, he and I look alike, at the right time and in the right light. But
you don't.
Thank you. I like not to think that. Yeah, but it's definitely one of those things where oh God. Okay, I've got to stop looking at this. All of this is just disturbing. This is all just disturbing. What she's become. The guy she was with, the guy she's with now.
Well, this goes to show you that she was her abuse at the hands of. I'm thinking that most of the women who Harvey Weinstein abused must have been assets at some point, or must have been turned into assets after some point.
Yes.
Because that's part of the sort of asset program. That's what they do to these women.
Right. And
they abuse them. They turn them from being people who seem to be more, free spirited to becoming stuck up conservative pieces of shit.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's just.
And
awful.
then she's just one step away from QAnon conspiracies and riding on Donald Trump's micro penis.
Yes. Yeah. And so here, let me take a look at. She's here with this other chick called Asia Argento. Do you know who this person is? Because Asia Argento and her were friends once, and then Asia Argento now threatens Rose McGowan with lawsuit over horrendous lies. It wasn't, I don't know when all this was taking place, but it's just so she broke up in a friendship with somebody else. It's obviously she's been having a lot of problems relating to people. And, so then she was with Rosario Dawson in some, the Grindhouse shit. So there was all that Grindhouse stuff that was produced by Tarantino. And so, beyond that, all right, that's... this is the most violent chick flick ever, they say, quote unquote, is how it was promoted or advertised. Okay, whatever. It's just what it is. And then there's
All right, so Rose McGowan supposedly cut off the friendship because she claims that Argento paid off someone who accused her of sexual assault.
Who accused her of sexual assault? Accused Rose of sexual assault.
No. Accused Asia Argento
of sexual assault. So. Oh my God! So, but how does a woman sexually assault someone?
I don't. I just can't really wrap my brain around this. This seems so absurd and just blown out of proportion that it's hard to believe any of this. What they're saying, I don't believe any of them. They're all full of shit. The very fact that she's in the Me Too movement, I think, was an attempt of the Republicans to have someone infiltrate the Me Too movement to turn it over to conservative, worship. Because Me Too movement was originally like anti-conservatives, because conservatives are like, we like to rape women and keep them at home, and we incels should just have sex slaves lined up on the walls and taped to the walls and shit. They were completely opposed to these fucking conservative pieces of shit. And now she comes in and she's like backing this conservative piece of shit. So it's by association. It's infiltration. This is the Aquino playbook, the Mind Wars thing. It's I see it everywhere to the point where
go on. Yes,
it's maddening.
Yes, it is.
There was a time when I was young and I was just more angry and I was just more misled, and I was like, good, I want him to fuck up the world. But now that I'm much more mature, my mind is just like, now that something's changed in me, I'm just looking at it and I'm just disgusted. I'm like...
Well, I'm seeing this article from the New York Times now. It says Asia Argento, who was a hashtag Me Too leader, made a deal with her own accuser. So, so she had an accuser, and there we have that. Of course, what she says is that she basically, she said Harvey Weinstein raped her in 1997 at the Cannes Film Festival. And then it says that this was an article from 2018. It says that following her own revelations about Mr. Weinstein, she quietly arranged to pay $380,000 to her own accuser, Jimmy Bennett, a young actor and rock musician, who said she sexually assaulted him in a California hotel room years earlier when he was only 2 months past his 17th birthday. She was 37. The age of consent in California is 18. See, this is just chicken shit faggot stuff where the guy had sex with her.
Dude, if you're able to get it up and the chick turns you on and you're 17, you cannot call rape. It's just impossible.
Thank you.
if you're a male and you're 15 and you got it up, and to a grown hot woman and you were turned on by her, you can't call it rape. What the fuck is wrong with this world, man? What is wrong with them?
This is just some faggot who wanted some money and just said,
He's juicing her.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting, and he belongs in jail. Honestly, this guy belongs in jail as far as I'm concerned. But apparently he might have been paid. According to Asia Argento, she feels that this guy was like a torpedo who was primed and paid by the other chick we were just talking about. Don't you guys love hearing all this gossip from us?
Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense because Rose McGowan will probably had wanted to torpedo her because of maybe they had different political
opinions, right? That makes sense.
And so the whole idea is to take conquest over, basically no friendship is sacred. This is the world we're in now. This is the legacy of the kings of Edom. No friendship is sacred. No family is sacred. No bond is sacred. Now people understand why I walk around alone, and when people try to get close to me, even if they're attractive people, I just have nothing to do with them because I'm just like, I don't fucking know if you're a plant. I don't know if you're put here to fuck my shit up. I'm just like, I'm not even going to take the chance.
By the way, I don't
say hi to you.
I don't know if you noticed, but Sarah Thomas told us who this Jack Skellington character was, or who the individual derived their name from. Jack Skellington, she points out, is the fictional character and the main protagonist of the 1993 film The Nightmare Before Christmas. So he was the little, Jack.
Okay.
Jack.
Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, okay. I remember because I remember my sister used to love that movie.
There we
when
are.
We were kids.
Yes.
Let's see. The only thing is that his icon isn't of
Jack Skellington. Of course not. No.
It's like a knockoff skeleton that's just like bootleg as hell looking. It's like some bootleg ass Halloween shit. It's like they didn't even try to get into the character.
No, of course not. No, it's just so he's obviously a front, and so that weirdo might be Richard K. Cole Jr. That person might be him, and there we have that. And so what I'll do now is give a shout out to the many people who helped myself past this point of crisis, and I want to thank Jameson Reese and encourage him, of course, to stay with us, and I may very well need him as the night progresses. Let me make certain I have enough hydration available. I'm not intending necessarily any long haul, and I will, of course, obligatorily go back to the subject of 9/11, in part at least, but definitely where I'm at. We'll start with the California recall, go a little bit into some of the more esoteric things that Peter Moon brought up, such as the Japanese character for Heart, And when he brought that up, then of course I wanted to bring that up in terms of aspects of ninja and the character for Inindo, or invisibility as well, which is very similar to Heart. And the character contains elements of the Heart character in it. So there's elements of the Heart that are, of course, invisible, just so people understand this. And I'll try and put that into some context. That'll be at the time that I start the timestamp for Peter Moon, after I finished my analysis of the California recall situation. Let me see if I can get on a little bit of a long-sleeved outerwear here so that I can tolerate the precipitous drop in temperature that does take place in San Francisco. And it's been fairly warm over the end of summer. It only just started at the end of summer, getting kind of warm in San Francisco. Well, fairly warm. And that is, of course, a kind of Indian summer for us, really. And it's something that comes and goes away, and is just not really the kind of summer that one would wish for. It's just what it is, kind of illusory. And okay, so if Jameson can go back to talking, he can tell us a little bit more about anything he wants while I switch into this. Gotta take my earbuds off, and I'll let you.
Yeah. I was okay. Where was there? There was a Jack Skeleton. There was the Rose McGowan shit. Oh, right. I was excoriating humanity on how much it's fucked up and fallen, but that beside the point. Oh my gosh, what was I going to say? There was something that I wanted to say, and it's like it's just like my head just took a shit and said. Rawr. But let's see. Yeah, going back to this, it just seems it's really. Oh yeah, the Casca. Right. So yeah, in the manga Berserk, there's a character named Casca, who's a female character who at some point falls in love with the protagonist, only to be raped by this dude who they both tried to save, and becomes traumatized and literally develops a second personality that takes over, that Guts has to protect through a good chunk of the manga. And I honestly feel like there might have been some kind of an occult attack in taking. I mean, because the guy died of a heart dissection. He died basically. That's when the heart, rips in half or something tears in the heart. How the hell does that happen?
Yeah, that's what my mother died of, and of course there was no. It was all of the medical doctors said it was medically impossible. So, in other words, what happened was that she suffered from a dissected heart valve. They use that term, dissected. Which meant that there was a surgically precise, as if somebody had taken a surgical scalpel and cut her main vein leading to her heart in two places. And it was just miraculous that any slightest movement could theoretically dislodge it, and then the blood would spill into the rest of her body, and just basically, of course, she'd die. So this is something that is just... yeah, that's obviously what happened to the individual you're talking about. So
yeah. And this guy was a very influential mangaka. I mean, he's someone that a lot of the people who started to come on the scene, like the guy who did the manga, Shingeki no Kyojin, Attack on Titan,
right,
was one of the people who was inspired by him. So I mean. Yeah, the fact that even happened, and the fact that he had, a character named after, the man, the Black Knight who Casca.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because in the manga she's depicted with brown skin.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's also interesting. So it literally seems like there was something very deliberate to stop him from completing that.
Right.
It just doesn't seem right.
Yes, I understand. I understand. Deeply appreciate it. And certainly glad you shared that. And all of this is, I can only say that it's always upsetting to hear something like that. So it's just terrible that this sort of thing happens as it does. So, okay, I'm going to start thanking people now. And as I said, our man Jameson will hang out with us. I'm glad that he brought that up. Fascinating. I'd like him to provide me a link to what he's talking about so I can take a look at the character, at the manga, and see, for myself. If you could send me any link on the biography or image of the illustrator or the writer who conceived of it and storyboarded it, I'd appreciate that. So, because he's a man who died very similar to the way my mother died, in a similar fashion. He was murdered in a similar fashion. Okay then, to everyone who is with us, let me do a little refresh of the live stream before I go into giving people their various credits and going into a bit of a monologue tonight. And notice that after I thanked Sarah for telling us who Jack Skeleton was, that I could not really see anyone else come in to say anything after that. So I do want people to become more active in the chat room again. I want to thank all of the people who stayed with us to this point and will hopefully stay with us throughout the night, and had quite a few viewing earlier. Of course, a lot of people drop off as the night progresses, but if I happen to stick around till morning, which I'm not promising tonight, then people usually drop back in as we come back around to morning. And today is, of course, a Sunday night, and therefore, let's take a look. Cookie Monster, or our man Jameson Reese, is providing me some links to these very interesting art pieces, and I will take a look at them, and that should be fascinating later. Won't be looking at them now while we're live, but definitely not that they're pornographic or something. Just so people understand, I don't have the attention span to do two things at once. I don't have the ability to multitask, so there we are. Case Berserk. Oh, by the way, Jameson, did you have a chance to review that film that I had brought to your attention from?
No, that I still need to do.
Okay, look forward to your review of that. I don't think that our man Peter Moon even had a chance to review that as of yet. Aside from all of that, okay, let me see if I can get started. I'll do my best, people, and I thank you all for your patience throughout the night. All right, so I do want people to know the first person who started on the contributions as soon as I let people know it was this anonymous woman from Canada. She is not forgotten. I love you dearly, honey. She sent me the first $100 United States the moment I brought up the fact that it was a long way from making rent this month, and that I needed at the absolute minimum $5,000 realistically, preferably maybe about $600-700. All of you have together carried me beyond that, but the first person was the person that I couldn't really dedicate the transmission to because she wants to remain anonymous, and so I dedicated the transmission to a man who gave myself $200 United States at the time, which was, of course, Pac-1 Morales, and a shout out to him tonight. God bless him and all his family. And as well, I want to thank the Romero twins. And again, tonight's episode is dedicated to the Romero brothers, and Sammy donated $200 United States. Our man, Mr. Isaac Romero, he donated $100 United States. Together, of course, the two of them contributed $300 United States, and this helped immensely as well when it comes to so many other people who have contributed. Just let me scan up a bit and we will recover them. This lady in Canada, of course, was unable to translate her Canadian dollars into American dollars. The man who helped her do that was Peter Moon. And he maintained his concern thereafter, and this for my well-being, and that's to be appreciated. The next person to contribute $100 was Maria Grigorich. So, oh my God, honey, love you dearly beyond expression. And of course, she's not here right now, and hopefully she will be with us soon. I've got to send her something in return. And of course, her birthday is coming up, and that's something that we must never forget. And for God's sakes, mark this on your calendar, people. And Jameson Reese, if you would be so kind, mark that on your calendar to remind yourself that the birthday of Maria Grigorich will be Friday the 17th of this week, okay? And so, by the way, so people understand, the day after midweek Wednesday, the episode, or the day after that, Wednesday will be the episode, the next episode. The day after that will be Michael Aquino's birthday, and as well, the birthday of the late father. He is dead now. He's no longer with us. The late, the father of Amanda Yu. Her dad's birthday is the same day as Michael Aquino's birthday. Just so people know, that is, awkward. And, so, aside from all of that, I do want people to prepare for Maria Grigorich's birthday and send her some moral support. She always needs that. And, all right, let me take a look at what I'll be doing Friday on Maria's birthday. Oh, shit, there's so much I have to do. That's the day I'll probably be mailing out all of the books to everybody. And if I ever fucking get them before then, Peter Moon sent them out, but they haven't reached me yet. That's, oh, shit. If he doesn't get them to me, we've got the tracking number. So holy shit, why is everything so slow? My medical cosmetologist, she was sending me something, and that hasn't arrived yet either. The NAC capsules. But then I'm quite confused, and I think she's confused as to what to get with that and whatever. I'll check into that with her maybe Tuesday during the recall day itself. Aside from that, okay, let's see who else sent some contributions. And among them, of course, we had the contribution from let me take a look around. Do some more scanning here. Oh, all right. And, okay, forgive me. And this always takes a little bit of time to scan through my incoming mail and notifications. And the other people who contributed are as follows. We want to thank AGS Music, who said, here's $100 Thanks for all you do, Douglas. And that's from WTF. That's from Mr. What the Fuck. So God bless Mr. What the Fuck. Love you dearly. Hugs. Hopefully he's able to hear this on review. If he's in the chat room or anywhere near it, do let me know that you heard it. I'm going to try and send everybody some response in terms of at least a thank you. Tara Hewitt sent $10, and this is wonderful. The lovely Madame Tara Hewitt. And so she didn't send a message with it, but her help was deeply appreciated. Another person who was able to send $10 was Mr. Jeremy Thomas, a wonderful martial arts instructor. Really shouldn't say this out loud because maybe his wife will hear it. And she's a wonderful human being. And, yes, our man Jeremy Thomas is responsible for teaching martial arts. And so he's a martial arts instructor, and he was able to provide at least, let me see, about $10. So there we are. God bless him. And in terms of his martial arts school, Let me take a look. And this is something to, he should really be proud of himself. He is a shofu, which is a martial arts master that teaches the martial art. And in terms of his martial arts school, I think it's, I believe it's Joplin Pak Me. And Joplin Pak Me is where he teaches. He says he specializes in judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and there you have that. Apparently he's on YouTube as Guitar Samurai 1134. He had to put a number after it because apparently there's a bunch of people who who call themselves Guitar Samurai, and I've subscribed to his channel now, and oh my God, he has broken a coconut on his martial arts channel. Talk about impressive. Oh my fucking God. That is, I don't know if you've ever tried breaking a coconut with your bare hands. That's something that's basically inhuman. That's superhuman at that point. Scary individual. Okay, so I've subscribed to his channel now so I can watch him do all kinds of things like that. And so Jameson says that's past my pay grade. Well, he titled this video, which is 44 seconds, Tale of Unbridled Rage. He says, this is a tale of unbridled rage. I can imagine. Oh my fucking God. I would break every bone in my hand if I tried something that extreme. Oh well. So he has more martial arts certificates than you can count. Obviously a very dangerous individual, and he's married, I believe, to the lovely Tara Hewitt. I may be wrong, so I better be careful about what I say. Let me take a look at his relationship there, because it's one of those things. I should know more about the people who are my friends. Should know more about them. Most of the time I don't. He is in a relationship with Tara Hewitt. Okay, she's his adult supervision. Okay, so there we have that. And with that, moving on to the other people who have contributed, then we had Tara Hewitt. His wife sent me $10, as I said. So, oh, thank God. So she does know about his sending the money. She won't beat him for it. And lovely. The both of them, husband and wife, or, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever adults call themselves these days who are living in sin. They both contributed together $20 United States dollars. God bless them. All right, and with that, Penny Bradley. Yeah, James Lee says, you mean lucky? Yeah, lucky people. Yes. Yes, wonderful, lucky people. And of course, there are some people who live with each other who are not lucky. When you take a look at the relations that Penny Bradley was in. And Penny Bradley sent $50 United States dollars via Penny's Creative Solutions. I like that. Penny's Creative Solutions. That sounds like hired hitman. If ever there was such a service, that would be the kind of title they would use, right? Penny's Creative Solutions. Something like that. And of course, that would implicate like occult hits performed by Jameson Reese, who would be emulating Madame Laveau, who had 100% hit rate in her death spells that she would cast at people in New Orleans, and was the most feared woman in New Orleans because once she pointed that bone, you were so much dead meat, and so she was hired for her skill. And so that sounds like Jameson Reese. If he successfully emulated her, he'd have something like Jameson's Creative Solutions, right? That's a good title for it. And with that, let's go a little bit lower here. See if they've sent any messages. No messages sent there. Jameson says, I'd keep that quiet. There we are. And yeah, my gang brother Beaver, when he was young one time, like young people do, decided he was going to, just for a moment, imagine what it was like to be dead. Oh, I wonder what it's like to be dead. And so he crossed his arms, like they do when they place you in a coffin, and pretended to be dead. And then he got a phone rang, and he got up and picked it up and was informed, hey, your whatever relation just died. And this wasn't anything heartbreaking for him, because it was kind of like what Peter Moon brought up about his Tai Chi Shifu, his Tai Chi Kung Fu master, his Tai Chi instructor, who was this black guy who basically had a very large extended family, and they were dying all the time. So he's always getting these calls, bumfucking, Caribbean island state just died, which apparently that's, I think, if I remember correctly, that's where his roots were. And so then he would just basically finally said fuck it, and he like unplugged his phone or something and just basically broke off all contact with his family, because they're an extended clan that was, people were dying all the time. So in terms of Beaver, this was no shock. One of his extended family relations died, and he was more impressed by, oh, hey, it works. I pretend I'm dead, somebody dies. So he lay back down and crossed his arms again. Just to see if he could pull it off again, and Jameson said, nice. Yes, there we are. All right. That being said, Isaac Romero sent 100 United States dollars, as I said, with a heart and the peacock. God bless him. Love him dearly. And as another a wonderful individual, Jeanette Pengraf, sent 11 United States dollars. She says, greetings, beloved one. May this multiply 1,000-fold for you. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. Hopefully you can hear me. Sometime during the week, I will have to devote enough time and energy to give everybody a little thank you here. And Sammy Romero himself, as I said, relayed 200 United States dollars. Tonight's episode is dedicated to him in particular, and with that he sent the note, hope this helps you in your time of need, Brother Doug. God bless. Along with the clasped hands in prayer and the peacock. Oh my God, I never saw that guy Shane say anything in the chat room again after I insulted him. I am so sorry, and God, if I knew how, I would send him an apology note. Oh jeez, I just feel so bad about that. The other individual to send 200 United States dollars was Adam Onstadt. I will attempt to name the next transmission, or dedicate the next transmission to him, and that will be on Wednesday. So next Wednesday, barring anything happening, will be Adam Onstadt dedicated episode, and he's in Missouri, of all places. Wonderful human being. God bless him. Wish I knew more about him. I know absolutely nothing about him, but God bless him. And of course, our dear friend. Anyhow, so what he said was, Adam Onstadt, he said, I'll try to send more this coming Monday, my dearest brother. And he gave the devil's signs, 2 of them, along with the heart. Golden devil sign, each one, is that Hank 10 or no, that's the devil sign. So, sign of the horns. 2 of them, either side of a golden heart. So there we have that. God bless you, and the devil as well. And our friend Joseph Boyer, who interviewed me twice, he sent half 100 United States dollars. He is a dear friend of David Hatcher Childress, and his right hand man. I almost said his right man hand, which but he's his right hand man. And he is our brother in Christ with Keith Call, who actually went to visit him. So Keith Call went to visit Joseph Boyer when he was holding some open house for something, and so glad that those 2 men met. Personally, they both spoke of me. It was all positive from what I understand. And with that, of course, we turn towards who else sent something. There we are. Ellen Atkin, who's the MK Ultra girl. She sent half 100 United States dollars. She is in Canada. And so God bless her. And hopefully when she comes on next time, she won't overwhelm the chat. Okay, it's just when you come in here and you say things in chat, just try to go easy with it, only in the sense that you don't want to have a running stream of thought that just goes like a few words each entry and entry after entry. Try to gather your thoughts before you express them. That's the best way to do it, because otherwise you kind of we feel it intimidates other people from entering their comments if you just kind of take the running stream and run with it. The best time to do that, if you're going to do that, is literally at around this time. After midnight California time, usually nobody's there, and by all means, at that point, go ahead and run with it. It's basically yours for at least a period of time. And the other individuals who sent money were Eric Lastic, who sent 100 United States dollars. God bless him. My thanks go out to Eric Lastic, a wonderful human individual who brought us the very sad news that I believe this woman might even be a relation of Ramona Halitha Henry, that this black African American woman by the name of Yolanda Pope, I believe, she has died. That news was brought to us, to Sarah Shields and myself, by Eric Lastic. Yolanda Pope has passed away. I am so very sorry. And so God bless Yolanda Pope, and may she rest in eternal peace. Goddess, praise her soul. I'm so sorry that she's no longer among us. She was a very wonderful individual. I have no idea what she died of. I don't know if Eric Lastic even knows. And by the way, Sarah Thomas gave me the hang 10. She gave me the hang 10. And 3 hearts. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And aside from that as well, Solomon Sheikh sent his $50 United States dollars earlier in the month. As soon as the month started, September 1st actually, is when his letter arrived. And then we got 100 United States dollars in the mail from Holly Kaditis Kiefer. So God bless you, Holly Kaditis Kiefer. I may read your letter out loud. She sent a letter along with a $100 money order, and that arrived, just the other day. I might read it out loud to everyone on Wednesday. Won't do that tonight. But it definitely was just so glad that we were able to reestablish contact, so to speak. She's been listening to a very long time, and she brought that up. I've been listening in the shadows for a very long time. Of course, she is the lady who drove us down to Arizona to speak in Arizona. And of course, that was like oh my God, that was a nightmare. But, all right, it was what it was. And it's not a nightmare. Well, Holly Kaditis Kiefer, she drives. She's got her own unique way of driving. That's her. Well, Sarah. Oh God, how do I say this? Laura Lee Solomon and Holly Kaditis Kiefer, they both suffered what I can only call violent flashbacks. By the time they were driving me around the city of Tucson, Arizona, that is an experience I'll never forget. I'll put it that way. It's just they were both suffering violent flashbacks based on their experiences in Tucson, Arizona. We were going all over Tucson, Arizona, trying to find the house that Laura Lee Solomon used to live in. We did find the homes that Holly Kaditis Kiefer used to live in. Both of these women started suffering what I can only say were flashbacks that were extreme enough where I almost died 3 times during during that fucking ride. Just getting out of Tucson alive was a miracle. I do not. I'd be frightened to ever go back to Tucson again. All right. That being said, from California, my own California, we got a login notification to PayPal. That's because I got signed out by signed out of the entire system by our when I was getting rid of all the cookies I was bitching about, and our man Brendan Zoget said I can help you do that without getting locked out. Then I got locked out. Yes, but we got back in. Aside from all of that, Stephen Myers, our dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, in the heart of New York City, on Manhattan Island. What I describe to foreigners as when they ask me, how do you describe Manhattan? What's this Manhattan Island? I say it's a small island full of hostile warring tribes. There you are. He's on a small island full of hostile warring tribes, completely overdeveloped with concrete. And amidst all the heart of all that concrete and twisted steel is Stephen Myers offering what sex appeal he can, a Blasian, a black Asian, 40 United States dollars. He sent it, and here's what he had to say to Jameson Reese and myself. He said, when I heard you telling the story of that Marine who went crazy, it reminded me of Charles Whitman, which, by the way, is a foreshortening of the name White Man. Whitman, Whitman, you're just missing the E for White Man. The Texas Tower shooter back in 1966, the year that I was born, who killed 15 and wounded 31. Interesting, the date 1966, when the first Church of Satan was established by Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. And so he says, seems like the mass sacrifice started a long time ago. He says he was an all-American, and America is spelled here with a KKK. He says, an all-America KKK poster boy and an ex-Marine, where they even made a movie about him. A real America-KKK star in this sick subculture. Just a donation for you. Be well. Okay, so that's what our dear Mr. Stephen Myers said. God bless you, Stephen. Love you dearly beyond expression. And, of course, our man Jameson Reese says, Manhattan is the greatest topography of the worst people who don't deserve it. It is incredible. Manhattan is incredible. No other word for it. What we need to have is a revolution in architecture where we go back to stone-masoned architecture. If we go back to stone masonry like the Empire State Building, the future that Frank Lloyd Wright and so many others, Hugh Ferris is God. Hugh Ferris is the god of architects. Hugh Ferris, who they may have named the Ferris wheel after. I never found out about that. Hugh Ferris, he's the man who was envisioning a future of stonemason buildings dominating the skyline of New York. Yes, and our man Jameson Reese says, yes, the oldest buildings are by far the most gorgeous. But you know what Hugh Ferris was basing his vision on? He said that we needed an indigenous architecture to envision a truly American future that was its own culture severed from Europe across the Atlantic. So he envisioned a skyscraper future where the buildings were all made of stone in the fashion of the Empire State Building, but architecturally modeled, but magnified by hundreds of stories, but architecturally modeled on the ancient Aztec pyramids. In other words, he envisioned a stepped pyramidal architectural skyscraper utopia for the sake of safety, where because they're stepped pyramid skyscrapers, that the buildings would be far less likely to collapse. It would be almost impossible to collapse them. So not only could planes, but fucking fleets of planes could crash into these things, and they wouldn't make a dent. So, Jameson Reese says Frank Lloyd Wright did the same with his work. It was different. It was different. Frank Lloyd Wright envisioned to a degree that, but it was much more, it was much less solid looking work. He envisioned a mile-high skyscraper, however, Frank Lloyd Wright did. And people can look up Frank Lloyd Wright's vision of a mile-high skyscraper, which I don't believe we've ever built a mile-high skyscraper anywhere on Earth. I may be wrong, but I don't think a building is a mile high just yet. And so he says Wright's work was intended to crumble back into ruins, Jameson Reese says, which, yeah, that may be the case. He actually said that? Did he actually say that? He may have. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like it makes sense.
Well, yeah, it was a kind of homage to the sort of underworld and afterlife because of the trauma of his wife being killed
Oh my God.
horribly.
Oh my God. How did that happen? How did she die?
Uh, I think his wife and one of the servants who was working for him were like brutally murdered by someone. I don't know if it was the servant who some other servant who did it or something, but he after that point was like stuck in a sort of perpetual state of mourning. So he would sort of go into he would take like some of the Aztec architecture as a means of creating like temples to like the afterlife almost. It was meant to
Okay.
have that otherworldly, death-like feel.
Okay, that wasn't the idea of Hugh Ferris, who looked at the entire proposition differently as a specifically American culture. The Aztecs were that our architecture should all pay homage to them because they were an indigenous American empire that produced monumental architecture, the most monumental architecture that we have that's indigenous to the Western Hemisphere. Other than architecture that most people don't know about, there are pyramids in South America that are larger than the pyramids in Egypt. You may not know that, but that is true. They're covered in foliage, and this is why you don't appreciate them. People think they're natural mountains. They were uncovered by very legitimate archaeologists. These are not some kind of rumor. So, as for Frank Lloyd Wright, let me look up his murder in the sense of the murder surrounding him. And I believe, vaguely familiar, and I forgot all about it after all these years. But at one point, I knew all the details. There we are, the massacre at Frank Lloyd Wright's Love Cottage. That is that alone, the very luridness of that, the grisly mass murder inside the architect's Wisconsin house and studio that took the lives of his mistress, that's not his wife, and 6 others. I remember this now. At one point, I knew all the details because it was in a criminology textbook of mine, because I did major in criminology and psychologist at City College of San Francisco. So it was Mama, that was her name, Mamah, Mama Borthwick Cheney, Frank Lloyd Wright's mistress. And oh my God. Yeah. So there we are. I could go into kind of relaying some of this, but, obviously this is a horror story. And this is something that's just not, how do I say this? This is just, it's awful. It's unspeakable. And aside from that, of course, it does bring to mind, for some reason, a number of other things that this is triggering me. In the sense that it's triggering memories. I'm not emotionally upset by this personally, but obviously I would be if I stepped into the room and saw the remains of this. So there we have that, and I'll just go on, but it says Frank Lloyd Wright had grief. It's how do we anyhow, I'm trying to read some of this. There's different articles and links coming up. But it says, through his grief, Wright set out to resurrect Taliesin, the Talisin, much of which had been destroyed by the fire. Apparently, after this massacre took place, it was burned to the ground. By the end of 1914, anyhow, it's too much to go into here. It's going to apparently today the place is a historic national landmark, and his wife agreed to Catherine agreed to a divorce, and after that he married another woman in 1923, and that's his estate burned to the ground once again. And this is obviously something's going on here. It's 1923 was the year my mother was born, of course. So yeah, there you have that. And it is what it is. All right, so we are going to okay, that brought us into a deep dive that was unexpected. And so there we are. So Jameson Reese says this is why Anton Szandor LaVey was fascinated with his work. Well, many people are. Anton Szandor LaVey was probably fascinated for these reasons. Yes, he says pertains to the trapezoid. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, not going to argue with that. And with that, another check into the live stream. Ragnar Lodbrok is back. He says he always admired Frank Lloyd Wright, and he doesn't recall Hugh Ferris. So, by God, look up Hugh Ferris. That's the man. And far more, as far as I'm concerned, than Frank Lloyd Wright, who I adore for obvious reasons. Frank Lloyd Wright is, he's on the top of the list. He's a good man. And I find it interesting, again, comparing my image to the last photograph where I was raising funds, and of course trying to show people the difference in my attitude and how much I appreciated their contributions. I find it interesting that was the target of attack, was the image tonight that got taken offline. And of course somebody is working at YouTube on behalf of the Cult of the Kings of Edom. They are putting the thumbs down as soon as we start the transmission. The thumbs down later on get filtered out for whatever reason by some system that obviously, and of course trying to show that's my voice because I'm turning on this link. That's not supposed to happen, by the way. So somehow the computer is not remembering my putting things on mute when I'm turning on to them, just the way it is. Doesn't make sense. And this could be because maybe I was locked out for a period of time when we were clearing all the cookies or something, God knows. Or they've changed their systems. Things seem to have changed the system a bit. But before I ramble on further in a manner that just loses everybody because I'm not talking about things that immediately affect any of us, let's work our way back towards stuff that was being covered by Peter Moon tonight earlier that I feel is relevant to us all. Certainly philosophically valid and or relevant, and it's important stuff. But we'll start with something that's very local to me and that affects us all, because anything that happens in California generally affects us all throughout the United States, and I say that as a proud Californian. The recall election, this is what I can tell you immediately in terms of analysis. The recall election here in the state of California, trying to take down our beloved governor by a conspiracy organized by a cabal of Republicans who are very much the minority in my deep blue state. In red California, the fringes of the Californian state that are all bordering Nevada and Oregon and the Pacific Ocean, only at the northwestern tip of our Californian state, our great golden bear flag republic. In the red California fringe, it's Trump's lies about a rigged election that are echoing among recall supporters. This recall election is still all about Donald John Trump. So this Republican conspired recall election, get this straight, of course, there's no denying it could not be more consequential for California. It's set among, amid a deadly wave of the COVID-19 pandemic with record-breaking wildfires and a relentless mega drought, drying our fields and all our faucets. It's giving the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent cult its best shot in more than a decade at governing our nation's most populous and prosperous state. And if there be any symbolic heart of recall mania, it may be in Amador County in the Sierra foothills, where about 1 in 5 registered voters signed petitions to give our beloved Governor Gavin Newsom the boot. And that's the highest concentration in California of red Republican insurgents. And in every way, this election is still about a madman named Donald John Trump. So let's talk a little bit first about Gavin Newsom and our Golden State's recall fever, because in less than 48 hours, less than 2 days, the final ballots will be cast in the recall election to unseat California Governor Gavin Newsom, who has been legally elected by the majority. So the results of this Republican-led effort, which culminates the day after tomorrow, has implications that reach across the American empire and into the 2022 midterm election. And so the first thing I can analyze for all of us is what this recall can tell us about 2022. Now, of course, for months, many people have been closely covering this recall election in terms of the campaigning. And all the reporting I've been able to scan tonight while our man Jameson was talking reveals 4 themes that explain how we got here and what might be coming next year. First off, Californians need zero-emission vehicles that fit our lives. The automakers, including Toyota, Hyundai, and Honda, all Japanese or Korean, are offering affordable hydrogen cars and trucks in California today. They have many of the features of gasoline-powered cars, including quick fill-ups and extended driving ranges of up to 400 miles without polluting our air. Unfortunately, our golden state of California has shortchanged programs that help the private sector build fueling stations. So, whereas our governor, Gavin Newsom, was going to force the California Energy Commission and the legislature to provide more funding, he has had to forego all of those efforts to deal with this recall. That is the first economic damage, the first environmental damage we're suffering from this, which is exactly the Republican intent. Their desire is to destroy our economy and our environment so that they can point the finger and say, see, California under democracy has failed. And that is the only thing they can offer as Republicans, is nothing constructive, but only destructive to efforts at improvement, not only of our lives, but of our environment. Now, the leading Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent candidate seems familiar. The recall's leading Republican candidate is popular in reactionary media and hosts his own radio show. He has eschewed the establishment and is relying on a grassroots support system. He's made dismissive comments about women, I know that much. The Derek Talley clone, who kind of looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger in blackface, and of course is accompanied by a woman who has an agenda all her own that's so convoluted and twisted, Jameson Reese and I cannot make heads or tails thereof. It seems to be chaotic, which brings us back to the Herodian insurgency and its chaotic agenda. So he may not even have properly disclosed his finances. And he's fueled skepticism about climate change and vaccines. Now, this is the kind of black man who is the enemy of black America, which, of course, is the most vulnerable of our population. And so Jameson Reese says, yeah, this woman, Rose McGavin, I believe, is that her name? Rose McGavin, I believe, and that her and Marilyn Manson are obviously cultists of the Kings of Edom. This is obvious now. And so Larry Elder is this this nigga's name that I'm talking about. And he is definitively, by all evidence, he's obviously utilizing the Donald Trump playbook. And the result is a broad coalition of support that includes new converts, evangelicals, and former Trump cultists. He's not the only candidate doing so. California has a slew of Trump cultic recall candidates. Across the country, Republican hopefuls are angling for Trump's cultic support base and seeking endorsements from the cult messiah, Trump himself. As for how this Schwarzenegger in blackface, the nigger elder, or the elder nigger, feels about Trump, in 2019, he calls Trump's election divine intervention, but has since scaled back his praise, trying to appeal to both Trump cultists and more moderate Republicans. There could be a danger in being seen as too moderate. The former San Diego mayor, Kevin Faulconer, the most experienced Republican heading into this election, has an establishment past and what he admits are vanilla views, and he is struggling to break out of the pack. The recall, of course, altogether, no matter who's involved, all the dogs in the run, it's all being fueled by Trump's lies. The epicenter of recall mania is Amador County in the Sierra foothills. And as I've said, we're talking somewhere near or in range of, well, Penny Bradley territory, where about 1 in 5 registered voters signed recall petitions, the highest concentration in our golden state of California. And in terms of my son and I being in that area in the past and taking some photographs near the Dixie Fire, which I presented what the world looked like in that burning part of California, which has become a permanent hellscape of fire and Republican cultism. Red, where everywhere you look. Orange people glowing in red light with the sun hidden behind firestorms, throwing out particulate matter to the degree that all sunlight is filtered through ash and everything looks as orange as Donald Trump's skin, and everybody comes at you looking like the Great Pumpkin, because the men are all round as barrels. And all you see for miles and miles is, as I've said before, beer belly and butt crack as far as the eye can see. And people actually wear suspenders to keep their pants up. Yeah. They're all of these reactionaries from the Hills Have Eyes and the Children of the Corn deeply believe Trump's falsehood-filled campaign that he won the 2020 election. And by and large, all these voters refuse to cast their ballots by mail, believing Trump's unsubstantiated falsehoods that mail-in voting leads to rampant voter fraud. If Newsom prevails, they've all agreed that none of them will believe any of the results. In other words, the Republican stance is as it was. No one wins but us. It's not legitimate unless we win. If anyone else wins, it must be fraud. And this is all because far-right, radical subversive networks, militia groups, which are nothing more than gun cults, and hateful, incendiary internet rhetoric setting the bandwidth aflame all played a role. In January, recall campaign leaders were exposed to have been conspiring to capitalize on Republican disappointment and thereupon allied with radical and extremist elements to help collect signatures. This is why people were showing up at the door with bald skinheads and Nazi armbands or dressed in full white bedsheet regalia. And collect signatures they did. Some of these early recall backers were linked directly to QAnon, the Proud Boys, the radicalized far-right militias, all other extremist groups you can imagine that thrive off white grievance, and that all share support for one man alone, Donald John Trump, online organizing tactics, and distrust of fair election. The recall effort soon picked up support from dissatisfied Republicans unaware that it was being driven by extremists in their illiterate ignorance. Even if they can read and write, they're politically illiterate, with organizers insisting that these far-right domestic terrorist networks don't represent the values of the recall movement. But all too incendiary, inflammatory rhetoric has continued to spew up, especially in social media campaign ads. Internet advertising has pushed falsehoods and capitalized on emotions in less extreme ways, but all of it heightening recall tensions. And this recall has national implications that will severely exacerbate tensions everywhere. California has served for decades as the incubator for ideas that go on to influence the rest of the country, from climate change to housing. Experience in California politics can also propel elected leaders onto the national stage. Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris and former President Ronald Reagan. And Jameson Reese says, this is why I've had a bad fucking feeling about September. And he points out that I have been personal witness to his having said that. All true. Now, surviving a recall could offer Gavin Newsom, our legitimately elected governor, a spotlight, as it did for the former Wisconsin governor, Scott Walker, who parlayed his survival into a presidential run. And if you've been closely following my analyses, you know that many of the issues and talking points that colored 2020 have crept into this recall race, and they may very well shape the midterm elections next year. It's no wonder, then, that national Democratic figures are voicing support for Newsom ahead of this week's election day. Democrats are desperately working to maintain their slim leads in the House and Senate through these midterms. Maintaining the California governor's seat is part of that strategy. The governor will have the power to fill the seat of Senator Dianne Feinstein should she retire. She's already fallen ill. She's mentally deranged. She is, of course, suffering from senile dementia. We cannot let her retire. The moment she does, and the seat becomes empty, then should this Republican son of a bitch, this red nigger, take California, her seat will be filled, and that will disrupt the Democratic hold, as slim as it is, on the governance of the United States if the Republicans tie in the House and Senate, we won't get anything done. America will fall to the Russians. So far, polls show a growing majority of Californians opposing the recalling of Gavin Newsom, and our Golden State is heavily Democratic, which provided our legitimate governor his edge. The early returns on mail ballots prove more than twice as many Democrats have voted than Republicans, and that liberal areas have the highest rates of return. But Democrats fear a low turnout election day could bolster Republican chances of taking control of our state. Indeed, we are also nervous that Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris was campaigning with Gavin Newsom in my own Golden Gated San Francisco Bay Area midweek last Wednesday. Next week, of course, or maybe that happened already into this weekend, President Biden traveled to our golden state of California to stump for Gavin Newsom. I was so involved in so many personal concerns about the fundraising that I lost track of how that went down. Now, of course, for those of you who don't know, as I've alluded to, recall campaigns are a form of harassment based on our Constitution and the Reds, the Republicans. And Jameson Reese says, you dropped. Shit. Well, there you go, son. Let's hope it reconnects. It says the reconnection was successful. Now let's see if we've got live stream continuing. Okay. Let's check. Is everybody able to hear me? Are we on live stream? Are we still audible? Jameson's asking that too in chat. We do look forward to people responding before I continue in force. I'll take advantage of this time to rehydrate myself. And let's everybody respond, will you? And that will help immensely. Right now, of course, I'm told we have an excellent connection. And we're probably playing. One way we can test that is, of course, I'll go over to turn this back on. We're probably playing. One way we can test that, so I can hear that now. We're at 60 thumbs up. Very good. Wonderful audience. God bless you all. And with that, our man Ragnar Lodbrok says, yes. He says, don't worry, Douglas. I said Douglas. There's someone else who calls me Douglas. Anyhow, he says, I can hear. God bless you, son. Very, very appreciate it. He says, don't worry, Douglas. I enjoy just listening to you talking about more technical things, even though it's not getting to the nitty-gritty. It's like ASMR to listen to you. You have a good voice, a powerful voice. Vox Veritas. God bless you. Love you dearly. And Sarah Thomas says, loud and clear. God bless her, honey. Hey, okay. With that, we will get back into my analysis of the California recall. And as I said, here we are where, how do I put this? When it comes to the Democrats, as I said, we're desperately working to maintain our slim leads in the House and in the Senate. And we're fearful enough of this low turnout election that the big guns had to be brought back in to help popularize the dire need for participation. And as I've said before, due to the peculiar nature of the California Constitution, what was originally an attempt to socially engineer easy recall to prevent corruption on the part of the railroad lobby in particular and various lobby groups in general, such as the Copper Trust various other monopolies that were emerging in the capitalism of the frontier West, California constitutionalized easy recall, which has since been corruptly abused by the most corrupt of parties, the Red Republicans. And because of that, they engineer recall campaigns as a form of harassment, domestic terrorism, and they happen all the time in California, like bombings used to do during the time of the struggle between the Irish Republican Army and the Greater British Empire. So what's at stake in this one? Well, that can easily be answered by asking the question, what if the recall succeeds in my golden California? So let's look at it this way and see if I can put it into some kind of perspective. On August 31st, the California Governor Gavin Newsom stood outside a temporary COVID-19 vaccination clinic in Oakland, California, right across the bay from myself, holding a press conference. The sun was high. The BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit trains, they were screeching past. And he touted the state's relatively high vaccination rate and cited the challenge of vaccine misinformation. He sounded, even then, like he himself was in need of a throat lozenge, because it had been a hectic few days by then. The Caldor fire, one of two record-breaking wildfires burning, well, just rampaging concurrently in Golden, California and turning the skies blood red. They'd already crested over the Sierra Nevada mountains, prompting mass evacuations in the Lake Tahoe Basin and threatening the homes and businesses that serve a population of some 22,000 people. And when he was asked, while dealing with everything else, whether he had a message for evacuees, Gavin Newsom replied that the fires were the state's top priority and explained that commercial airliners were spraying fire retardant, that helicopters were transporting water from our reservoirs, and that the National Guard had been deployed. And to quote his tea, well, he went on to say, that said, we've got to recognize that we are experiencing extremes. Extreme weather conditions that are precipitating these fires and creating fire conditions the likes of which we've never seen in our lifetimes. And so we'll deal situationally, as we do here in California, to suppress these wildfires. But we have to deal with the sustainable responsibility to continue to lead on climate change. And he concluded by saying Californians needed to radically change the ways that we produce and consume energy. All this is true, but it was perhaps a strange message to send to the people who were racing to wish us luck. The reconnection was successful. Okay, I went glitchy because the OBS, the online broadcasting software, disconnected. We were hoping this wouldn't happen when I cleared all the cookies and went through all the bullshit I had to go through, signing back into everything when we cleared the cookies. So we're hoping we're maintaining live stream. Again, we'll be counting on everyone to respond. Ragnar Lodbrok and Sarah Thomas, we'll need you once again. Ragnar Lodbrok says, loud and clear, God bless him. Hugs, and good man. And no doubt that will be cross-referenced and verified by the lovely Sarah Thomas. And Ragnar Lodbrok, meanwhile, sends us the nice thumbs up. God bless him. And he says, once again, and he's having a little bit of a chuckle about it. This is kind of bemusing, of course, that where the online broadcasting software keeps failing us, disconnecting and reconnecting. And hopefully this has nothing to do with the goddamn cookies, because I cleared them all. May have picked up a few since then, but nowhere near what we had before. And, of course, I want people to know that lately I've been dealing with, like, particulate matter in the throat that seems to be permanently there. I'll get rid of it by probably scrubbing a Q-tip against the back of my throat, which is what I've done in the past when I had to with such things, and always hate doing that for reasons you can imagine. Anyhow, Sarah Thomas says, sorry, just drifting off, school in the morning. She's so cute. Oh my God. That's right, honey. You've got your kids are going to school. Oh my God, get some sleep, darling. You can listen to this later during the daytime, but at that point it'll probably put you to sleep. Oh my God. It's amazing. She's such a bad example for her children. Their mom's a night owl. They'll probably grow up as creatures of the night themselves. And, well, such is the nature. Tonsil stones. That's what Jameson Reese calls them. Okay, he has them himself sometimes. Yes, there we are. I hate these things. And there we have that. That's disgusting. That's a that's a disgusting image. Oh my fucking God. All right, let me get back to trying the analysis. He says, nope, never had them. How did you even fucking know? How do you know about them? Where do you find out about this shit? Okay, he says, they look gross. Oh, shit. Oh, that's disgusting. You don't tell me there's pictures of this that you've seen. Have you? Oh my God. Have you? Oh my God. That is disgusting. I don't even want to think about it. He says, yeah, I just bumped into a lot of medical oddities. Yes. Oh my fucking. Hope I don't have that. That's, oh God. We're spinning again. The live stream is spinning. Okay. I need people to respond whether or not you can hear me. Okay. So I better not look at that. That's very distracting. But yeah, it looks like it says no data. The stream will end shortly unless you restart it in your streaming software. Holy shit. It says got the red sign, like they're not getting us. So we might cut off people. I don't know what to do about that. And, everybody says what? Everybody let me know. We might have to restart the stream and there will be a second part to this. Shit, YouTube's not receiving enough video. He says the fucking Reds, man. There we are. To maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Okay, well, we might have a little buffering. Let me know if you hear me. All right? So, let's check again with our listeners. Everybody, give me some feedback. Jameson Reese says, we still seem live. Sarah Thomas says you're on. Okay, God bless. Love you, honey. And Ragnar Lodbrock says, for the third time, yeah, I can hear you again. Yes, hopefully this doesn't become the norm throughout the night. Holy shit. All right, and Sarah Thomas giving the hang 10. Ragnar Lodbrock says, heat you, haha, hear you. And Jameson Reese, of course, said it's the fucking Reds. Yes, Freudian slip. There we are. Douglas, why is this happening to you? Says the Real Tech Geek. You're the Real Tech Geek. So you can tell me. Ragnar Lodbrock says the heat is on. Well, that explains it. It's like our man Jameson said. It's the Reds. The Reds are fucking with us and trying to prevent us from being able to talk. Now, is it possible cookies could do this? Ragnar Lodbrock says, this is war. Liddy Sainin says, thinner. Thinner. Fine, I think is what she means. I do believe that's a she. Lidy, I think is a female name. And with that, let's get back to performing some analysis. And in terms of my observations on the situation, and our man Ragnar Lodbrock said fucking Reds with the flame, and Liddy Sanden says okay, hopefully I pronounced her name well, and there we have that. All right then, with that, here we are back into what I was saying. Basically, our governor Gavin Newsom, to quote his tea at length, because I'm drawing up his quotation in front of me, what our governor basically said when he was asked whether or not he had a message for the evacuees at Lake Tahoe. He replied that those fires were our state's top priority. And he explained, of course, that commercial airliners had been drafted into, well, basically appropriated so that they could spray fire retardant that we had helicopters transporting water from our drying reservoirs, that the National Guard had been deployed. And then he said something that just seemed rather obtuse or incongruent, which was, that said, we've got to recognize that we are experiencing extremes, the extreme weather conditions that are precipitating these fires and creating fire conditions, the likes of which we've never seen in our lifetimes. And so we'll deal situationally, as we do here in California, to suppress these wildfires, but we have to deal with the sustainable responsibility to continue to lead on climate change. Californians need to radically change the way that we produce and consume energy. And so, as I said, all of that is quite true, but it was a rather strange message to send to people who were racing to evacuate the Tahoe area at the time. And so when you go from that to the fact that our recall ballot consists of only 2 questions, whether Newsom should be removed and who should replace him, then we get some idea of the stark nature of what he's dealing with. For Newsom to remain, the majority of voters must answer no to the first question. If the majority answers yes, then the challenger with the most votes, and that's a plurality, not a majority, will be ushered into office. So there are 46 fucking contenders seeking to replace Gavin Newsom. And those include John Cox, a businessman and failed gubernatorial, failed senatorial, failed presidential candidate, a professional loser who identifies as a quote-unquote anti-politician, like an anti-god or an anti-culturalist, a Republican, of course. They're all Republicans except for 2 of these motherfuckers. And the other Republican that comes to my mind is Kevin Faulconer, the former mayor of San Diego. Kevin Kiley, a current assembly member. Kevin Paffrath, a real estate agent and YouTuber, a micro-influencer whose channel, Meet Kevin Paffrath, basically invites his viewers to witness the trials and tribulations of growing a real estate company. They ought to be interviewing, my mistress Selena Khan. Rather, she should have her own channel to talk about that. Then, of course, by the way, Kevin Paffrath is actually one of the fucking Democrats. One of 2. The other one is Holly Bade, Bade. She's a yoga teacher, a life coach, and a shamanist who's vocally anti-mask and anti-vaccination. So we're talking about a Distaff, a Brendan Zogid on steroids. At any rate, the other 2 Republicans that come to my mind are Sam Gallucci, a software engineer and a pastor at a church in Oxnard with the motto, Simply Jesus. That is the basis of his entire foundation, well, his ideology for governance of California if he takes over, which would fuck us all. And, of course, our man Jameson Reese is asking about Holly Bade, whether or not she's a vegan. She's obviously, I'd say it's a safe bet. And obviously she'd be pretty militant about it. 2 other Republicans come to mind to round off this rogues gallery. One is Nicholas Wildstar, a digital marketer and a rapper. The other is Caitlyn Jenner, the media personality. I'm being kind. The transgendered attention whore. The former Olympic decathlete, one of the greatest athletes of all time at the time. In July, these candidates were joined by Larry Elder, that attorney and reactionary talk radio host funded in part by the Epoch Times, that far-right newspaper affiliated with the organization that Peter Moon loves to hate, the Falun Gong. Now, black elder, has promised to immediately roll back statewide vaccination and mask mandates. He says, once I'm governor, everyone take your masks off. He'll actually make it a crime to wear them. He wants us all to spread the love, and he's going to render any mandates for vaccination moot. So this is what we're dealing with. He's falsely stated, lying through his teeth, that young people cannot contract coronavirus and ergo have no need for vaccination. If you don't think he's a villain by now, well, as far as I'm concerned, this is one nigger who should be turned over to the KKK for breakfast. Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing him burn. That's one black man who needs a lynching. Yeah, I can say that. If he's saying young people don't contract coronavirus, and Jameson Reese says, sadly, even in New York, they don't think they can get it. This is the kind of insanity that comes with being young. You feel immortal. You feel like you're impervious. And but the fact that he's claiming they have no need for vaccination, well, that just makes them carriers for everybody else who's more vulnerable. And by the way, when they catch it hard. And a lot of them die. So he's what's called a pandemicidal. He's a pandemicidal maniac. This is a man who wants to mass murder by pandemicide. Honestly, he needs to die first. So he's called climate change a myth, this nigger ass, and he's called it a crock. And then he retracted those claims. He's warned against a war on oil and gas by proposing the complete and total suspension of California's Environmental Quality Act. And he's expressed doubt that our state's intensifying wildfires are related to global warming. And he is now the leading candidate to replace Gavin Newsom, backed up by that white cunt, McGilligus, or whatever her fucking name is. The bitch that our man Jameson once had a hard-on for. Now, California's recall process is writ into our Constitution. It was added in 1911, before my father, the man who raised and guided myself, was even born, as one of several reforms introduced by our state's progressive movement at the time in an effort to curtail rampant corruption, in particular the political influence of the railway companies and the criminalized labor unions, and thereby implement a more direct democracy. One that could recall politicians who were bought and paid for. Two other mechanisms from that Barbary coastal era are the referendum and the initiative. Now, referendums allow voters to nullify legislative acts. Initiatives enable them to propose new laws and constitutional amendments without legislative or even gubernatorial approval. In 1914, again, all this still before the man who raised and guided myself, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was even born, Hiram Johnson, our state's governor at that time, told supporters that the three reforms were the most powerful weapons that you will have for your defense and the perpetuity of what you hold most dear politically. He encouraged voters not to condemn these pieces of legislation written into our state constitution, even though, in exceptional instances, they might be used in a fashion with which you disagree. Well, since 1960, every California governor has faced at least one recall effort. Gavin Newsom has faced half a dozen since he took office in 2019. But still, only two of those recalls, including this one, have ever made it to the ballot stage. The first and only other California governor to face a recall vote was Gray Davis, a Democrat voted into office in 1998 and re-elected in 2002. Now that recall campaign, launched in 2003, was a grassroots effort initiated by the reactionary activist Ted Costa and fueled by anger over the California electricity crisis of 2000 through 2001, which had triggered rolling blackouts across our Golden State, as well as a recession and an ill-timed automotive tax increase. More than 130 candidates, including the media magnate Arianna Huffington, who was an independent party person, the Hustler publisher, Larry Flint, who was a Democrat, and that little black midget, Gary Coleman, who was once an actor on Different Strokes and then became a security guard in a shopping center. And, of course, ran on the Democratic platform. They all campaigned to take Davis's office. In the end, Gray Davis was replaced by the bodybuilding actor Arnold Schwarzenegger, a red Republican. And during that recall campaign, several women accused Schwarzenegger of sexual harassment, and it surfaced that he had once publicly stated admiration for Adolf Hitler, which was on record. He still won the recall vote by a significant margin, and over 2 terms, went on to resist no less than 7 recall attempts himself. Now, Gray Davis has recently come out to say he's the recalled California governor from that period of time, replaced by Schwarzenegger. He said anyone who runs for governor knows full well that for 111 years, California has said the people have the first and last word on all policy matters. They can elect you, they can unelect you, they can repeal laws you pass, they can write laws of their own. These powers have been part of our Constitution for over 100 years. I never moaned and groaned about that. It's part of the drill. Comes with the territory. If you don't like it, well, don't run for office in our state then. Find some state that doesn't have a recall, run for office there. But the current attempt to recall Gavin Newsom began in late 2020. It was spearheaded by Orrin Heatley, a retired sheriff's sergeant from Yolo County. Heatley's disapproval of Newsom stemmed from a video he had seen in 2019 of our governor stating that undocumented immigrants had a right to bar authorities from their homes in the absence of a warrant. And in February of this year, Heatley filed a notice of intent to circulate a recall petition. And that letter read, Governor Newsom has implemented laws which are detrimental to the citizens of this state and our way of life. Laws he endorsed favor foreign nationals in our country illegally over that of our own citizens. People in this state suffer the highest taxes in the nation, the highest homelessness rates, and the lowest quality of life as a result. Now, that recall campaign attracted the attention of Californians who were upset about mask mandates and shutdowns and felt that Gavin Newsom was mishandling the pandemic. Then Newsom was seen dining with lobbyists indoors and maskless at the French Laundry, a Michelin-starred restaurant in Napa, the wine country of California. Meanwhile, California's Employment Development Department, or EDD, which had been inundated with unemployment applications, was found to have paid what experts estimate is upwards of 30 billion United States dollars in fraudulent claims. The hundreds of thousands of jobless Californians, ergo being left in the lurch thereby. So this recall effort began to gain momentum. At first, the campaign found supporters in the anti-vaccination protesters, the QAnon conspiracy adherents, and of course several far-right radicalized domestic terrorist groups. To successfully catalyze a recall election, petitioners must collect signatures from just 12% of the number of voters who participated in the previous gubernatorial election. By February, after delivering a petition with 1.7 million signatures, Heatley told the Los Angeles Times that it had been an easy sell. The campaign has since been taken up by more mainstream Republicans and received significant contributions from several Silicon Valley venture capitalists. And one of them, I've warned you about these Asian Indians. They are your enemy. Shamath Polihapitia briefly floated the idea of running for the governor himself to institute a caste system in California based on the Asian Indian social model. Now, Tim Draper, a well-known venture capitalist who back in 2016 supported the Six Californias ballot initiative, which would have sundered our state, divided it into 6 new states in the Union, and recently submitted a new initiative to abolish public employee unions, is among Elder Niggers supporters, the Black Schwarzeneggers cult. In August, it actually seemed possible that the recall might be successful. Now polls are beginning to tilt in our legitimate Governor Gavin Newsom's favor. Gray Davis has been confident that voters will turn out for the governor, who won by a landslide in our 2018 general election, but then again, so did Hillary Clinton. Today, Gray Davis has noted that our state has an $80 billion surplus. The first batch of the second round of Golden State stimulus checks were on their way to residents' bank accounts while Gray Davis was delivering his observation. The Elder Niggers' policy positions, they also run counter to the preferences expressed by the overwhelming majority of California voters. He's anti-abortion, against public sector unions, and he opposes our minimum wage, not just California's relatively high minimum wage, but any minimum wage at all. As I said before, in quoting him directly, he said his ideal minimum wage is 0.00. In other words, when you hear me call him a nigger, it's because this motherfucker is advocating slavery. This is a nigger who wants 0.00 wages to be paid to employees. He's a man who's advocating slavery. If you think I'm being harsh by calling him a nigger, you're one dumb nigger yourself, whether you're white or not. You're a white nigger if you're that fucking stupid where you would support this nigger who's calling for 0.0 minimum wage. Let's have you work that. Let's have you work for that 0.0 minimum wage. That's the economy this nigger wants, who's threatening the position of our legally elected governor. So, electing him would be a complete and total U-turn for our Golden State. Our entire economy would turn on a goddamn dime. This is a power grab by a minority party that can never get its candidates elected via any normal, fair election. I mean, why does a normal election even matter? Because you get to vet people. The media weighs in, the environmental community, the business community, all kinds of people weigh in. And, of course, the elder nigger, the man who wants to reinstate legal slavery, he doesn't have the star power. The wattage of Larry Elder's celebrity is pretty goddamn dim. Just like his own brain power. Compared to Arnold Schwarzenegger riding high after 6 months of worldwide travel promoting the opening of Terminator 3, Schwartz didn't just change character, he just played the Terminator role in the recall election. People knew him. People liked him. They were resistant to any criticism of him. He was a megastar at that time. Larry the Elder Nigger is pretty well known after being on radio for 30 years, but nowhere near Arnold Schwarzenegger's league. He's a circulated radio personality, if you want to listen to reactionary radio. But as a celebrity, he's not in the same galaxy as Arnold Schwarzenegger. But the recall vote is not Newsom versus Elder. It's Newsom versus anti-Newsom, which, as Elder says, he's nothing more than an anti-politician, an anti-life cultist. Currently, there are nearly 100 distinct recall campaigns happening across California. These run the gamut from hyper-local to massively consequential and span all political affinities. In mine own Golden Gated San Francisco, an effort to recall 70 school board members seems almost certain to result in an election this year or the next. In Southern California, campaigns are underway to recall the Ventura County Supervisor Linda Parks, the Los Angeles Councilman Kevin De Leon, and the Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon. In fact, San Francisco's District Attorney Chesa Boudin has faced 2 recall efforts since taking office. Yesteryear, the first failed, the second is pending signatures. There is even an effort to recall 3 members of the Fairfax County Elementary School District Board of Trustees, whose petitioners claim have engaged in vengeful behavior, whatever that may mean. In May, the mayor of Windsor, a town of 27,000 in Sonoma County, the armpit of, Sonoma County is beautiful. It's wine country. Rohnert Park, where I went to basically infiltrate the Project Censored program on behalf of the Department of Defense by spending a year at Sonoma State University in Rohnert Park, where the Rohnertians come from. That's the armpit of Sonoma County. And in May, the mayor of Windsor, that town of 27,000 people in Sonoma County, resigned following a recall petition that cited multiple accusations of sexual assaults. Now, the proliferation of all these recall efforts, they all be indicative, as our former governor, the one recalled and replaced by Arnold Schwarzenegger himself, has observed, they're all indicative of a certain anxiousness, a certain nervousness, which he himself attributes to the pandemic. So he's explained, well, to quote his T, I think people are used to a life that has not yet returned to us. I just don't think the end is near. Now, if Larry Elder gets elected, that's a crisis. There's not a crisis until that happens. I believe that will not happen. And if it happens, the Democrats will have no one to blame but themselves. Now, as I've said, the ramifications of a gubernatorial recall be uncertain. Although our governor can veto bills passed by our legislature can override a gubernatorial veto. So, how is any Republican governor to govern like that? There are 14 months left in the current term, and the California legislature has a Democratic supermajority. On the other hand, the California governor has emergency powers for the duration of this pandemic, which a wannabe dictator like Schwarzenegger, well, I'm sorry, the black Schwarzenegger in blackface, the elder nigger can take advantage of. By the way, I was telling everyone that if anyone thinks my calling this man a nigger is too harsh, just telling Jameson Reese now, he wasn't here to hear it. Jameson might remember that Larry Elder is the man who claimed that the only minimum wage he'll tolerate as California governor is a minimum wage of 0.00. Ergo, this is a black man who wants to reinstate legal slavery in California and is advocating.
He's a whipping boy. He's a coon ass nigger if there ever was one.
Thank you.
That's a motherfucker who, if he came into the hood, we would fucking stack. We would stack like 6 or 7 tires around his ass to light him up.
Thank you. That's one man I'd enjoy seeing.
That's a piece of shit who deserves it.
Thank you. For a man wearing a red, white, and blue suit saying that the ideal minimum wage is 0.00. That is, talk about somebody who's not suffering from intergenerational trauma. This is a guy who's so detached himself.
He's not black. He's a white person who has a over-tanned disorder. He's an over-melanated white man.
Thank you. He's a
So he's a nigger cracker. Cracker nigger.
Thank you. This is a melanin-compromised white man. Yeah, melanin-compromised cracker. He's disgusting. Unspeakable. There's no other words for this guy. There's no real words to describe him. But thank you. Anyhow, the Democrats, they of course have raised some alarm about the power of our governor to fill vacancies in statewide offices without approval from our legislature. So these appointments are consequential to varying degrees. Gavin Newsom, it does bear mentioning, owes his own political career to a similar appointment when back in 1996, he himself was appointed, not elected, but appointed to our own Golden Gate at San Francisco's Parking and Traffic Commission by then Mayor Willie Brown, who, well, he was a family friend for whom Gavin Newsom, who himself being a well-connected investor, vintner, and a restaurateur, had thrown a private fundraiser for. So this was some scratch-your-back bullshit, but, you know, it's politics, right? Anyhow, California's governor can appoint new members of the state's Health and Human Services Agency, our Earthquake Authority Advisory Panel, our Oil Spill Technical Advisory Committee, our Racetrack Leasing Commission, among other bodies. He can also appoint judges to vacant seats. So should one of our Golden California's U.S. senators leave their position for any reason, the most known figure that would be doing that being Dianne Feinstein, who is currently in a state of total senile dementia, the governor can appoint a replacement. So Senator Dianne Feinstein, who is now in her 80s, has, of course, proven herself completely unfit for her role. Anything can happen to anyone at any time, of course. Should a senator or senatoress be unable to finish their term, a Republican governor would surely appoint a Republican to fill the seat. And that possibility has led us all to catastrophize about the fate of a Democratic majority in Congress and the return of Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. So, despite all this, we Democrats have exhibited a degree of confidence that seems to echo Gray Davis's sanguinity, or sanguinity, I believe is the correct English pronunciation. Sanguine being it means copacetic, that everything is fine, dismissive almost. Now, Gavin Newsom has long been considered a future candidate for president, which is a role many have assumed would follow a stint in the Senate. There is tremendous pressure for business to continue as usual. So the DNC, our Democratic National Committee, and Gavin Newsom himself have been advising voters to vote no on this recall and to leave the second question, the one about who should replace himself as governor, should he be recalled, to leave that blank. Now, should Newsom prevail, such votes will be symbolic refutations of the recall effort itself. Should he lose, a significant number of California voters will have willingly abandoned their say in who might replace him. Now, owing to our size, our diversity, our economic power, being the fifth largest economy in the world, larger than that of the greater British Empire today, our golden California has ever been considered a progressive laboratory of democracy. And so certain experiments have proved more successful here than others. The initiative, in particular, has created numerous problems for we as Californians. Proposition 13, a 1978 ballot initiative, is at the center of our state's housing crisis. There is a push to reform the recall mechanism, of course. Some have suggested that recall ballots should consist of a single question with a list of candidates that includes the incumbent, meaning the man in power currently, so that we could vote for him. For now, Gavin Newsom and our Golden State Legislature are focused on housing reform, homelessness, and an ambitious climate agenda. Californians are staring down an ongoing pandemic, rising housing costs, and increasingly extreme weather. All this makes the day after tomorrow's election look less like a cri de coeur from a minority faction and more like playing with fire in a tinderbox. So, we are in the middle of a dramatic crisis. By Wednesday, you'll be hearing from me of the result. And so I'm glad I was able to provide analysis tonight. And of course, for our dear friend Crystal River in the Grand Republic of Texas, the only other state in the nation aside California to be a large republic in its own right at one point, an independent nation. In our case, the Bear Flag Republic. In the case of Texas, of course, that's well known when they were invaded by Mexico as their own independent nation. We have other states that were independent nations at one point, like New Hampshire, of course, and Rhode Island, I believe. Its own commonwealth at a time, one time, long ago, etc. There's a few others up there in the northeast that I'm just not that familiar with, but fuck, they're all a bunch of white strongholds anyway, full of people that had guns and just said this land is ours and all that shit after they stole it from the local Indians. So, you know, same old pattern, same old, same old. They all thought they could stand against the world at one point, back when the world was a much bigger place. So, when it comes to Texas, why I'm bringing this up, and thinking about our lovely Crystal River, who our man Sammy Romero donated about $250 United States dollars to at the time of her greatest need when it was sub-zero temperature, and she was basically sleeping next to other bodies for body warmth to keep herself alive. At that time, it was before they essentially rendered abortion effectively illegal. Now, in terms of what they're going to go through now in the Grand Republic of Texas, that may be a foresight of what the rest of the United States will go through if the Supreme Court of the United States overturns Roe versus Wade. You might ask, what could possibly present us a visible image of what that world might be like? Well, we can learn about that from communist China. We can learn about the consequences of controlling women's bodies from the communist Chinese empire and what happened with them. Let me try and put some of this into perspective. I, myself, never speak about it, but I have relations in the Nationalist Republic of China as reestablished on Taiwan. And of course, these relations stretch back to, in some cases, well, before Taiwan was Taiwan. Back when it was Formosa, the island of ethnic Chinese, which had colonized in cooperation, in co-colonization with the Dutch and Portuguese, a kind of condominium over the island's indigenous population, which had founded the largest empire in the world, one of the largest empires in world history, even by today's standards, all across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. That ancient Formosan empire that had relied on human sacrifice to institutionalize inequity. These indigenous peoples had been conquered by successive migration waves of Europeans and Chinese working together, and then the Chinese became the sole settler regime when the Europeans were expelled. As I said, Taiwan was the only nation on earth to defeat the European powers and expel them completely. Now, among one of my distant relations who I shall not name, I can hint this much. She was kind of a maternal grandmother. From my grandfather's side. Something like that. In other words, maybe a relation of my mother's father. Let's just put it this way. She was basically, being of full vampire lineage, she lived a long time and was still functionally a young woman. Now, we are nowhere near immortal, and our lifespans are probably only 1.5 times those of the average human lifespan. But that still averages us as much longer lived than the majority of you at about 150 years. That was one time effectively immortal. Remember, the human lifespan has been only about half 100 years of age on average for the majority of the human experience. Somebody living 150 years would be 3 times the lifespan of your average human. And since some of us do live to 200 years of age, that's effectively immortal, living through many generations of the human experience. So it was that this relation of my mother found out she was pregnant in the spring of 1937 in Nanjing, which was then serving as the capital of China. She wanted an abortion. This was because she already had 2 small boys aged 4 and 2, and she knew war was on the horizon between the Chinese and Japanese empires. Now, understand, of course, she was dampfire, not full vampire, because there's no female vampires, really. Only the artificial ones created by the Soviet Union. All female vampire are half-bred. They're hybrid. They're dampfire. And of course, as a vampiric individual, she could become pregnant as any human woman. But she was worried in this case that she'd be unable to protect the children she already had if she were burdened with pregnancy, no matter what abilities were gifted her by the vampiric physiology. However, when the doctor told her, quite incorrectly, that the baby was a girl, she decided not to have an abortion because she'd always wanted a daughter. Now, months later, when the Imperial Japanese Army began its full all-out assault on China in the summer of 1937, she convinced another relation of mine through my maternal lineage that they needed to flee Nanjing and head inland. She gave birth 2 months prematurely, mid-evacuation, in a small town in Anhui, and endured much pain. But she and the new baby survived. She didn't care that the baby was a boy and not a girl. She put all her energies into protecting her 3 sons and kept the family moving one step ahead of the invading Japanese army. When I was first told this story, I was informed by my mother about it in a time where I was already dressing as a girl, presenting myself as the opposite sex in elementary school. And of course, we're talking about the 1970s. And my mother wanted to show me how one of her relations had saved the family during World War II. But I was most amazed at the ease with which Nai, an affectionate term for grandma, could ask about an abortion in China in 1937. Now, bear in mind, Roe v. Wade was new law in these United States at that time, passed when I was in kindergarten, approximately. Remember, I'm a little fuzzy on that because I was set back by a full year. I was actually considered developmentally disabled. Now, I knew from discussions in school and in the news on television that a woman's right to choose was still very controversial in America. And remember, I could relate because I was presenting myself as a girl. So I can say I was a little girl at the time all this was going down. Movies and TV shows about China in those days, limited as they were, they always showed our empire as backwards compared to these United States. The women were oppressed and in need of saving by missionaries or the military, all of them white. Yet my own family's story told me a completely different narrative. Now, in terms of my mother's Chinese side of the family, which ultimately relocated to Taiwan, she always credited this maternal figure with getting the family through the 8 years of war with the Japanese Empire and then the 4 years of civil war that followed, in which far more Chinese died than ever died under Japanese Imperium. She always knew it was that woman's fierce love, her protectiveness, her strength, her wise decisions that allowed what family we had left on the Islas Formosa to survive during a horrific period when more than 200 million Chinese died. Having access to abortion during that time meant that each baby was chosen, not a burden foisted upon herself by fate. Each baby, to include every relation I have in Taiwan, the man we know as Uncle Tora, Uncle Tiger, Tora-san, Mr. Tiger, about whom the Japanese made an entire series of films as this errant lover, and his two younger brothers were all the ones Nine-Eye wanted and fought for with every ounce of her strength. Now, here in these United States, having children has always taken on a different tone. I have been bombarded as a person mistaken for or intentionally taken for by my own presentation as a female. I've been bombarded since my youth with propaganda telling me why a woman should not have the right to choose whether to give birth, as though women themselves are too fucking dumb to make this decision ourselves. If I speak as a female, certainly one who has been taken as such throughout a great deal of his existence, as if only the societal collective can decide for woman what is best for our bodies. Unfortunately, the failure of government to trust women to make wise health decisions became a transnational phenomenon in my lifetime. When the communist Chinese Empire decided to take away the right to choose from all women and imposed a one-child limit on the overwhelming majority of women from 1980 to 2015, it created an inevitably looming demographic disaster for society. The Communist Chinese Empire's population is aging rapidly. By 2029, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences projects Red China will enter an era of negative population growth, meaning a population implosion, a demographic collapse. Despite changing the policy yet again this year so that most women can have as many as 3 children, it's already far too late. Young couples already burdened as caregivers for 2 sets of aging parents and 4 sets of aging grandparents, the inverted pyramid that I have spoken of ad nauseum throughout my career in communications, where I have brought forth the fact that a pyramid stood upon its head cannot stand, where you have one child, the product of 2 parents, who each have among them 2 sets of grandparents and 4 sets of great-grandparents, because of the longer lives of humanity in the modern age. This is the inverted pyramid where the child at the bottom cannot pay taxes to support all those above him on which his shoulders be weighed, or hers. Certainly his in communist China. So all these young couples in the Red Empire, already overburdened as care providers for no less than, help me out here with the math. You've got, all right, each one of them has 2 sets, of aging parents. They've got a couple with, that's 4, mom and dad on each side. And you've got 4 sets of aging grandparents, which is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, On beyond the 4 they're already taken of on each side, that's 8, right? That's 12 people they're taking care of right there. Parents and grandparents. At least a dozen fucking people. Here you have a dozen people that are already responsible for. They're completely unwilling now to have more than one child, despite it being legal to do so. They simply don't have the resources or the energy to raise more than one, if that. In that situation, I wouldn't want any. So, when I've exchanged communications with people behind the bamboo curtain in Red China these days, they all confirm that the era of economic growth and rising prosperity that their parents experienced is over for their generation. That the unintended consequences of deploying collective governmental force to control women's bodies has been confirmed to be the factor that halts Red China's seemingly inevitable ascension to global power. That's a cautionary tale worth noting. When the U.S. Supreme Court voted 5-4 not to preemptively restrict Texas's new law banning all abortions from 6 weeks onward, before most women even know they're fucking pregnant, I myself could only watch that news in horror. Predictably, anti-choice activists in other states announced they all plan to follow Texas. All these people chortling over the prospect of the government controlling women's bodies clearly don't know the history of Asia and what I, as a Vulcan interventionist, can teach themselves. Can teach them what to avoid in the trap of communist China on the other side of the Pacific that they intend to set for the American Empire. From my Asian American family's experience, I know the real narrative. As Red China has found out, when the government decides that women and other pregnant people don't know what's best for their own bodies and for their own families, and instead makes laws restricting the right to choose, the unintended consequences are calamitous, not just for individuals, but for all of society. China is the oldest civilization on Earth, and it faces extinction. It is in a terminal stage of crash and burn, and America is determined to follow it into the flames. The Red Republicans want to follow the communist model. That tells you all you need to fucking know. The Red Republicans base their model on communist Chinese governmental intervention within the womb of the female body. They are determined to invade the bodies of every woman in America the way the communist Chinese did on the mainland of China, and we see the results in communist China today, where Xi Jinping must prepare his men for war because there's no other way to find them mates other than by conquest. And America is determined to slice open the wombs of their own women, inseminate them, and plant them with children they don't want, and the end result will be the catastrophic consequences Red China faces today. This is mass suicide. Cultures commit suicide just as individuals do. America is determined to reenact Jonestown at the level of the world stage. So, with that, we will turn towards some of these subjects that Peter Moon broached in terms of the character of Hart, something that he brought up which seems rather nuanced. By the way, I see we have an excellent connection. I'm turning into chat and seeing what Liddy Seinen is saying. She says, yes, we're talking about wiggers or wannabe niggers. She was, this is Ragnar Lodbrok bringing up what we said. He said, it's so therapeutic to laugh at these assholes. Laughter is the best medicine. And he said it took Spock centuries, but he eventually caused the reunification with the Romulans in a vulcanized way, I believe. Thank you very much for that information. Very important and very, shall we say, relevant, very relevant to what I speak of. And of course, it's certainly something that is appreciated, as is Liddy Seinen. Liddy Seinen. She'll have to tell me how to pronounce that. And with that, I'll turn back to my responsibility. And Ragnar Lodbrok says, yes. He says, our Vulcan interventionist, Lord Dietrich, our Nordic Sinitic warrior monk. There we are. Lovely. Thank you so much. Travis Moss says, wiggers are clowns. You know what I'm saying? Yes, that's cute. Thank you. And shout out unto both those gentlemen. And a return to my responsibilities at hand. Let us say, Ragnar Lodbrok says, the warrior of planet Earth. Thank you, sir. I love that. Delightful. And, all right then. Now that I'm pumped on positive vibes, let me try to tackle the more nuanced aspects of subjects raised by Peter Moon. Peter Moon was talking about the iconograph, the ideogram of heart in Japanese and Chinese languages is, of course, the same. It's shaped literally like the human heart. Not the Valentine's heart, the actual anatomical human heart is the character that you can look up in the classical Chinese from which the Japanese iconography or characters be derived. Oftentimes, classically, the Japanese language uses Chinese characters outright, until fairly recently, where they've tried to simplify the language and it got all dumbed down in the same manner that the communist Chinese have dumbed down the language on the mainland. However, Japan still retains several alphabets, so to speak, or rather character collections, meaning the collection of iconographs that comprise their incredibly complicated language. And when it comes to that language and we turn towards that representation of the heart in their iconography, their character representation, well, that's what brings us to the concept of the red string of fate, which is an incomparably beautiful Japanese paradigm. Now, since time immemorial, humans have wondered about the meaning of life, and in all corners of the world, the search for the ultimate answer has given rise to a variety of philosophical teachings and enchanting legends. And tonight I will present unto all of you who are listening and willing to learn the paradigm of the red strings, hailing from the Empire of Japan. This legend that explains life's mysteries in a way that is both factual, and incredibly romantic. If fate really exists, let's hope that it works in exactly the way that I will describe it as sourcing from my heritage unto you. So close your eyes and imagine your body grow transparent. And picture that little model of the invisible man or the invisible woman, where you would see through the translucent plastic skin that endlessly complex network of blood vessels connecting all the parts of your body. We owe our existence to these life-giving rivers. Now take note of one rather special channel within this system, the one that connects the heart with your pinky finger. That's formed by what's called, in medical terms, the ulnar artery, spelled U-L-N-A-R. And the ulnar artery is this channel which makes your least notable finger a true representative of your heart, something that would be cut off by the Yakuza to render themselves a bit more heartless in their world. For this reason, in many cultures, when two people make a truce or swear a vow, they do it by crossing their pinky fingers. Now, according to the Japanese paradigm, this thread emanating from the heart doesn't end at the tip of the finger itself. It continues to unreel therefrom. Unreel in the form of a string unreeling from a spool, in the form of an invisible red string sourcing from your pinky, which flows out therefrom and goes on to intertwine with the red strings of other people, connecting your heart with theirs. So two people who are connected in this way are bound together by fate itself. Sooner or later, they be destined to meet, no matter how far apart they live or how much their life circumstances may differ. And when it happens, that encounter is certain to be, well, to profoundly affect both of them. The strings can sometimes stretch and become tangled, which could postpone the fateful meeting. But those ties will never be broken. Such a perspective on life itself and its relationships has engendered, given birth to holistic philosophy, which itself engenders that our vital essence is not confined to the borders of our physical body. Holists declare that we are one with the universe, and ergo see the notion of the red string as one of the ways towards understanding this unity. So, if you have ever found yourself thinking, this person has entered my life for a reason, quite possibly you're right. And it might be the case that fate has already guided you to the point where you can bring change into the lives of others. So this holistic philosophy, if you're a practitioner of it, you're known as a holist, someone who seeks the whole in their perspective and their pursuits, then you, along with the idea behind it, would argue that although we may not ever realize it, our lives move in a preordained direction, guided by invisible strings that are woven into the very fabric of the universe itself around us. And all the while, the red thread connecting us to our distant soulmates is getting shorter. As the Japanese would say, our world has its share of obstacles, but nothing within it happens by accident. So, the pronunciation of that character for heart is kokoro. Kokoro means heart in the most passionate sense, as in you have heart behind everything you do. Take a Zenic perspective of kokoro. And, of course, as someone who has practiced Zen meditation myself, I can share some experiences. And whenever I've tried to maintain my language, whenever I've tried to attend dojos where I wasn't so much there to practice Aikido, where I was there instead to try and maintain my ability to speak Nihongo, the Japanese language, there were times when I was dealing with families who were at the various gatherings to try and teach their families about this way of life that brought them a sense of peace they had never experienced before. People in Marin County, I barely remember who drove me there now to these gatherings and to the practices, but my mother was very proud of me and happy that I was trying to maintain contact with my culture. I even sewed some pillows that she, well, after I sewed those pillows, she valued them as if they were made of gold. How I miss her. But when I was speaking to some of these, again, white people of European descent, but Americans, who were trying to practice Aikido, speaking to various members of their family who were learning the Japanese language, Nihongo, and I spoke to some of their children at some of these picnics. There was one young lady who was about 7 or 8 years old, and we began talking about the Japanese word kokoro. Now, I pointed to my heart, as Japanese would usually do, to show where kokoro is, but she pointed to her head and said, kokoro is here. So I was amazed to discover that she, this young white child, was already translating the Japanese word kokoro into the English word for mind, which is an accurate translation. Kokoro actually means both, just so you know. And it's very difficult for many people to understand that, or they don't get how the two can be conflated. But the character also implies spirit, as in a soul, or the spirit in a sporting sense. Basically, you polish your heart with shodo, the heart of kanji. The way of writing this out is, of course, kanji is a form of Japanese characters that is different from hiragana or katakanji, and it brings up all kinds of things that come to my mind. Aside from kokoro symbolizing the human heart, it brings up so many other concepts. Basically, what's flooding my mind right now is what my mother would go into about various characters, explaining to me how sho means writing, and the top of that character depicts a person who is writing calligraphy, and the bottom represents a piece of paper. The do, as in bushido or aikido, that means way, path, road. The right side of that character representing a person's head and face, and the left side representing a crossroad. And migaku would mean polish. The left side of that character representing a rock, the right side representing two sticks polishing that sharp rock to smoothness. Many of these Japanese cultural activities or practices, they're all considered do, the way or the path. There being chado, the tea ceremony, kado, flower arrangement, budo, the martial arts, the way of the warrior, many more. And so you could consider learning about the heart the way to arigato do, or the way of appreciation and gratitude. All of this well, these activities would seem straightforward to outsiders. For Chado, you would learn how to make and present tea, right? For Kado, you would learn how to expertly arrange flowers and leaves. However, there be invisible lessons and paths that one must walk, and that aspirants, seekers of the way, must, well, they can only learn from the great masters if they are to truly understand these ways, these paths. While you practice your martial arts, or shodo, you move your body or brush, the shodo meaning the way of writing, the calligraphy, the art to Asian writing. You move your body or brush as the teacher instructs. Well, you move your body if you're conducting the martial arts, your brush if you're conducting the shodo or the way of the writ. However, these are also metaphors for how to live more fully in your daily life. What you're really learning is cooperation, compassion, patience, diligence, and most certainly focus. So there's this old saying that words have spirits of their own. I've mentioned the Western perspective on this with spellcasting. Words cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. Spell books are called grimoires, or grammars. So while you practice writing Asian calligraphy or iconography, writing by symbol or symbolic representation, while you practice writing these positive and uplifting characters, you're reminded of their power, and perhaps subconsciously instill them in your day-to-day tasks and perspective. So, when my mother taught myself shodo, throughout the 1st and 6th grade, at the time, I did not really enjoy it because, of course, it's schooling, right? Homeschooling, basically. When I was already being schooled at school, and I did not fully understand the complete meaning of do, or the path. Now, when I, of course, was learning the various martial arts from her, such as judo, initially it was extremely hard training, and it's something that I tried to avoid. There was one time that I decided not to go home and face that, instead staying after school, when my mother came and basically dragged me back home to train. I began to realize that the dedication and determination that were required to be successful at judo were also necessary outside of my own home. Now, the lessons you learn through the different do, the different paths, will translate to your daily life and begin to polish your heart. So I would encourage you all to find your do and let me know how they've changed your perspective and attitude. You can gain enlightenment through practicing shodo or the way of writ or any other way that, of course, excites you or interests you. But when it comes to some of what I'm saying in this kind of rambling diatribe right now, it's something where I'm gathering together in my mind a way to express the more nuanced aspects of the subjects which Peter Mohn, well, which he broached, and which require some in-depth definition for you to appreciate. And that brings us back to kokoro, the very Japanese word for heart, which also transliterates into mind or into spirit. It's something that, your real mind is actually, it's in your heart. Basically, the very word kokoro, it is one of the non-material aspects of man. And as a result, something non-material, it is therefore rather indefinable. And as a result, requires me to kind of search for a way to find words in English to describe to you something that most of you would never have ever thought about. So if you look up the Japanese character kokoro, and or the very word for heart itself, and find that it is translated as mind or spirit, mind, heart, spirit. The meaning of the phrase is in and of itself kind of a riddle. Well, then it forces a kind of enlightenment on you to simply research it or consider it. So, at the bottom of it all, to try and make this as simple as possible, to find a way to describe it in the English language, kokoro is a common Japanese word that carries meanings conveyed by the English words mind and heart both. And when that brings us back to the concept of thinking with your heart, the fact that they've discovered that the heart has a brain all its own, that may cause me to diverge into some physiology and some medical technology that may be the only way to kind of explain this in a practical manner as to how the Japanese knew this from the very beginning. And of course, that requires my thinking aloud a bit some more and trying to recall what I learned from all those years attending the courses for adult education in medical journalism. And it brings us as well to the subject of pain. Pain is it in the brain or is it in the heart? Because there is an intrinsic cardiac nervous system, the heart-brain. So if we were to try and explain this first, when we try to get you to understand that your heart has its own mind, then let's try and talk a little bit about that brain within the heart. First off, let's talk about the fact that we have used technology to illuminate that little brain within the heart. This is something that really cannot be overemphasized because the nerve cells in the heart have been poorly understood. So understand that the heart has its own brain, that scientists have probably only the year before, just yesteryear, within the year 2020, finally were able to draw out a detailed map of this little brain called the intracardiac nervous system in rat hearts. The heart's big boss is that brain, the brain, but nerve cells in the heart itself have a say as well. So these neurons, they're thought to play a crucial role in heart health. They help to fine-tune heart rhythms and perhaps protect people against certain kinds of heart disease. And of course, still even now, by this year, that local control system has never been mapped in any great detail. But to make what map they have, there was a systems biologist named James Well, James Schweber. And he, Schweber, works at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia. And his colleagues imaged male and female rat hearts with a method called knife-edge scanning microscopy that created detailed pictures of heart anatomy. And those images could then be built into a 3D model of the heart itself. Those scientists also plucked out individual neurons and measured the amount of gene activity within each cell. And those measurements helped sort the heart's neurons into discrete groups. Most of those neuron clusters dot the top of the heart, where the blood vessels come in and out. And some of those clusters spread down the back of the heart itself, and they've been particularly abundant on the left side, where we all identify our hearts as being normally. And with this new perspective of these individual clusters, scientists began to study, or at least can now begin to study, whether these groups have distinct jobs. Of course, this comprehensive 3D mapping of the heart's little brain could ultimately lead to targeted therapies that could treat or prevent heart diseases. That is their perspective on this. My perspective is much more holistic, because what I can tell you, based on the Japanese super science or proto-science, from the age of the sunken continent of Muvaya, or Mu as it's shorthanded, or the diminutive of the original name, well, that heart, your heart, it's really the ruler of your brain. In other words, the best way to understand this is to first learn for yourself that the human heart is more powerful than your brain. It has been proven at this point that your heart has been found to have an intrinsic nervous system of its own, containing around 40,000 neurons called sensory neurites. And that human heart of yours, which is about the size of 2 adult fists, is still mysterious, intelligent, powerful, sometimes inexplicable. The ancient Egyptians believed that Anubis, the god of the underworld, the judge of the dead, weighed the hearts of the recently deceased against the weight of a feather, and if the two balanced, the heart would be returned to its owner. If the heart was heavier, it was weighted by bad deeds, and therefore fed to a monster. This is because they too, like the Japanese, understood the heart as the ruler of the brain. Aristotle considered the heart the center of reason, thought, and emotion, as senior to the brain in importance. The 9th century Arabic philosopher Abu Nasr al-Farabi believed that the ruling organ in the human body is the heart. The brain is a secondary ruling organ, subordinated to the heart. Auguste Comte, or the correct pronunciation would be Auguste Comte, the 19th century French philosopher, declared that the brain should be servant to the heart. And so, when it comes to one of my fellow Californians, Roland McCratey, a PhD, the director of research at the groundbreaking HeartMath Institute in Santa Cruz, California, he says that the most common denominator in all religions is that the heart is the seat of wisdom. The 12th century Christian mystic, Hildegard of Bingen, would agree. She wrote, "The soul sits at the center of the heart, as though in a house." So all of this is simply the preface to the heart-brain connection. If you can hear me now, your heart is beating at twice the pace of most animals. And humans have vascular disease, while our cousins, the great apes, do not. With its own electrical impulse, the human heart can continue to beat if taken away from the body itself. Beating heart cells, grown in petri dishes, synchronize with each other. The heart emits a signature electrical frequency thousands of times more powerful than anything else in the human body. And neurons, the brain cells responsible for processing sense-based input, they send messages to the body such as, reach the hand to pick up a sandwich. And those same neurons also transmit emotion. So these specialized cells are found in the brain and nervous system, but importantly, also in the heart. And neurons can be harnessed to establish heart-brain coherence. In fact, heart neurons fire in conjunction with the brain neurons. The heart and the brain are, indisputably, profoundly connected. Now, that means our brain receives many of its instructions on what to do from our hearts. And studies are finally proving that the heart is able to think, feel, and have emotions on its own. That's what brings us to the subject of heartache versus happiness. Something I've been dealing with all three of those ladies that you can see me writing letters to in the photograph that is attached to the promotional banner for tonight's transmission. The studies have proven that intense anger, such as raised in myself by all three of those ladies, and others throughout my life, is damaging to the heart. Intense grief as well, like the grief I felt for the loss of both my parents. Statistically, we are 20 times more likely to have a heart attack after the death of a loved one. Positive emotions like joy and contentment are accompanied by coherent heart rhythms. Happiness is good for the heart. We don't think of the heart as being capable of producing hormones like the endocrine system, but oxytocin, called the love hormone, is manufactured in the heart itself. So, if by now you can grasp a little bit of the importance here, think of the heart's singular intuition. For a quarter of a century, for 25 years, researchers at the HeartMath Institute that I've mentioned have been innovating tools and methods designed to achieve measurable heart-brain coherence. I know about this through some of their connections requiring the technology produced by my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, as we call him to maintain his anonymity. And so HeartMath has focused on the psychophysiology of stress, emotions, and heart-brain interaction. And working within the parameters of the prevailing scientific model, the researchers have produced and published over 300 peer-reviewed or independent studies of the effectiveness of HeartMath techniques and technologies. Their research documents several types of beneficial outcomes from achieving heart-mind coherence. And that same aforecited Roland McCready, Ph.D., one of the original founders of HeartMath, has said that the biggest hidden source of stress on our planet is the disorganization of heart-mind, causing lack of resonance. Lack of alignment eats the life force and the very happiness out of humanity. So McCready has described intuition from the perspective of brain science, which identifies ordinary, expert, and strategic intuition. And in his book entitled Strategic Intuition, subtitled The Creative Spark in Human Achievement, the author, William Dugan, has writ that ordinary intuition is a feeling, a gut instinct. Expert intuition is a snap judgment when you instantly recognize something familiar, the way a tennis pro knows where the ball will go from the arc and speed of the opponent's racket. The third kind, strategic intuition, is not any vague feeling like ordinary intuition. Strategic intuition is a clear thought. And it's not fast like expert intuition, it's slow. The flash of insight you had last night might solve a problem that's been on your mind for a month. So what Dugan calls strategic intuition, the HeartMath researchers refer to as non-local intuition, and have established that this type of insight, or knowing, is a function of the heart and not the brain. Non-local intuition is the only type of intuition that involves the heart. The other two are derived strictly from the brain's experience and entrainment. So what McCready has concluded is that from the body perspective, the heart is the first to receive these non-local signals or intuitions, then they are passed on to the brain. It's a result not even their laboratories would have predicted. In other words, the heart has access to information outside the boundaries of time and space. It's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. But convincing the brain to accept what it may view as irrational is the challenge addressed in the HeartMath model, where researchers explore ways to resolve the heart-mind split, or what they call incoherence. The Western paradigm asserts that the brain is senior to the heart. So our cultural and educational focus is on the brain, which is habituated into believing it's the boss. But making the shift is as easy as intentionally creating new neural pathways in the brain. The human brain, of course, does not like change. So shifting to the heart to send messages to the brain, well, that's your homework. Now, in terms of coherence and healing, living systems have the capacity to self-heal. Multiple studies have proven that heart self-regulation lowers blood pressure, improves hormonal balance, gives better recovery from heart attacks. Well, medically, they're termed myocardial infarctions. Now, more coherence, it simply means more health. Coherence facilitates the body's natural regenerative processes. And Howard Martin, HeartMath Incorporated's executive vice president, told myself that we have this magnificent intelligence that lifts us beyond our problems, even in the midst of chaos and confusion. When the heart is put into practical application in daily life, we can experience a new fulfillment, a new life, beyond our greatest expectations. So Martin describes a HeartMath study in which subjects wired to measure respiratory, cardio, that's heart, and other physiological functions sat in front of computers viewing random images, some beautiful, some potentially distressing. The image stream included a small time gap between pictures. 6 seconds before an image displayed, test subjects' physiology would react to what was coming, be it wonderful or something awful. The conclusion drawn was that the heart's non-local intuition anticipated imminent stress or pleasure a full 6 seconds before the actual experience would manifest. That means that the heart has definitively been scientifically proven to have an electromagnetic field. The Earth's geomagnetic field is a stationary, pure static magnetic field that we can liken to a refrigerator magnet. A magnet's invisible electromagnetic fields are seen in iron fillings that organize into patterns with lines that express that field. Those line patterns, they're called magnetic field lines. And these lines within a magnetic field literally act like guitar strings and have their own resonant frequency. Solar wind plucks the Earth's magnetic lines, causing vibration. Field line resonance. Our planet Earth's primary resonance on a normal day is around 1 Hertz, precisely the same as the coherent heart. Human heart rhythms synchronize our planet Earth's resonant frequency to a level or degree no one has ever known possible. Independent of time zones, we are all synchronizing to the planet Earth on which we live. So, at that HeartMath laboratory in California, where they utilize technology provided by my son's husband, they're studying how it happens. So concentrate on achieving heart-mind resonance. Dozens of studies have documented the benefits of meditation. Researchers have observed lower blood pressure, anxiety and depression relief, increased brain gray matter, and pain relief, to name a few. Meditation practices also achieve heart-brain coherence. In meditation, different methods produce heart signatures. A loving-kindness meditation shows a different signature than, say, a mindfulness meditation that's geared towards awareness. Loving-kindness practices shift the heart into a different state called coherence, which is nothing more than a synchronized heart-brain neurology. So HeartMath has developed practices and technologies to support heart-brain coherence, but what I can share with you are some fundamental principles. The HeartMath tools, techniques, and training process, they all have one thing in common. They operate in the present moment. Think like an equestrian, or an equestrienne if you're female, a rider of a horse, the horseman or horsewoman. The horse always keeps you in the present moment because the horse is always there. If you are not in the present moment, are not brought back to it by the horse, you could suffer irreversible harm. Injury that could lead to what happened to Superman, or Christopher Reeve, the actor who portrayed him. Permanent paralysis of your body the rest of your life. So, maintain presence. The method is to, number 1, focus on your heart. Secondly, number 2, activate compassion. And tertiarily, thirdly, number 3, radiate that feeling to self and unto others. So this simple, deliberate method can relieve stress, anxiety, or depression, and lead to all the countless other benefits of heart coherence. And with persistent practice, exercise becomes a habit. There are 4 keywords for coherence: appreciation, gratitude, care, and compassion. When we practice moving into states aligned with one of these words, or some combination of the four, we create communication between the heart and the brain. Appreciation, gratitude, care, and compassion. This practice takes about 72 hours. 3 days to establish new neural network habit patterns supporting the heart-brain connection and communication. And that coherence is not only beneficial to us as individuals, it's possible to create coherence on larger scales than we might imagine. So, in terms of what I can share with you, it's not much. And of course, the people at the Heart Math Institute, that laboratory, they do charge money for training people in this. You can find out more about what they can do for you, but it would cost you money. I'm giving you what I can for free. But again, the problem is communicating something that one can only really develop by experience. But understand that your heart has its own mind. The little brain on the heart. It has been found that our heart has always had an intrinsic nervous system of its own with those 40,000 neurons, those sensory neurites. And this in turn means that your heart has the remarkable ability to think, feel, learn, and remember completely independently from your brain. And, well, that's cardiac consciousness. We can really think with our hearts. Of course, there are people who would argue against that. They would try some kind of myth busting. And the counter arguments, well, obviously everyone has heard at one time or another the instruction to follow your heart. And in fact, our daily lives are peppered with sayings that cast the heart in a starring role when it comes to emotions and decision making, from the terms heartbroken and heartless to the expression of taking something to heart. And so this is where we come from when we begin to contend the aspects of scientific basis for all these terminologies. When we cite the existence of the brain cells in the heart, when we imply that the blood pumping organ that sustains us indeed has a mind all its own. But when the Westerners are confronted with whether or not you can really think with your heart, they would first put under the microscope, they would dissect the claim. Talk about dissecting the heart, eh? They would basically say, well, they would look at the claim that there be brain cells in the heart, as has been expressed by myself just now. Obviously, the human brain, like all other parts of the body, is made up of cells. The one crucial cell type in the brain is the neuron, that specialized cell with structures that allow it to send and receive information from other cells using electrical signals called action potentials. Our brains contain a whole lot of neurons, roughly 86 billion. But neurons are found in other parts of our body too, including the gut as well as our heart. Yes, you can think with your gut. That gut feeling, your stomach has a brain all its own, and it controls some people almost completely. But all these neurons are part of the autonomic nervous system, which regulates vital functions like digestion, as well as the heart rate. Now, of course, the heart contains far fewer neurons than the cerebrum, the brain, and their job is not to think in the conventional manner that your brain does. And of course, the West would say you're misinterpreting these neurons. They help the heart react to the various demands placed on it by the body. And because the heart has such an important job, it needs to have cells that help regulate its beating. Exempli Greciae, our hearts must adjust every time we stand up or sit down to keep our blood pressure at the right level and ensure we don't pass out. Which begins to happen in people that aren't synchronized in that manner. But this system, of course, is interpreted by the Western paradigm to act, well, largely unconsciously, which of course should be a relief. Imagine if you had to consciously control your heart's activities every time you moved. But those neurons in the heart do communicate with the brain by providing feedback signals, which in turn may affect our emotions. So when we experience something physically, it can change our emotional state. When our hearts race, we may feel anxious. This communication, of course, well, someone like the skeptic, the clinical neurologist, Dr. Stephen Novella, would argue that that communication doesn't mean our heart is thinking for itself. Rather, he would take the stance that neurons alone do not equal mind or consciousness, that it takes the specialized organization of neurons in the brain to produce cognitive processes that we experience as the mind. So he would conclude that despite the presence of neurons in the heart, we can see that the heart does not have a mind of its own, that our hearts are complex vital organs, but the association between heart and mind is best left to metaphor and not real life. But that, of course, is simply a handicap. That's what would prevent you from coordination that would essentially, well, enhance the quality of your life through heart-brain communication, which is actually a martial arts discipline. What we call it in Inindo, or the way of invisibility, or the way of ninjutsu, as you Westerners would vulgarize it, would simply be a new discipline that in the Western paradigm would be neurocardiology, because the heart has this complex neural network that can be habituated into intelligence. In other words, let your heart talk to your brain. So, when we go back into that mode, or that modality, where more and more people across different disciplines and walks of life are talking about the heart, that means that more and more professions are waking up to the wisdom of letting their hearts guide them, finding that it leads individuals to more joy and fulfillment. That's news that can do any heart good. So, because I majored in City College of San Francisco in criminal psychology and went through a kind of primitive internship, I'll call it that, and I was one time working with someone, I couldn't call them a client, but whenever they were confused about an issue or decision, I would ask, what would your heart say? And in saying that, it was advised to myself by people who were professional counselors that if this were a professional situation, they would have adapted a Gestalt technique. In other words, get two chairs, face them back to back, and with the client sitting in one chair, ask them to speak from their heart and talk to their mind sitting over there in the other chair, back to back. Then have them switch chairs and speak from their head, talking to their heart, telling their heart the mind's views and concerns. This is really part of bicameralism and the rediscovery of the bicameral mind. It's like two different people talking. The heart speaks from genuine feeling and authenticity in the present moment, like the horse, if you're an equestrian. The mind speaks from opinions, fears, shoulds, and shouldn'ts. You remember the old saying from Alcoholics Anonymous and other rehabilitation groups, don't should on me, SHOULD, and I won't should on you, as in, you should stop drinking. Rather, a person comes to that themselves. If you have someone switch chairs several times from heart to brain, well, at some point, hopefully, they'll have an epiphany. And very often, actually, any client in that position would realize their heart's voice was their true self. A voice that offers both more intuition and common sense intelligence than the brain, full of bullshit, ever could. The adult world is a giant playground of the mind, so this is no coincidence. Going back to your heart cuts through all of that. What's really fascinating is that the heart contains that little brain in its own right. So yes, your human heart, in addition to its other functions, actually possesses a heart brain composed of about those 40,000 neurons that sense, feel, learn, and remember. And that heart brain sends messages to the head brain about how your body feels, and a whole lot more. So, this scientific research is not something that can be counter-argued, really, because it intuitively makes all the sense in the world. All of you have felt for a long time that the heart has had its own mysterious way of knowing. But until the 1990s, scientists assumed, and all of us were taught, that it was only the brain that sends information and issues commands to the heart. But now we know that it works both ways. In fact, the heart's complex intrinsic nervous system, the heart-brain, is such an intricate network of several types of neurons, neurotransmitters, proteins, and support cells, like those found in the brain proper, that research has proven that the heart communicates to the brain in several major ways and acts completely independently of the cranial brain, all on its own. So much so that it really dominates your brain in many ways. One important way the heart can speak to and influence the brain is when the heart is coherent. When you generate that stable sine wave-like pattern in its rhythms. Look up the word SINE-wave, sine wave, SINE-wave. The sine wave, that's the pattern that parallels your heart rhythm. When the heart rhythm is coherent, the body, including the brain, begins to experience all sorts of benefits, among them greater mental clarity and intuitive ability, including better decision-making. And although the heart and brain are in constant communication unconsciously, we can intentionally direct our heart to communicate to our brain and body in beneficial ways. And when we experience sincerely positive emotions, such as caring, compassion, or appreciation, the heart processes these emotions and the heart's rhythm becomes more coherent and harmonious. This information is sent to the brain and the entire body neurologically, biochemically, biophysically, and energetically. And you can shift into this coherent state to bring your mind and heart into harmonious alignment and have more access to intuition, often in less than a minute. It can take a little practice to do this on demand, but it gets easier and quicker the more you do it. So if I were to adapt HeartMath's so-called freeze-frame decision-making technique, think of half a dozen, about 6 points to practice, or put into practice, rather. 1, when there's an issue causing you stress, write down what you've been thinking and feeling about it. Secondly, number 2, shift into heart coherence by a kind of quick coherence technique. That might take a little explaining. I'll see if I'm up to it tonight. And not quite sure I am. It's just basically, God, pretend you had an app. Think of an inner balance Bluetooth for Android and iPhone as a kind of window into your emotional well-being, okay? And just pretend that there's a sensor in your little cell phone, an app, that can help you shift from stress and frustration to balance and resilience with some real-time feedback based on your own heart rhythm, okay? And the way you people basically work with your fucking cell phones all the time, that might be the only way you can get this to work. Just imagine you're getting some feedback from them, and you're using that to sync your heart into cranial communication. And that will bring us to the third point. In that state, ask yourself what would be a more effective response to this situation. One that will minimize future stress. And then 4, listen to what your heart has to say. And notice the first feelings and sensations that come back to you. Perhaps it's offering a new insight you need, or is saying, let go, or be patient. And as point number 5, write down what your heart says, even if it seems too simplistic. And as number 6, sextarily, the 6th point, now compare what you wrote in the first opening phase of this technique. When there's an issue causing you stress, write down what you've been thinking about, what you've been feeling about it. Compare that to what you've gotten to at point number 6. And which feels better to you? Which has more ease? Flow or common sense? And our man Jameson, he says, heart and brain don't come back. Gut don't come back. Everything else, nothing coming back, not coming back. Fuck samsara. Samsara being a term for a kind of enlightenment. Obviously very important to everything we're talking about. Anyhow, what often blows people's minds is the head saying what seems to be rational arguments that keep the emotions churning. But the heart's wisdom is so clear and releasing and simply feels right. In comparing what they wrote in point number 1 and point number 5, people often find the heart far more intelligent, whereas the thinking mind is all too emotional and completely irrational. Now, I've made letting my heart talk to my brain a way of life because it's much more effective and offers flow, ease, and clarity for me. Whenever I need to, I shift my focus to the heart and ask its guidance. And recently, my mind was wanting to rush ahead and call somebody about an issue there was a deadline for. I got into heart coherence to grasp a deeper connection to this issue, and my heart intuition was clear. Don't call now, or I will be reacting out of fear. So glad I waited until I was neutral and calm. The results I get from decisions I make in a heart-coherent state keep confirming the effectiveness of what in the California lab they call freeze framing. And lately, I hear more and more people across different disciplines and walks of life talking about the heart. So, more people are, well, at least more people seem to be waking up to the wisdom of letting their hearts guide them, finding that it leads them to more fulfillment and joy. And that's news that does my heart good, at the least. And it's something that I hope you can all take heart from, to use a pun. Now, of course, I'm guessing from what Jameson is saying that he's not having success with this. So I'm going to still continue trying for the moment to, well, I can't teach you this, but I'm hoping you can learn how to activate your heart intelligence. So, in terms of this kind of yoga, okay, so what he's saying is he's reincarnating. I see. Or not reincarnating. He's saying he's not reincarnating. Okay, so his way out of the wheel of samsara. I get it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. All right, let's make this a little bit more scientific, away from Jameson Reese's soul destruction. his kind of self-annihilation that he's talking about. So if you're trying to synchronize in this bicameralism, your heart brain, getting your heart's own brain synchronized with your cerebral brain by activating your heart's intelligence. Okay. Understand what Thomas Carlyle said. A loving heart is the beginning of all knowledge. There, in the center of your chest, you have one of the most untapped resources ever gifted to yourself. And cultures throughout all the ages have known about the importance of the role of the heart. For the ancient Egyptians, once again, the heart was the most important organ in the human body. They knew that the heart was the center of their very being, and they saw the heart as a connector of truth and wisdom. So, bear that in mind, and let me try and take us from there. Saying something is one thing. Explaining it, that's quite another. But that turns us to a kind of yoga. Yogis, the teachers of yoga, the yoga masters, they've taught that the heart is also the location of the fourth chakra, the anahata. And when this energy center is open and activated, we're able to feel connected to ourselves and others. We're able to access higher realms of knowledge. That's what brings us to the principle of self-study in yoga. The yogic concept of the practice of svadhyaya. So, what I was trying to get to before, by paralleling it to your cell phone app, I was trying to dig out of my drug-out brain svadhyaya, the yoga of self-study and self-reflection. So, thanks to the popularization of hatha yoga, or actual physical yoga, most of us equate yoga practice with yoga poses. You know, the kind that I see in porno films. They're called asanas. Now, this is very different from the Kali yoga and the specifically sexual yogas. It's just crap I see where they're using it as an excuse for a porno video when I'm cruising online. But it always starts with what are asanas. These are just the yoga poses performed on a yoga mat, which enhance the curvature of a woman's ass, etc. So these poses that get men excited when they're watching it, that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's what most of us think yoga is. But beneath that iceberg tip of those yoga poses, the full experience of classical yoga, that brings us to the 8 limbs of yoga beneath the surface of the waters. So, according to Raja Yoga, or mental yoga, and the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, which is one of the most authoritative texts on classical yoga, the majority of yoga actually takes place off the mat, because asana practice is only 1/8 of the big picture. So in terms of the 8-limbed path of Raja Yoga, there are the yamas, the self-regulating behaviors, the niyamas, the personal training, the asana, the meditational postures, the pranayama, the breath, or the life force regulation, prana, what Chinese call qi, as in qigong, what Japanese call ki, as in aikido, what the ancient Egyptians called ka, as in Africa, the land of life itself. And, well, from there we go to the other 4 limbs. Pratyahara, the correct pronunciation, which is the inward senses. The dharana, the focus and concentration. The jhana, the deep meditation. And finally, samadhi. Samadhi is spelled S-A-M-A-D-H-I. It is the union with the true self. This is what people seek. Samadhi. Now, the word yoga comes from the Sanskrit root yuj, which means, well, literally it means to yoke, like yoking an ox, to attach it to a plow, to exploit it. But it means to attach in the case of yoga, which together means union. The objective of the objective of yoga is to move towards the unification of your mind, your emotions, your body and spirit. And a true yogi is one who goes inward in order to transform themselves into the best version they can be. And in order to achieve this, the sage Patanjali outlined an 8-step system that is commonly known as the 8 limbs of yoga. The yamas, the self-regulating behaviors. Secondly, the niyamas, the personal observances. Thirdly, the asana, the meditational postures. Fourthly, the pranayama, that regulation of vital energy. And, in terms of the quintarily, the 5th limb of all of this, pratyahara, or turning thy senses inward, and sextarily, or 6thly, dharana, the sustained focus, and then the 7th limb being dhyana, the meditation, and finally, in terms of the octave, the 8th limb that we all seek, samadhi, a kind of enlightenment, really, union with the true self, the true nature and transcendence of the lower self, which is something I'm not even seeking. Basically, samadhi is transcendence. It's higher self out of the lower self. This is something that Salman Sheikh is asked people, like when he makes videos like, are you willing to give up sex, drugs, and alcohol to attain enlightenment? And I just give him a upvote for moral support and move on. Anyhow, samadhi's not my goal in this lifetime. So, nevertheless, it does oblige us to define the lower self and the higher self. The lower self, that lives in a fear-based survival reality. It chooses comfort, safety, and the familiarity of the known. It believes it is separate from others and the external world, so it operates from instinct instead of intuition. It is reactive and impulsive. It operates from either the past or the future and is therefore alienated from the present moment. It is not present. The higher self, of course, like that horse, is in the present moment. It lives in inspiration and an appreciation-based reality. The higher self chooses growth, learning, and healing over comfort and safety. It knows that it forms part of a greater whole, holistic, part of the whole. It's interconnected with the world. It operates from intuition and insight instead of instinct and impulse. It is responsive and it is mindful. So it operates from the present moment. Bring yourself into the here and the now. Again, that lower self avoids pain, seeks pleasure, therefore is instinctive, reactive, survivalist, defensive, and fear-based. As they would say in AA, that taught to me by Judith Ager, fear being the acronym for false evidence appearing real. Of course, I told her it can also be an acronym for face everything and rise, to convince her to stop denying me, but she went into her negative, getting high off of denial of us both. The higher self, which would have been beyond that, is one where someone embraces both pain and pleasure. It operates on intuition. It's responsive. It embodies creation by embrasure and inspiration. Inspire means to breathe. That's what inspires you. Fills you with the breath of life itself. Fills you with art. The ultimate goal of yoga practice, which be samadhi, is to make that jump to the higher spaces of consciousness. And in order to transcend from the lower self to the higher self, we must first become familiar with our inner world. We must first become familiar with our mental chatter and knee-jerk reactions. We must learn how to look underneath the hood of the car to see the engine. And we've had a lot of floods lately. If you're ever unfortunate enough to drive into a flooded space, don't ever fucking do it. If you are unfortunate enough where you somehow wind up doing so in the dark, you're going to find out that engine is what weighs that car down first. So you're going to be, as the driver or the passenger in the front row seat, dragged down immediately by that engine into the depths of that water. So therefore, you've got to learn how to open that hood, see that engine in yourself, because that's what's going to drag you down beneath the surface. That brings us to the point of the surface of what we're aware of, the outer world, as opposed to our inner world, which is all our feelings, all our thoughts, all our traumas, all of our emotional memories, all our expectations, our beliefs, our perceptions, and all that mental chatter, that static, that's always in the background. This is what brings us to that form of yoga practice that I liken to that cell phone app. Svadhyaya. And of course, what does Svadhyaya mean? In yoga philosophy, Svadhyaya is the practice of self-study, self-awareness, self-knowledge, self-reflection, self-examination. Traditionally, another form of Svadhyaya practice involves the study of sacred texts such as the Bhagavad Gita, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the Upanishads, the Rig Veda, and the Yoga Sutras. And Svadhyaya is the fourth niyama in Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Of course, for those of you who need to know, there are 5 niyamas. The 5 niyamas being, well, let's take a look at that star we talked of, the Christogram, the pentagram right side up representing the 5 wounds of Christ suffered on the cross. And think of, well, you would kind of invert it almost Baphomet style for this, because by envisioning the inverted pentagram, then you actually have an upward pointing pentagon at the heart of it, and at the bottom in connection with the earth, using it in the Wiccan sense of the lower point of that star, which would normally be pointed at the heavens, simply drawing earth energy. Think of that as tapas, or self-discipline, on which the inverted star is balanced. And then the other two branches above that of the star, the other two rays, being Santosha on the right side of yourself as a reviewer, meaning contentment, and Svadhyaya being on the left, meaning self-study. And so the other two rays pointing upward would be, well, above Svadhyaya on the leftward side would be Ishvara Pranidhana, the surrender. Kind of like Islam means surrender to the faith or the reality of the one true God. Saucha towards the northeast, cleanliness, a kind of spiritual hygiene. Now, the niyamas are the second limb of Patanjali's system for mental and emotional transformation on that lower, the southwest side I was speaking of. They're comprised, of course, of 5 distinct personal observances that build inner strength and resolve when practiced in daily life. So if you think of the Yoga Sutra, accepting pain as help for purification, self-study and surrender to the Supreme Being constitute yoga and practice. Well, according to Patanjali, Svadhyaya, along with tapas, the self-discipline through challenge and pain, and the Ishvara Pranidhana, the surrender to the higher power, or unto Allah, or the one true God, they all constitute Kriya Yoga, the yoga of action. So again, if you were to review these, kind of 5 pridyanas, as I try to recall them again, just to present them in a way that may be more useful. That sausha, that cleanliness, that would actually come first. The second, santosha, or contentment, would follow, and then the Kriya Yoga would comprise the other 3. Tapas, or self-discipline, Svadhyaya, or self-study, and Ishvara Pranidhana, or surrender, the acceptance of what is. So, as a definition of Svadhyaya, I think the best would be Sva, the first syllable, means self. Adhyaya, the rest of the word, would mean study or education. And education is the drawing out of the best that is within a person. Svadhyaya, therefore, is the education of the self. And the person practicing Svadhyaya reads his own book of life at the same time that he writes and revises it. And therefore, there is a change in his outlook on life. He or she starts to realize that there is divinity within themselves, and that the energy which moves them is the same that moves the entire universe. So, we would use Svadhyaya to heal our history. And in the last hour we have remaining, I'm going to try and go through this as quickly as possible. Unbelievably, we're in the final hour, and I've taken us through 12 hours, which I had never intended to do tonight. And this may have to continue into Wednesday's transmission, simply so that we can get to the bottom of it all. But yeah, now that we've kind of gotten past this idea of the cell phone app, let's use Svadhyaya to heal our history. Where, or how, rather, do we begin practicing Svadhyaya? Where do we start? So the person practicing Svadhyaya reads his own book of life at the same time that he or she writes and revises it. What's meant here is that reading your own book of life means studying your history by, first reviewing and assessing the events and experiences that led you here now, And then reviewing and assessing the stories and beliefs you've unconsciously made up about what happened based on your perceptions and perspective. What have you made it all mean? That would be the second point. Much of what's contained in our book of life, it remains hidden from our conscious awareness. So like the majority of an iceberg hidden from view underwater, the majority of the information from the pages of our own book of life is being processed by your unconscious mind. And according to the neuroscientist, Dr. Joe Dispenza, our conscious and analytical mind only accounts for 5%, while our subconscious mind processes the remaining 95%. In other words, the mind above the waterline, that conscious mind, that 5%, that's logic, reasoning, creativity. It's what altogether comprises will. As my biological father Adolf Hitler said, the will to power, in his case. The analytical mind is that dividing line between your conscious and subconscious mind. And beneath that analytical mind line, 95% of the rest of all you are, skills, habits, emotional reactions, hardwired behaviors, conditioned responses, associative memories, routine thoughts and feelings, your reflective reactions, your attitudes, your beliefs, your perceptions. That would be altogether the overview of the conscious, analytical, and subconscious minds. You are the placebo. You're the sugar pill for yourself. The Svadhyaya helps us uncover this all this hidden information so we can process it with our mindful present awareness in the present moment. So practicing Svadhyaya rewires your brain via self-study. It can literally rewire your brain. This is mindsight. This is the new science of personal transformation. By developing the ability to focus our attention on our internal world, we are picking up a scalpel and we can use it to resculpt our neural pathways, stimulating the growth of areas of the brain that are crucial to mental health. This ancient practice of Svadhyaya has withstood the test of time, though in modern psychology circles it's known as metacognition today. All part of reactivating the bicamerality of your mind. Metacognition literally means thinking about thinking. And it's the practice of becoming aware of one's own thought processes. And according to the psychiatrist and mindfulness researcher Dr. Dan Siegel, when we make a daily habit out of practicing focused Svadhyaya, we change our mind and brain for the better, because the practice activates brain circuits that create emotional resilience and well-being. And self-study and mindfulness together help to override our knee-jerk emotional reactions, while also strengthening the function of our frontal cortex, the part of the brain that oversees higher thinking and metacognition. And when this happens, we experience an increase in creativity and inspiration, and we're able to connect more intensely to our higher mind and higher self. It can be said that Svadhyaya and mindfulness are two ways to describe the same thing: mental training, which was the most important thing for a ninja. Mindfulness is a form of mental activity that trains the mind to become aware of awareness itself, to pay attention to one's own intention. It teaches self-observation. So this self-inquiry, this practicing Svadhyaya in daily life, for you, it can start out by asking quality questions. The quality of our questions determines the quality of our lives. That would be how we implement all of this to practice Svadhyaya every day. The truth is that every moment offers us an opportunity to observe and reflect on our own minds. The easiest way to begin practicing is to get in the habit of asking yourself quality questions throughout your day. to get you started, something along the lines of, how do I feel about this? Is this what I really want? Is this what I really want? Or is this what I really want to do? Is this what I really want to say? Is this going to take me where I want to go? Do I have any attachment to the outcome? How do I want to feel? What's another way to look at this? Start asking yourself those questions every day, daily, multiple times a day, and pause to listen to the answers. Start invoking the observer and the witness within you and see what happens. And that is what brings us all the way back to exactly where we ultimately want to go with Sadaya and the practice of the kinds of the kind of mindfulness that will ultimately bring us to a greater state of, happiness in life. Which, of course, all of you were thinking that you could get from what is it that all of you thought you could get that from? At this point, just with everything that I've been talking about and the kind of depth that I've had to go into to try and explain the fact that the heart has a brain all its own, it's really so multi-layered that it's hard for me to keep track of just activating the heart intelligence. But since I've kind of gone into that tangent of Sadaya in this final hour to bring us back to the heart brain, basically I was pointing out that it was the fourth chakra, Anhata, your heart. And when this energy center is open and activated, we're able to feel connected to ourselves and others. Brings us to these higher realms of knowledge, which is what I was trying to explain when it comes to Svadhyaya and the cell phone app parallel. Hridayam, that's the Sanskrit word for heart. And it's also sometimes translated as that which nourishes, feeds, and restores wholeness to the heart. So for the ancient yogis, the word heart is used to also describe one's essence and true knowledge. And so given all of this, is the heart really just a pump that regulates blood pressure and blood vessels? Are we really ruled by our heads? Or does the heart hold a secret key to emotional and mental well-being? Well, you know your heart at a glance. Dr. Lawrence Phillips, a cardiologist, has gone on record to say the tissues of the body need a constant supply of nutrition in order to be active. If the heart is not able to supply blood to the organs and tissues, they'll die. Well, that's a simple medical reality. The human heart pumps blood throughout your body via this network of arteries and veins known as the cardiovascular system. It supplies oxygen and nutrients to your body's tissues while also removing waste products. It's a muscular organ about the size of a fist. And the chambers of the heart consist of, there be 4 chambers of the heart. They all have special names. The upper chamber is called an atrium. The plural would be atria. There being the right atrium and the left atrium. And the lower chamber is called a ventricle. There being the right ventricle and the left ventricle. Trying to, remember my education at UCSF so I can jar my memory about where I'm going with this, but it doesn't hurt to cover the physiology. So, when it comes to the heart's 4 chambers, the right atrium receives blood from the veins and transfers it to the right ventricle. The right ventricle it pumps the blood it receives from the right atrium and it sends it to the lungs, where it's infused with oxygen. Then the left atrium, it pumps the oxygenated blood to the left ventricle, And then that left ventricle, that fourth chamber, the strongest chamber, pumps oxygen-rich blood to the rest of the body. It's the left ventricle's contractions that create the blood pressure that we measure. So cardiac function refers to the heart's ability to meet the body's demands. When the heart isn't able to properly pump blood or meet the body's demands, an increased risk for cardiovascular diseases and problems such as myocardial infarction, it as to heart attack, and atrial fibrillation, meaning an irregular heartbeat, can all occur. What's interesting is the increasing amount of evidence suggesting that our mental and emotional states significantly impact heart disease risk factors, the risk factors for heart disease and heart health. So, there is a Harvard Medical School study of 1,623 heart attack survivors that found that when subjects became angry during emotional conflicts, their risk of subsequent heart attacks was more than double that of those who remained calm. There is a review of 225 studies that has concluded that positive emotions promote and foster altruism, strong bodies, and immunosystems, and effective conflict resolution skills, success and thriving, in other words. And in a groundbreaking study of about 1,200 people at high risk of bad health, those who learned to change their unhealthy mental and emotional attitudes through self-regulation training were over 4 times more likely to be alive 13 years later than an equal-sized control group. So that little brain in your heart, it means everything. The Institute of Heart Math, well, their stance is that new research proves the human heart is much more than an efficient pump that sustains life. Their research suggests the heart is also an access point to a source of wisdom and intelligence that we can call upon to live our lives with more balance, greater creativity, and enhanced intuitive capacities. All of these are important for increasing personal effectiveness, improving health and our relationships, and achieving that greater fulfillment that we all seek. Now, that study of neurocardiology was formed in the West when it was first discovered that there was that little heart in the brain, that little brain in the heart, called the intrinsic cardiac nervous system. And this little nervous system is called the brain because just like the brain in your head, it's comprised of a multitude of neurons, intelligent cells that send and receive information. And it's estimated that this heart brain, made up of around 40,000 neurons, since these intelligent cells within it are sending and receiving information, well, that process, that's called thinking. So you've actually got 3 brains. Your head brain, made up of about 86 billion neurons, your heart brain, and your gut brain, each made up of about 600 million neurons. Maybe 200 at the least. 200 to 600 million neurons. The heart brain's neurons enable it to act independently of the head brain. Never forget that. It can even learn, remember, make decisions. It can feel, it can sense. That's why it's so important to encourage that heart-brain connection, because the heart already communicates with your brain and your body in 4 ways: neurological communication, your nervous system, your autonomic nervous system, that is automatic reflex, like breathing, your biochemical communication via your hormones, your biophysical communication via the pulse wave, and your energetic communication via the electromagnetic fields. Your heart generates the most powerful energetic field in your body. The electromagnetic field interactions your heart generates is 5,000 times stronger than the field generated by your puny brain. Your heart has the ability to create, entrainment. That means sync up with your body's systems, such as your nervous system, your immunosystem, and your digestive system, your gut brain. And this is what I'm calling heart coherence, also known as cardiac coherence or psychophysiological coherence. Matter of fact, I prefer those terms. So the heart and brain are in constant communication with each other through the autonomic nervous system, which doesn't require a conscious thought on your brain's part. And in fact, I'm hoping I've surprised you tonight, if with nothing else, than with the fact that it's actually the heart that sends more information up to the brain than vice versa. In fact, it's estimated that information sent from the heart to the brain constitutes 90%, while only 10% of information travels from the brain to the heart. Your heart has always done most of the thinking for you anyway. Your brain has simply tried to rationalize it all away. So that information from the brain to the heart and vice versa travels through both branches of the autonomic nervous system, which are the SNS, or the sympathetic nervous system, which acts like the gas pedal that revs up your energy reserves and uses them. The SNS, the sympathetic nervous system, overseeing the fight or flight response, also known as the stress response. And the PSNS, the parasympathetic nervous system, which acts like the brake pedal that slows down your body system and conserves rather than uses energy. The PSNS oversees the tend and befriend, the rest and digest response, also known as the relaxation response. So with your sympathetic nervous system, imagine, again, part of the bicamerality of making your brain finally work in all its bicameral glory. Your sympathetic nervous system is, the gas pedal, using up energy. It's all about defense and protect and survive, stress response and shallow breath. Your PSNS, or your parasympathetic nervous system, towards the right, that uses the whole battery as opposed to the sympathetic nervous system using only a little bit of the battery. All your battery juice being drained is by the parasympathetic nervous system as the brake pedal, which is all about energy conservation, growth, healing, thriving, your relaxation response based on deep breath, which, according to Peter Moon, none of you ever take. So the information traveling from the head brain to the heart brain registers into the heart's intrinsic nervous system, and the sensors in the heart brain also detect heart rate, heart rhythm, pressure, and hormonal signals. So to activate your heart brain for more heart intelligence and well-being, what would activate heart coherence? As it turns out, the most effective ways to really reduce stress and anxiety and even feelings of being overwhelmed is to learn how to assess the intelligence of the heart and shift the rhythms of that heart. So by now, you know it's no secret that the heart plays an important role in physical, mental, and emotional health. A strong heart connection means that your brain, your heart is functioning optimally so that it can be in full communication with your head brain and the rest of the systems that make up your body. So how do we know if we have a strong heart connection? How do we know when we accomplish that? Your heart rhythm itself will let you know. If you're constantly stressed, irritated, sleep deprived, or sick, chances are your heart rate will be elevated. Kicking in the gears of your relaxation response and heart intelligence means your heartbeats slow down in frequency. So your HRV, as a medical term, That's something that you should at least passingly familiarize yourself with. And if I remember correctly, that's heart rate variability. That's the new way to track your well-being. Your HRV, your heart rate variability, is the physiological phenomenon of the variation in the time interval between consecutive heartbeats in milliseconds. It is simply a measure of the variation in time between each heartbeat. And that's the new way to track your well-being. I mean, think of, well, you already know, information is knowledge. That's why you're here, listening to me. And big tech companies, like that run by my son's husband, they know how important it is to collect and track data. So when it comes to your health, nowadays it's easy to measure and track all kinds of information. In the comfort of our own homes, we can check our weight, our blood pressure, our numbers of steps, our calories, our heart rate, our blood sugar. And of course, at this point in time, you're lucky to be alive because researchers have started to use an interesting marker for resilience and behavioral flexibility called HRV, the heart rate variability. So if you've ever wondered what the health impact of a stressful day was, well, or whether or not you'll perform well during your long run tomorrow morning, if you're into such things, or if there's anything you can do today that would improve your ability to have a better day moving forward, well, HRV may be that piece of data that can help you answer those questions. And that is, of course, as I said, that measure of the variation in time between each heartbeat. That variation is controlled by a primitive part of the nervous system called the ANS, the autonomic nervous system. And it works regardless of our desire and regulates, among other things, our heart rate, blood pressure, breathing, and digestion. So the ANS, the autonomic nervous system, is subdivided into two large components, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system, also known as the fight or flight mechanism and the relaxation response. So the brain is constantly processing information in a region called the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus, through the ANS, the autonomic nervous system, sends signals to the rest of the body either to stimulate or relax different functions. It responds not only to a poor night of sleep or that sour interaction with your boss, but also to the exciting news that you got engaged or to that delicious healthy meal you had for lunch. So our body handles all kinds of stimuli and life goes on. However, if we have persistent instigators such as stress, poor sleep, unhealthy diet, dysfunctional relationships, isolation or solitude, and of course lack of exercise, which I embody, this balance may be disrupted and your fight or flight response can shift into overdrive. And that's why you check your heart rate variability. Because the HRV is both an interesting and non-invasive way to identify these ANS imbalances. If a person's system is in more of a fight or flight mode, the variation between subsequent heartbeats is low. And if one is in a more relaxed or state, the variation between beats is high. In other words, the healthier the ANS, the faster you are able to switch gears, showing more resilience and flexibility. And over the past few decades, research has proven a relationship between low HRV and worsening depression or anxiety. A low heart rate variability is even associated with an increased risk of death and cardiovascular disease. So people who have a high heart rate variability may have greater cardiovascular fitness and be more resilient to stress. HRV may also provide personal feedback about your lifestyle and help motivate those who are considering taking steps towards a healthier life. It's fascinating to see how HRV changes as you incorporate more mindfulness, meditation, sleep, and especially physical activity into your life. For those who love data and numbers, well, this can be a nice way to track how your nervous system is reacting not only to the environment, but also to your own inner emotions, thoughts, and feelings. So, in terms of checking your HRV, your heart rate variability, the gold standard is to analyze a long strip of an electrocardiogram, the test that we frequently are exposed to in the medical office, where wires are attached to your chest. But over the past few years, several companies have launched apps and heart rate monitors that do something similar. Hence the cell phone app Parallel I've been trying to evoke. And the accuracy of these methods is still under scrutiny, but I feel the technology is improving substantially. A word of caution is that there are no agencies regulating any of these devices, and they may not be as accurate as they claim. The easiest, and most importantly, the cheapest way to check HRV is to buy a chest strap heart monitor produced by either Polar or Wahoo companies, or you can download that free app at the Elite HRV. That's a good one to analyze that data. The chest strap monitor tends to be more accurate than wrist or finger devices, of course. Check your HRV in the mornings after you wake up a few times a week and track changes as you incorporate healthier interventions. The bottom line is that tracking HRV may be a great tool to motivate behavioral change for some. The HRV measurements can help create more awareness of how you live and think, how your behavior affects your nervous system and bodily functions. And while it obviously can't help you avoid stress, it can help you understand how to respond to stress in a healthier manner. There are questions about measurement accuracy and reliability. However, I personally am hoping an independent agency eventually identifies which devices and software provide data we can trust. In the meantime, if you decide to use HRV as another piece of data, don't get overconfident with it. Don't get too confident if you have a high HRV or too scared if your HRV is low. Think of HRV as a preventive tool, a visual insight into the most primitive part of your brain, or maybe the brain that's in your heart. So that brings us back to, in the minutes we have remaining before I have to conduct my solicitation for the night, basically, HRV is the key indicator of your autonomic nervous system, your ANS function. So, with that in mind, a lowered, slower heart rate creates a higher rate variability, a higher HRV. And that HRV, that heart rate variability, is the commonly used marker for detecting health, resilience, vitality, even longevity. The higher your HRV, the more activated your heart brain, the stronger your body, and the more you're able to bounce back from emotional upheaval and stress. So the great thing about HRV is that it's biofeedback and it can be measured and quantified. So there's certain apps and sensors that give you these real-time readings, such as the Institute of Heart Math's Inner Balance tool, which is also available. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. And there are proven ways to shift your heart rhythms and increase your HRV, which is basically your heart intelligence, your heart's IQ. And they're centered around stimulating the vagus nerve, which you might remember I was concerned I might have vasovagal depression, or the problems affiliated with the depression of the vagus nerve that my mother had, based on, of course, the fact that she was no longer able to maintain her hermatophagic diet, or her blood diet, after her catastrophic brain injury, because she underwent our care and we were unable to bring her food. And she couldn't take mine or my sister's because, damp fires or vampires can't drink the blood of their own. There was only my father, and there was only so much he could provide. And that wasn't nowhere near enough. The vagus nerve, which was so impacted in my mother, is the 10th cranial nerve. It's the largest nerve of your parasympathetic nervous system, which means it's crucial to achieving a slower heart rate and entering a space of inner calm and relaxation. It runs from the base of your head, down through your ears and necks, to the heart and through the digestive organs. This is why the vagal stimulation can be achieved by, well, first of all, what Peter Moon himself would recommend, deep, intentional belly breathing. The martial arts chi or ki. Every deep belly breath you take, breathing into your stomach instead of your lungs, helps to stimulate the vagus nerve because it runs along your chest and abdomen. Deep breathing is the ultimate chill pill when done correctly and safely. Of course, I can't imagine anyone being able to injure themselves by this, but I'm sure the people on Jackass will find a way. The other method would be chanting. Believe it or not, chanting and humming are a proven way to stimulate your vagus nerve and increase vagal tone. This means that it can help you increase inner calm by activating your parasympathetic response. This is why the Buddhist practitioners, like a relation of my mother's, or that young lady everybody thought was my wife at Revolution Radio, Noreen Halpan, would chant the various Buddhist chants, Namu ni gekyo, Namu ni gekyo, Namu ni gekyu, or Hail to the Heart in the Lotus, Mana Padme Om, Mana Padme Om. Your vagus nerve, running from the base of your head, down your ear and throat, down to your heart, and your digestive and internal organs, are all vibrated by that. And according to Dr. Stephen Porges and his polyvagal theory, the vibrations from the vocalizations of chanting out loud or humming actually wake up your vagus nerve, so it finally comes online. All right, so all of that leads to my point at the bottom of this hour, it brings us back to kokoro, that common Japanese word that carries meanings conveyed by the English words mind and heart. It's used as an equivalent of the Chinese word zin and covers almost the same range of meanings. The Japanese use Chinese characters to write Japanese and have also studied Chinese literature as an essential part of both secular and Buddhist education for more than 1,500 years, which has led to a convergence of meaning between Chinese and Japanese for all the classical words. The Chinese ideogram for Zin depicts the very shape of the human heart itself, the actual organ in the human body, not the goddamn Valentine. And since ancient Chinese people thought the heart was where psychological function took place, or rather they knew such, what we're only beginning to rediscover now, the character conveyed, the ideogram, the Chinese pictograph that's used by the Japanese as well, conveys a range of meanings including the heart organ, the heart in the most general poetic sense, mind, feeling, intention, center, and core. The entry for kokoro in the Dictionary of Classic Japanese Words, it communicates similar notions. It says right here in the Japanese dictionary I'm looking at, originally kokoro referred to the beat of the heart, which was considered to be the essential organ of life and the source of all activities. By extension, kokoro refers to all human activities affecting the outside world through intention, emotion, and intellect. So kokoro then has three basic meanings: the heart and its functions, the mind and its functions, and center or essence. The Chinese Zin has an important spiritual and philosophical history, since it was used in Chinese translations of Buddhist scriptures for such Sanskrit terms as Sita, Manas, and Vijnana. In the Sarvastivadin view, these three were considered to be different names for basic mind. In Yogacara, however, Sita refers to the alaya, or storehouse consciousness. while manas refers to the seventh consciousness, and vijnana refers to the function of the first six consciousnesses. These three can all be translated into the catch-all English word mind. Another Sanskrit word, hridaya, means the heart, center, or essence. It's also rendered as zin in Chinese translation. So both zin in the Chinese and kokoro in the Japanese, which both use the same ideogram, the same pictograph or character, they carry the physical and spatial meaning of heart, center, or essence, and the psychological meaning of mind. It's very interesting to see that Sanskrit and English have completely different words to point to heart or mind and have no word that combines both meanings. The fact that both English and Sanskrit are, the twain of them, Indo-European languages, accounts for this shared dichotomy. The Prajna Paramita Hridaya Sutra is one of the most popular Mahayana Buddhist sutras. And in Japanese, it is called Makahanya Haramita Shingyo. The Shin in that title is another rendering of the Chinese character Zin, which of course carries the same dual meaning and roughly similar meaning to kokoro, or heart, mind. Heart, mind being the same word in Japanese and Chinese. But the best English translation is Heart Sutra, not Mind Sutra, because the original Sanskrit being rendered into Japanese and Chinese is Hridaya, not Sita. Hridaya here means that though this is a short sutra, the essence of the large 600-volume Prajna Paramita Sutra is fully expressed. And there be another interesting and important usage of Jin, Shin, Kokoro in Zen literature, as illustrated in a book authored by Shunryo Suzuki Roshi that was assigned to me in City College by our Chinese instructor teaching us about American Zen, entitled Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, in which I learned, well, I'll just quote from the book, "The mind which is always on your side is not just your mind. It is universal mind, always the same, not different from another's mind. It is Zen mind. It is big, big mind. This mind is whatever you see. This mind is at the same time everything." Now, although Suzuki Roshi used the English word mind, to myself it be crystal clear that he is elucidating the meaning of Zen as it developed from the meaning of Hridaya, not Sita. Mind, or Sita, cannot be both subject and object, whereas Zen includes both the subject and all the objects in the entire world. Suzuki Roshi's understanding of this principle camest from Dogen Zenji's treatise entitled Shobogenzo Sokushin Zebutsu, that would translate as "The mind is itself Buddha," wherein he says, "The mind that has been correctly transmitted is the one mind, and all dharmas are one mind. The mind is mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the sun, the moon, and stars." I don't think either the Sanskrit Sita or the English word mind conveys such a meaning, which presents us with the typical problem in translation. Uchiyama Koshu Roshi oft said that the Jin used in Zen is not psychological mind, but it is rather life, which includes both subject and object. In the 1970s, when I tried to explain this to an American friend, he was puzzled by the expression psychological mind and asked, "Is there such a thing as mind that is not psychological?" In Zendo, or the way of Zen, we would say yes. kokoro, the zin, shin, the heart mind I've been educating you all about tonight, ultimately refers to the entire network of interdependent origination in which we be born, live, and die, and to which we awaken through our practice. And this is what brings us to Inindo, or the way of the ninja that I was taught by my mother. In my specific discipline, the ninjutsu, as it would be vulgarized, the skill of invisibility, by presenting myself as the most ignored and disparaged human on earth, the human female. And being ignored as a mere girl or a mere woman enabled me to pass through more security barriers than you could imagine when I was literally on a mission to kill. And with that, we'll turn to a bit of solicitation. And our thanks to WTF, What the Fuck, who has come to say, good evening, Douglas and all. Much love. Laying back and listening to the transmission after a hard day's work. And a wonderful human being who donated his share. God bless you, your contribution. Nathan Brooks, God bless him and his family, says good morning. Wu Wei Translations was basically saying, okay, thanks. Was wondering because he said STH about Tuesday, Wednesday, and the live stream has been going on for 10 hours already. It says, yeah, I saw all of his interviews and presentations, but few of his monologues yet. Oh my God. And Liddy Sign-In says, thank you really, Douglas. Oh, God bless you, honey. And let's see now. Our man, Ragnar Lodbrok, said, yeah, the Matrix 4 trailer just dropped. Also, the Chosen One can't help but think of you, Douglas, when I see the Matrix movie with Keanu Reeves. And Travis Moss says I could completely see him in a Matrix film. So Ragnar Lodbrok was saying, kokoro, what a beautiful word. And he said, we are in the Reiwa age in the Japanese calendar. I believe it means beautiful harmony. And so Liddy Sign-In says that explains people who had a heart transplant changing their character. Heart anagram of Earth, we all know, called love, the heart knows, insight, inside. And so Ragnar Lodbrok said, the heart is so interesting. It really is like a brain. The brain. You really are a medical journalist genius, Douglas. Thank you so much. And so God bless all of you. Ragnar Lodbrok says, finally a true guru in Douglas Dietrich, a true yogi. Yeah, the one who never moves. But I do stretch a lot, which is basically all they do in yoga, right? Like a cat. Lying down and stretching all the time. Well, that's the cat we see. The cat you don't see is the one that's out prowling at night. That was my mother, exercising her vampiric needs. So then, Wu Wei Translation says, hey guys, cheers from Berlin. Is this actually live or an older recording? That's when Ragnar Lodbrok informed him, this is live, friend from Berlin. So there we are. And Wu Wei Translation says, great information, by the way, have just tuned in randomly. So there we are. That's when he was expressing that he had listened to basically the bulk of my interviews, but not most of my monologues. And he says, by the way, in German, it's even worse. We don't even have a word for mind. Oh, that's cute. I didn't, I never really thought of that consciously. But something must have been developed because psychology was developed in Germany by Sigmund Freud and by Carl Gustav Jung, by Dr. Wilhelm Reich, etc., Erich Fromm. These are all the great Germans that brought us the very concept of psychology in the modern sense. What do they use to reference the mind? There's got to be something. At any rate, so then, I will check what time we have remaining. Less than 15 minutes, less than a quarter of an hour. I am forced by circumstance to drag out the solicitation that I drag out because no matter how many times I repeat it, I couldn't, regurgitate it from memory to save my soul. And so, something there going on with that. I'm not quite sure what. Yeah, but nature of the beast, right? That's very Dietrichian. Douglas Dietrichonic would be to have that shortcoming in that regard. I will have to go more into Inindo, or Ninjutsu, the heart thereof, at least for a little bit, in our Wednesday transmission, which will be here before any of us know it. And imagine, between now and then, we're going to experience the vote that will decide not only the future of the Golden State of California, but thereby your future, because California is America. Don't ever fucking forget that. We are your economy. And thereby the fate of the goddamn world. Remember, our economy in the state of California alone is the engine of America's prosperity. Our economy, the fifth largest in the goddamn world, larger than the greater British Empire today in terms of our economic clout, in terms of our population. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. theTucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Well then, right then, we are, about 10 minutes towards the point. Sarah Thomas says, "Good morning, Douglas. Almost time for school. Have a fantastic day. Love to you. Pink pulsating heart. God bless you, honey." And Wu Wei Translations was saying, he says, the German words Geist or Denken or Gedenken, these are even further reduced to their technical soulless meaning. I believe the Germans have a lot of soul, and they express it, well enough to my satisfaction, and but definitely appreciate what Wu Wei is bringing up as a challenge in terms of the challenge languages can present to us with their limits. But languages are organic and they grow, and there we have that. They're not static. They don't stay the same. They're not frozen in stasis, frozen in time. They change. And the language of today is profoundly different. Think of the English that I use and how archaic it seems to the postmodern mind, who can't understand most of the words that I employ, and how different our languages will be in the future. I am, how would I say it? there does seem to be, I'll check into this, what our man Jameson Reese calls a tonsil stone. I am going to have to ask my MD if that may be something I have. It always feels as if there's some particulate matter in the back of my throat. I may reach in with a very long Q-tip and see if I can remove it. I've done this in the past when I've had throat infections, and there may be something that is similar to that, which has developed. I don't have a sore throat. I don't have any cough. I don't have anything. So this is not COVID. This is nothing like that. It is something that I've just noticed over the past several, for a long time. It seems to be time immemorial at this point. And because in the past, when I was infected with something, strep throat, I believe it was streptococcus, I had scar tissue in the throat that in which there may be lodged some particulate matter. And so this might be something that might be dealt with a Q-tip. That'll, of course, make myself gag when I do that, as it did in the past when I was removing some of that particulate matter from the back of my throat. Actually doing that, not at the suggestion of any MD, but based on what they themselves had done in the past, which was to remove such things. So either that or I'll call my case nurse manager about that. That's a good idea. And see what she has to say. And there may be another appointment that I have to make with my doctor. And then maybe I can seduce him into providing me some of that Tylenol with codeine. Not that I really need it at this day and age. My medical cosmetologist was very much insistent that a lot of my muscle pains would be tended to with a large influx of potassium, a banana a day. And I've been using the banana a day method, and that potassium, along with very specialized iron supplementation. Most men don't need iron, but we really do. And we never really get it, or our body can't process it. There are specific iron supplement capsules that are made for men. So I've been taking those, and they have been helping. This supplementation, this aggressive supplementation, is necessary because I'm not drinking blood enough. You're kind of facing the problem my mother faced, though at a much lower level of magnitude, because she was a full blood drinker, even though she was half a vampire. Damnfire, I am 1/4. Nowhere near the voracious need that she had, that she ultimately disintegrated without over the years. And so I'm in a better position than that, but I still have my issues. And again, I try to get people to understand this is not a condition. It's just what is. We're genetically different beings. So Wu Wei Translations says, oh, thank you. I disagree, though. XD, I'm not quite sure what you disagree about, but he says, I'm German myself, by the way, and a translator. Yeah, so do tell me what you're disagreeing about. By the way, Liddy Seinen brings up elderberries. By the way, that will be a supplement that I'm going to be getting from my medical cosmetologist, and she says, always wondered why the channelers speak highbrow English. Yeah, they're supposed to be, they're supposed to be older souls, right? So they'd be speaking the older English. There we are. So would love to hear what the German Wu Wei Translations disagrees with from Berlin. I'm sure it's nothing I would mind. And seems like a wonderful human being, and so glad that they're listening. And to all of you, finish the solicitations. We've got only a few minutes left. I love you all. I can't believe I went 12 hours. So this is the first time in a long time. And so Liddy Sandin says, good. Yes, honey. I'm aggressively supplementing these days, and it's helping immensely. So Wu Wei Translation says, disagreeing that Germans have much soul. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, come now. That's awful. It's oh gosh, he's German, and I can understand. We are all, familiarity breeds contempt, and we're all just how would we say it? We're all jaded by the cultures that we're raised in. Anyhow, he says, well, technically they do, but thing is, words form consciousness, and he says, so Germans don't perceive the soul well. That's interesting. I disagree. I disagree. The Germans had a science